Quest Audiobook presents an unabridged recording of Whispered Sins, The CEO's Secret Baby by Rebecca Baker, narrated by Anya Sauter and Bastian Allen. Chapter 1. Addison. I smoothed my blouse with my hands as I studied myself in the mirror. I let out a sigh as I took in my reflection, critiquing with a harsh eye. The gray tweed skirt I found on sale last week dug into my stomach even after I tried doing squats and various exercises to get it to give a little. I must have looked ridiculous, huffing and puffing on my bed, trying to squeeze the dang thing on. Thankfully, I lived alone and no one was there to bear witness. I gave myself one more glance in the mirror and shrugged. I guessed I just had to suck it in and smile through the pain of a size 8. It was a wishful thinking purchase and one that I needed to make for this afternoon's meeting. I had to look the part of a professional businesswoman, even though I was really more of a sweatpants kind of girl who worked for a nonprofit. It wasn't the most glamorous job, but it was a passion, an underpaid one at that. Hence my tiny Brooklyn loft that could pass as a closet. It was cramped, but it was cozy. I didn't need much. Anyway, I didn't take this job for the money. I took it to help those in need, and I reminded myself of that as I grabbed my purse from the kitchen counter and looked back at the brick-walled box I lived in. Locking the door behind me, I startled at something brushing against my legs. I jumped back and looked down, expecting to see a rat, but it was just my landlord's cat, Beatrice. I let out a little sigh of relief and bent down to run my hand across her smooth coat. She purred with pleasure and closed her eyes. "Beatrice!" I heard echoing up the stairwell. "She's here," I called back. My landlord emerged at the top of the stairs, catching her breath and clutching her heart as if she had just run up 10 flights of stairs, when it was really only 2. She had a flair for the dramatic. "There you are," she said, rushing toward her cat that was in no distress at all. In fact, she may as well have been asleep. "Hey, Elma," I said, standing up as she scooped up her precious feline. "Addison," she nodded, looking me over. "You look nice." I caught a note of surprise in her voice. "Thanks," I replied, smoothing my skirt once more, even though nothing was going to smooth out the rolls I've taken on from one too many orders at Ling's Dynasty on the corner. "Where are you off to?" she asked. "I have a meeting with a potential donor." "Anyone I would know?" Elma asked, raising a curious brow. She did love to be in everyone's business. She was a 50-year-old woman who lived alone with her cat. I didn't mind entertaining her, though. I figured it was the least I could do for not raising rent on my loft like the other surrounding buildings. "Daniel Jacobs?" I asked with a shrug, even though I knew the reaction that would elicit. At the name, Elma nearly drops Beatrice, who wakes up with a start, her paws jutting into the air like she'd been electrocuted. Another one with a flair for the dramatic. The two are made for each other. "The Daniel Jacobs?" she asked. "Yeah, I guess. The bigwig on 5th Avenue? "Do you even know what you're walking into?" she asked with a narrow voice. I thought I did. My boss had provided me with a lengthy portfolio to study Daniel Jacobs. The Daniel Jacobs, as Alma put it. He was the typical New York wealthy businessman like I had dealt with before, but this guy was in a different league. He was the wealthiest businessman on the East Coast, running a tech company with his brother. I tried to pass the meeting off to someone else, but my boss was adamant that I take it. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I had outstanding people skills. They were mediocre at best. Whatever the reason, I spent the last month preparing for this meeting, so I wasn't going to let Elma get my nerves in a tizzy. They were already doing a fantastic job of that themselves. "Nothing I can't handle, I'm sure," I said, feigning a confidence I hoped convinced her. "Oh, honey," she started, shaking her head. "What?" I asked, trying to hide my exasperation, but also letting my curiosity get the best of me. He was New York's most eligible bachelor, and he knows it. He was like the Leonardo DiCaprio of the tech world. I'm not going on a date with him, Elma, I laughed. Obviously, he only dates supermodels. Ouch. I hear he took 3 women out in one night, she continued. Or was it 4? She furrowed her brow as if trying to remember what she read in some gossip magazine. I really should be going, Elma. I politely squeezed past her and made my way to the stairwell. Good luck, she called after me. As I walked down the stairs, I could have sworn I heard her say something under her breath. Something like, "He's going to eat you alive." Outside, the bright afternoon sun beat down on me as I stepped the sidewalk towards the subway. Elma's words were repeating in my ears like whispering echoes pounding at the outer parts of my brain. He's going to eat you alive. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Elma. I checked the time on my phone and realized I was cutting it close for the next train into the city. I started my descent down the stairs to the subway, taking the stairs 2 at a time. It was a wonder this skirt let me do it. On the platform, I saw my train already filling up and pushed my way through the doors just as they closed behind me. I breathed a sigh of relief and found a place to stand in the crowd. The last thing I needed was to be late. 20 minutes later, I reached my stop and stepped out onto the platform where I felt like I could breathe again, outside of the crammed car. I made my way to the stairs and began my ascent to the city waiting above, the sounds of taxis and live music drifting down the stairwell. Up in the sunshine once more, I checked my phone. I'd be early, but that was better than late. As I strolled down the sidewalk, a large glass building came into view. It was the largest one on the block and was most likely the one I'd be entering in just a few moments. Reaching into my purse, I checked the address I had scribbled on a piece of paper this morning and confirmed it. Then I took a deep breath as I walked up to the large glass doors. I went to push one, but the doors automatically slid open, causing me to stumble slightly into the vast lobby. The security guard gave me an amused nod as I walked past him toward the front desk. "How can I help you?" asked the blonde in the crisp white suit that only she could pull off. "I have a meeting with Mr. Jacobs at 4. I'm a little early." She checked her computer and nodded. "He's in a meeting at the moment, but I will let him know you're here. If you like, I can have someone escort you up where you can wait." "Sure, thank you." She waved over the security guard who watched me stumble in here, and he led me to an elevator. We rode in silence to the 90th floor. I could feel my stomach rise to my throat as the numbers kept ticking by and we still hadn't reached our destination. Finally, I let out a slow breath as the elevator doors opened to another lobby. I thanked the security guard and stepped onto solid ground, the doors closing behind me. I approached another desk and a woman impeccably dressed in a black suit to match her raven hair. This place really did a number on my confidence. "Hello, Miss Hartley. Mr. Jacobs will be with you shortly. In the meantime, you can help yourself to coffee and pastries, or you can explore the rooftop garden while you wait." She waved at a buffet table full of croissants and danishes that she probably didn't eat herself, and then to 2 large doors that opened onto a large terrace. "Thank you," I said, opting for the garden. I doubted this skirt would give any more for a cheese Danish, even though they looked mouth-wateringly good. I stepped onto the terrace and was immediately hit with the lush smell of roses and jasmine. I breathed in deeply and took in my surroundings. It was breathtaking. I didn't realize anything so beautiful and so alive could be this high up from the concrete jungle below. I strolled down one of the pathways, gently running my fingertips over the flowers. If anything was going to calm my nerves, it was this. I found a bench in the shape of a butterfly and sat down. I closed my eyes and began going over the script I'd been memorizing for the past week. I didn't like bringing notes to these things. It felt like I was unprepared, and I wanted to look like I knew what I was doing, especially with these bigwigs. I heard someone clear their throat and snapped my eyes open. to see a man standing on the other side of the bench. I squinted and tried to allow them to adjust to the stranger before me, the sun beaming behind him. He looked slightly older than me, wearing a pair of gray slacks and a white button-down. His eyes were a piercing blue, a violent contrast against his tan skin and dark hair. He was honestly breathtaking, which is why I hadn't found my voice yet. "Hello," he said, smiling down at me curiously. That smile. If I couldn't speak before, there was a slim chance I could now. I stammered, pushing myself to stand. He studied me with an amused expression as I finally got an actual word out. "I'm Addison. I have a meeting with your boss?" I said. Judging from his more casual attire, I just assumed he was Daniel's assistant. He raised an eyebrow momentarily before it settled back into place on his perfect face. "Oh?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm early. I'm a little nervous, actually." The words came out like I'd had 3 glasses of wine at the bar with my best friend. Literal word vomit. The nerves were getting to me. I wasn't sure if they were because of my meeting or the stranger who just turned up. "Why is that?" he asked, crossing his arms. "I've been researching him for the past month. I know just about everything there is to know business-wise, but then my landlord sprang some gossip on me before I left for this meeting. She told me he was some playboy who's seen with a different woman every night. Hell, multiple at that." This was really not anything I should be discussing with his assistant, but it was too late. The words had already toppled out of me. I noticed the amused smile on his face waver momentarily, but then he let out a laugh that rang in my ears like a favorite song I could play over and over. "Is that so?" he asked. "It must be. I mean, just judging by the women who work here, he probably sleeps with them too." He studied me for a moment before looking out toward the city, but it was really not the city he was looking at. It was just sky, because this was one of its tallest buildings. I had a moment to study his profile, which was ridiculously chiseled. I wondered what he was thinking about and worried I might not even have a meeting anymore. Why did I have to open my dumb mouth?
Chapter 2. Daniel. I looked out over the edge of the terrace wall, wondering if I should be offended or amused by what this woman said to me. Maybe I should be proud of how my reputation precedes me. Either way, she had no idea who I was. I liked that. I was going to run with it. I turned toward her and my eyes quickly wandered, as they'd been known to do. I couldn't help it. I loved women, and the one who stood before me was striking. She wasn't my usual type. Addison, was it? I think that was why I found her so captivating. Rather than being stick-thin with blonde hair and a tan I was never sure was natural, nor did I really care to find out, Addison was different. Her body curved in places I'd like to place my hands on, my fingertips pressing into places I wondered when were last touched. I couldn't tell if her dark hair was brown or a warm shade of black. It was pulled into a bun that said she tried, but not too hard by the way unruly strands fell around her face. That face, though. It was in the shape of a heart that matched perfectly with the rosy pout of her lips. Right above her top lip was a kiss of a mole, which my eyes couldn't help but be drawn to. She seemed to notice where my eyes had stopped and covered her mouth shyly, chewing on her thumbnail. She was self-conscious of it when it might have been the sexiest thing about her. She didn't even know it, which made her all the more attractive. The woman cleared her throat nervously, and my eyes caught hers. They were a warm brown and searching mine to see if perhaps she went too far. I decided to put her mind at ease, but also have a little fun. "You'll be fine, but entertain me. What else have you heard about my boss?" I asked with a playful smirk. I might as well play the part of whoever she assumed I was. "That he only dates models. He thinks he is Leonardo DiCaprio. Ouch. I was only 32, and I took out women over the age of 25. What else? It was interesting to gain perspective on myself from a complete stranger. That's all Elma said. She shrugged. Elma? My landlord. Ah, I nodded. She loves to gossip, said Addison. The last thing she said was he was going to eat me alive. What do you think she meant by that? I fought back a smile because her landlord seemed to know me quite well for never having met me, because that was exactly what I'd like to do, among other things. My imagination was already running wild. Maybe she thinks my boss tends to get what he wants, I quipped. Well, I highly doubt he wants me. You doubt wrong. Very wrong. Plus, I'm not that kind of girl, she added. And what kind of girl is that? The kind that sleeps around with some rich playboy. She said it firmly, and I was already taking this as a challenge. Game on. I watched as she pulled out her phone and checked the time, her brow furrowing. His meeting must be running late, she said, looking around the terrace. Just then, I heard the click-clack of heels coming down the stone pathway. I saw my assistant appear from behind the large pink rose bush. The jig was up. Oh, Mr. Jacobs, there you are. I see you've already met your 4 o'clock, she said, spotting us by the bench. I heard Addison suck in a sharp breath and saw her shoot me a nervous look. Thank you, Margaret. I'll take her to my office, I said, dismissing her. Margaret nodded before heading back down the pathway. I turned toward Addison, whose eyes were wide and her lips parted slightly. I saw she'd put it together. I gave her a sheepish smile. You're Daniel Jacobs? She asked in an almost whisper. The one and only. I hold my arms out. I am so sorry, she stammered. I had no idea. Oh, you must think I'm a total idiot. Not at all. It was quite all right, I said, waving her off. She put her face in her hands and looked at me through the slits of her fingers. Why didn't you say anything? She groaned. You just assumed I was someone else. Who did you think I was? His assistant. I don't know. Oh my God, this is mortifying. She slid her hands down her face and looked at me remorsefully. It's okay, really. I like role-playing anyway. I saw her cheeks turn crimson as her mouth dropped open. She let out a strained sound before shutting it quickly. She broke our gaze and looked at the floor, fumbling with her purse. My words got to her. I liked seeing her squirm. Shall we? I asked, nodding toward the building. Wait, you still want to have the meeting? Even after everything I said? She asked, surprised. Why not? Okay, she replied hesitantly. She fell in a step beside me. I noticed the warm vanilla-scented perfume she wore somehow competed with the surrounding flowers. I breathed it in as we walked through the open doors. This way, I said, leading her down the long hallway to my office. Margaret eyed us curiously. Despite what Addison thought, I hadn't slept with her or anyone in the building. I just liked having pretty things to look at. I knew better than to mix business with pleasure, although in this moment, with this new acquaintance, I wasn't so sure. I opened the door to my office just enough so she had to brush past me. I closed the door gently behind me with a click and watched as she took in her surroundings. The marble floors, the high ceilings, the floor-to-ceiling windows. Not many buildings in the city were this high up or lent such a grand view of the sky and city below. This is incredible, she said as she spun slowly in a circle. My eyes couldn't help but fall to her backside as she turned. That gray skirt did wonders for her. I wondered what was underneath. May I get you anything? Water, coffee? I asked. She turned to me and shook her head. I'm fine, thank you. Well, let's get started. I gestured to the leather armchair and took a seat behind my desk across from her. She sat and smoothed her hands down her skirt. I saw no ring. She was fair game. Not that a ring had ever stopped me in the past. I could see she was nervous after what happened in the garden because she was chewing on her bottom lip and looking anywhere but at me. I couldn't stop staring at her mouth. Her lip tucked under her teeth, fighting to break free. I wished it were my teeth biting into her fleshy pout. So, what can I do for you? I asked, ignoring my wandering thoughts. I leaned back in my chair and crossed my hands in front of me. This was business, after all. Mostly. Well, first of all, I again want to apologize for what I said out on the terrace. I don't know what came over me. Whatever someone's lifestyle is no business of mine. I hope we can still have a successful meeting despite our initial one. Let's pretend it didn't happen. Even though I was still replaying her words in my head, I could listen to her talk about sex all day. If we weren't interrupted by Margaret, I would have pushed further to hear what else she heard about the Daniel Jacobs. The way Playboy rolled off her tongue like that was like porn for my ears. And the way she said she wasn't that type of girl. It was already a challenge I had accepted in my head. We would see about that. Let's start over. Would that help? I offered. She gave me a weak smile. That would be great, she replied. I'm Daniel Jacobs, I said, holding my hand out. Addison Hartley, she said, placing her hand in mine. It was soft and small, and her touch caused the hairs on my neck to stand up. This is new, I thought to myself. I shook her hand and reluctantly released it. Her eyes fell to her hand, and I wondered if she felt the same sort of electric shock I had. It took me a moment to collect myself before I spoke. So, what can I do for you today, Ms. Hartley? Her name was made for her. Well, I'm with Leading to Learn. We're a nonprofit that provides learning toys for children in third world countries. Have you heard of it? I have. I haven't. Then you know our mission is to make learning and education accessible for all children, despite their location or economic situation. I didn't know that, but I was doing my best to pretend like I was listening intently when really all I was thinking about was getting her into bed. Hell, on this desk. Anywhere she'd have me. I was probably an awful person for thinking about sex when she was pouring her heart out about kids who had nothing. But I couldn't help it. She was still talking about their mission, and my eyes were straying to the small amount of cleavage that was peeping out of her white button-down top. I noticed the white lace trim of her bra. I felt myself growing hard and was glad there was a desk in front of me at this moment. I liked women, but they didn't normally have this much of an effect on me. I noticed she stopped talking and my eyes snapped up to hers, hoping she wasn't onto me or my lack of self-control in this moment. What you're doing is very admirable, I said, playing the part. This seemed to appease her. Thank you. I think everyone has a right to the opportunity to learn. I agree. Every child we've helped so far has been so incredibly grateful for even the smallest of toys. To see the looks on their faces when they're introduced to something new, yet something so ordinary to us, it's magical. It really puts things in a perspective. I could see this meant a lot to her and wasn't just a job to her. Or else she was one hell of a sales picture. I was going with the former. I can see this means a lot to you. So, what can I do for you? Well, your company is the current leader in tech, making you one of the most profitable enterprises on the East Coast. We could use a donor of your stature. Our toys, up until now, have been mostly manipulatives, but we want to begin incorporating books and possible digital items for the villages that have access to electricity. As a nonprofit, we rely on donors to make what we do possible. I did the usual signs of active listening. I nodded and mused and furrowed my brow like I was in deep thought. I pretended to be thinking about what she said, even though I'd already internally agreed to whatever she asked for. It wasn't like I'd miss a couple $100,000. Hell, even a couple million. Whatever she needed. But I couldn't make it that easy. I needed more time with her. It would look good for your company. I could see Forbes writing up a noble article, she offered, her words rolling off her tongue as if she was dangling a piece of candy in front of me. Little did she know, she was the candy, and I'd like to taste her sweetness in my mouth.
Chapter 3. Addison. I watched Daniel as he took in what I said. I was surprised anything was coming out right at all. In fact, I wasn't sure exactly what I was saying, but it must have sounded good, judging by the ponderous look on his face. I hoped I was sticking to the script. It was just that his good looks were incredibly distracting, and I had to will my eyes to stay on his and not wander to his mouth or his sharp jawline. There was a little stubble along the angles of his face, and I wondered what it would feel like against my skin, my face, my legs. How could I have not known he was Daniel Jacobs? It couldn't be more obvious. He had an effect on me, on women. This guy could get anyone he wanted. He wasn't Leonardo DiCaprio. He was better. No wonder he had the reputation he did. The thought of him sleeping around was a turnoff before I realized it was him, and now I was hot just thinking about him in bed and what he was capable of. His hands probably knew exactly where to touch a woman, and his mouth probably knew exactly how to kiss a woman. I swallowed hard and tried to focus on what I was saying. I thought I was on the part about how it could be a generous tax write-off. It was like I'd had too much wine and he was the bottle. I finished my pitch and sat back in my chair, waiting for him to speak. Well, it sounds like it could be a good opportunity for the both of us, he said. I watched as he ran his fingers along his jaw. I believe it could be. I'd have to visit the project first. Maybe have a tour of the place, see more of what you do. I want to make sure it's a good fit. Of course, I said, nodding eagerly. Too eagerly. Did I really just possibly land our biggest donor yet? Maybe I was a better people person than I thought. My boss did assign this meeting to me, and here I thought it was because most everyone was going out of town for the 4th. Maybe he saw something in me that I didn't. But the tour has to be with you, said Daniel firmly. Me? I asked with surprise. I felt like I was flailing in midair. I'm sure my boss would be better suited to... I stammered. Daniel shook his head. I'm not interested in what your boss has to say. I'm interested in what you have to say. The tour has to be with you. I sucked in a deep breath, trying to calm the hammering of my heart. This was unexpected. I didn't really think I would see him again after today. Hell, I didn't think he was going to give me a dime. Yet here we were. Okay, I said after a pause. I'll give you the tour. He did get what he wanted, and for some reason, he wanted me. I laughed to myself. That was ridiculous. This wealthy, handsome businessman didn't want me. Is something funny? He asked, cocking a brow as a small smile spread across his lips. Shit. Did I laugh out loud? Oh, no, nothing, I said, waving him off, feeling my cheeks burn. All right, well then it's settled. I'll have Margaret set up a time that aligns with both our schedules. Okay, thank you, I said, reluctantly pulling myself to my feet. I almost wished he had more questions, or that he wasn't so willing to work with me, so I could push further. It would mean more time with him. I wanted more time, needed more time. What was going on with me? He stood and walked around his desk toward me. He held out his hand, and I wondered if the initial spark I felt the first time I shook his hand would run shockwaves through me again. I shook his hand firmly, noting how large his was and how it enveloped mine like a warm blanket. There was that electricity again. I pulled my hand away and headed toward the door, feeling his presence behind me like my own shadow. He pushed it open and allowed me to slide past. "I look forward to seeing you soon," he said after me. I was able to muster an, but I didn't dare look back. I stopped and saw Margaret at the front desk. "Hello. Daniel, Mr. Jacobs, said to set up a follow-up meeting. He wants to visit our offices." She scanned her computer screen, and I willed it to have an opening soon. I noticed her eyes were a brilliant shade of green that played off of her jet black bob. I couldn't help but feel self-conscious and weirdly jealous. There's no way she hadn't slept with him. "It looks like he's free tomorrow morning. Does 10 a.m. work?" she asked, looking at me expectantly. Yes, that should work." That was soon, sooner than I expected. My nerves had hardly settled from just a minute ago, and now they were playing ping-pong through my whole body, knowing I would be seeing him again in less than 24 hours. "Perfect. I'll put that in the calendar. Can I have the address, please?" She slid me a pen and a piece of paper, and I jotted down the address for the Leading to Learn office building. I thanked her and headed to the elevator. As the elevator began its long descent down to the lobby, I felt as if a piece of me was still on the top floor. I was being crazy. I was not this type of girl. I said it myself, and now I was eating my words. As I walked out of the lobby, I breathed in the fresh air and felt the sunshine on my face. I tried to ground myself, but before I headed toward the subway, I looked up at the building I had just exited. I could see a peep of foliage hanging over the top terrace and smiled to myself as I walked down to Fifth. There was something about Daniel that was so captivating, it made me forget who I was. I was not usually attracted to men like him. I knew the type. Rich and only cared about themselves. I tried pitching to enough of them to know. They didn't care about a nonprofit or helping children, let alone anyone. I could hardly get anything out of them. They were cold and calculated unless they wanted something from you, and usually that was getting you into bed with them. Here I was, thinking about what it would be like to be in bed with him. Despite this ridiculous fantasy, he seemed interested. Sure, it was probably for the tax write-off, or the accolades, or the Forbes article that would surely be printed. Either way, my boss would be happy. Before descending down the stairs to the subway and the land of no service, I typed out a quick email to my boss. I let him know the meeting went better than expected and that Mr. Jacobs would be visiting the offices tomorrow morning, but had requested the tour be with me. I hit send before tucking my phone in my purse and making my way downstairs to the platform. My train arrived 5 minutes later. I found a seat and leaned my head against the window as it jostled to life and made its way back to Brooklyn. A place that seemed far from Daniel Jacobs in more ways than one. As I trudged up the stairs to my apartment, I noticed Elma's door was open. I could sense her waiting to pounce like her cat. I snuck past silently, wanting to avoid any questions about my meeting with Daniel. I made it successfully up to my apartment. As I searched for my keys, my phone rang in my purse. I slid it out. It was my boss. "Hey, Brian, did you get my email?" I answered, holding the phone between my cheek and shoulder. "Yeah, I did. What's with this tour tomorrow?" "Oh, Mr. Jacob just wants to see more of what we are about before he makes a decision, but I'm confident he will be our newest donor." "That's all well and good, but what's this thing about the tour being with you?" he asked skeptically. "I don't know. He was adamant about it." Brian paused on the other line. "All right, don't screw this up, Hartley." I rolled my eyes. I'd gotten us this far. "I won't. See you tomorrow." Hanging up, I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and kicked off my shoes, looking around my small abode. Daniel's office was 5 times the size of this. We were definitely worlds apart. I unzipped the back of my hellish skirt and slid it off, tossing it on the floor by my bed. I didn't plan on wearing that again anytime soon. When Daniel came to the office tomorrow, he would see we don't really do office attire there. It was more like a smart casual dress code. One that didn't require tweed skirts with no give. Thank God. I walked to the kitchen in just my button-down and underwear and pulled a bottle of Cabernet from the wine rack. While I normally didn't drink during the week, tonight I could use a glass or two. I took my wine opener and unscrewed the cork, the familiar sound soft popping from the opening. I took a swig from the bottle before grabbing a glass from the cabinet. After I poured a somewhat generous serving, I moved to sit on the couch, grabbing my laptop on the way. I plopped down and took another sip of wine before opening my laptop. I had some Googling to do. I typed Daniel Jacobs into my search bar, and his face popped up immediately. It was such a common name, but he took precedence in the search results. His pictures didn't do him justice. They were good, but he was better in the flesh. I scrolled through, seeing nothing new that I hadn't read in the file Brian had given me. I switched over to the news tab and intermixed with articles on his latest business deals were tabloid articles. This was what I was looking for. The headlines read, 3 girls in one night? Daniel Jacobs at it again. Will New York's biggest playboy ever settle down? Caught with a new leading lady. I read through the tabloids and studied the paparazzi photos glaring at me from the screen. All the women he was with were stunning, and never the same ones in the photos. My stomach growled as it craved Ling's dynasty. I wondered if these women were ever as hungry as I was. If they were, they sure didn't show it. I noticed their slender arms and long legs on display in skin-tight dresses that hugged their small midsections. I saw his fingers interlaced with theirs, his hand on the smalls of their backs, his lips on their ears exchanging intimate secrets. I felt that familiar pang of jealousy I had earlier while scheduling my meeting with his assistant Margaret. I closed my laptop and slid it across the couch with a sigh. I took another swig of wine before calling in a takeout order for Chinese food. Then I laughed to myself as I sprawled out on the couch. Daniel Jacobs would never be interested in me. It seemed to calm my nerves slightly for tomorrow's meeting.
Chapter 4. Daniel. There was a knock at my office door, and I prayed it wasn't a meeting I overlooked, or Margaret with another question. She was new, so it was to be expected. While she was mostly smart, I didn't really hire her for her professional skills. I glanced at my watch and let out a frustrated sigh before acknowledging whoever was at my door. "Yes, come in," I said, leaning back in my chair and preparing to give another mini tutorial of my digital calendar. The door swung open and my brother strolled inside like he owned the place. Which he did. Well, half anyway. "Hey, bro," he greeted with a smirk. I rolled my eyes and watched as he leaned against the wall and crossed his arms, looking at me like he had something up his sleeve. It was never good. "What is it, Brody?" I asked. "Hey, can't I just come and see my big bro?" he asked, putting his hands up innocently. Doubtful, I thought to myself. "I'm just about to head out." "Gotta rush home and get ready for tonight, right?" I wanted to wipe that smirk off his face. I loved my brother, but he was the definition of the annoying younger sibling, and it had only gotten worse with age. "Yes, Brody, I know the auction is tonight." "And?" "And what?" I snapped, standing up from my chair and grabbing my jacket. I slid it on and grabbed my briefcase, avoiding my brother's amused expression. "Don't tell me you forgot about the bet. You lost, Daniel." "I didn't forget." "Okay, good, because I invited my friends and we are looking for some entertainment tonight." "It's a charity event, Brody, not a frat party." "I know that. It's just a few buddies from college." I pinched the bridge of my nose and tried to be patient. My brother was my COO, and while I would think he would be able to differentiate work from his social life, it wasn't always the case. It was probably because he didn't always have to be on his best behavior, like I did, even though that was seldom the case. I was just better at being private about it, except for those damn paparazzi. All eyes were on me all the time. "Fine," I said, walking toward the door. "Don't be such a sore loser, bro." Brody patted me on the back as he followed me out into the hallway. "I'll see you tonight," I said, shrugging him off and walking toward the elevator. I was in no mood to pay my dues tonight, but he was right. I had lost the bet we made a few weeks ago. It was stupid, really, but that was what happened when you'd had a few double whiskeys on the rocks. I couldn't remember whose idea it was, but the bet was to see who could get this particular girl in bed first. She was a smoking hot redhead who was doing bottle service at a club in New York. We were there on business. Pleasure, too. Brody took her back to his hotel room, but I called bullshit because I was pretty sure he paid her to leave her post early. It must have been a generous sum of money because she most likely lost her job. We should have come up with better terms, but I didn't think prostitution was on the table. Either way, I lost, and now I was to be auctioned off at tonight's charity function. It was one of our biggest fundraisers of the year. Turned out the rich, older women of New York threw down lots of money to have a day or night with eligible CEOs. While I wasn't really in the mood to stand up on stage in a penguin suit waiting to see what unfortunate fate I ended up with, I knew it would look good in the press. I needed that right now. Again, those damn paparazzi. My latest scandal was splashed all over the papers and gossip pages on Instagram. I shouldn't be that surprised. I had been caught leaving the club with 3 busty blondes, and they were photographed leaving my hotel the next morning. All their eyes rimmed with mascara, like little platinum blonde raccoons squinting their eyes in the harsh reality of the morning. As I rode the elevator down to the lobby, I smiled to myself thinking about that night. I had been with several women before, but 3 at the same time was a first. I couldn't keep their names straight, but there wasn't much talking anyway. I was just happy that the hotel room had a California king bed. Despite the backlash in the press, I still thought it was worth it. But now there was damage control to do. The money we raised tonight would be a perfect band-aid until some other scandal arose. Hopefully it wouldn't be mine. The elevator doors opened to the lobby, cast in an orange glow as the sun was setting. I nodded to the front desk as I passed. The security guard opened the door and I stepped out onto the sidewalk where my driver waited. He opened the car door and I slid into the back seat. A glass of whiskey with a large steel ice cube sat in the cup holder. He knew me so well. "Thank you, Armand," I said, taking a sip as he slid into the driver's seat. "Of course, Mr. Daniels. Home?" "Yes, please." The car slowly pulled away from the curb and began the 5-minute drive to my condo, which sat high above the city. My phone pinged in my jacket pocket. I slid it out and saw it was a calendar notification Margaret forwarded me. I was surprised she even knew how to do that. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. meeting at the Leading to Learn offices. That was fast. I wasn't expecting to see Addison so soon, but I wasn't complaining. I wanted to know more about her, the ins and outs. I was excited just thinking about it. The effect she had on me was new. It was intoxicating. I took a sip of whiskey and leaned my head back, closing my eyes and trying to remember the lines of her, curving in all the right places. Soon, the car pulled into the parking garage, the carriage overcome with darkness as we descended to my private level. Armand parked by the elevators and came around to open the door for me. "Thank you, Armand. Be back here at 7. In the meantime, go grab some dinner." I handed him a $100 bill. He nodded gratefully as I strode past him. I rode up to the top floor, the elevator doors sliding open to reveal my condo. The city lights fought to compete with the sunset that was now turning to a purpley dusk. I had an hour before I had to head to the auction. It was being held at the Met. Traffic would be a bitch, and I didn't want to be late. I walked down the dim hallway to my master bedroom and found my tux lying on the bed, freshly pressed. My housekeeper must have dropped it off earlier. I'd rather put on a pair of sweats than this thing, but duty called. I quickly took a shower and dressed. After I made sure my bow tie was straight, I ran some gel through my damp hair and sprayed a generous amount of cologne. I decided to make myself another drink to calm my nerves. Whiskey. Neat. The usual. Before I knew it, it was time to leave. I rode the elevator down, and as the doors opened, I caught Armand tossing a bag of McDonald's in the trash. It wouldn't have been my first choice if I had 100 to spend, but I knew he had mouths to feed at home. I pretended like I didn't see and waited for him to open the car door. Like I expected, traffic was awful, but we still managed to get to the Met in time. The red carpet was already alive with some of New York's wealthiest businessmen and women. I never wanted to be the first one on that thing, so I was glad we were arriving when we did. As the car pulled up and Armand rounded the back to open the door, I saw the paparazzi whip their heads around. I took a deep breath and plastered a smile on my face as the car door opened. I gave a wave and made my way up the steps toward the red carpet. The camera flashes were blinding, but I was used to it. Almost. I posed for a few photos on the red carpet before excusing myself and making my way inside. Cocktail tables with crisp, white linen were sprinkled around the vast room. Chilled champagne was being passed around on silver trays. A jazz band played upbeat music on the stage I'd be standing on in a short while. I made small talk with a few guests before heading to the banquet table to load a plate with hors d'oeuvres. My stomach felt unsettled. Maybe it was the whiskey on an empty stomach. I was starting to think Armand had the right idea with a Big Mac. As I made a meal out of the caviar and bruschetta, I spotted my ex-girlfriend, Kira. Her long blonde hair was pulled into a tight updo that sat atop her head, revealing the smooth skin of her back that was exposed in a plunging, backless, emerald green dress. She looked good. Part of me wanted to go to her. We always had fun, but I knew better. I turned my head to avoid her searching gaze as she looked in my direction. I should have known she'd be here. She was usually at these events, especially if I was hosting. Hell, I probably invited her. I couldn't remember the guest list. It wasn't like we ended on bad terms or anything. We're friendly. I knew she wanted more, but I wasn't looking to get married any more than she was looking for anything other than my money. Kira had already been married and divorced. Twice. To two successful businessmen on the East Coast. Not as successful as me, of course, but successful enough to earn her a decent sum of money. One that most people wouldn't see in a lifetime. Still, it didn't seem to be enough for her. She wanted the next big fish, and that would be me. I heard the auctioneer come on the microphone, announcing the auction was about to begin. I saw my brother and his friends snickering in the corner as they waited for me to take the stage. I was sure I'd be safe for last, enough time to have more caviar and another drink. At the bar, I heard eligible bachelors going for thousands of dollars, even tens of thousands of dollars. It was ridiculous, but at least we were raising money. The inner city youth clubs would be happy, even if the money was earned in this humiliating way. This wasn't exactly a kid-friendly type of fundraiser. It was practically escorting. I heard the auctioneer over the speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, but mostly you ladies, we have our final bachelor of the night. I've saved the best for last. Daniel Jacobs, make your way to the stage. I put on a grin that I hoped was convincing and walked up the steps. I saw hands flying up in the air and obscene amounts of money being shouted out quickly. I could hardly keep up with what was going on. After a few minutes, the auctioneer slammed his gavel down and shouted, "Sold!" I squinted out at the crowd to see who my buyer was, and that was when I saw Kira making her way to the stage to claim her prize.
Chapter 5. Addison. I woke up and saw it was still dark out and wondered what time it was. I was in that weird state where I was curious to know what time it actually was, but scared it would say it was about to be morning. I wondered if I even slept at all with all the tossing and turning last night. Maybe it was because of the combination of Chinese food and wine. It usually made for some strange dreams. However, this time, I was pretty sure Daniel was in them. I rolled over and reached for my phone to check the time. As I picked it up, the glare of the screen was blinding. It was just as I feared, 5 a.m. Now that I knew it was morning and I had to be up in an hour anyway, there was no way I'd be able to go back to sleep, if that was what I was doing anyway. Sighing, I rolled onto my back and stared at my ceiling. Maybe I couldn't sleep because I was going to see Daniel again in a few hours. The thought of our meeting sent my heart into high gear. I inhaled a deep breath. "Chill out, Heart," I whispered to myself. Heart was what my family and closest friends called me, an easy nickname given my last name was Hartley. I pushed the covers off me and swung my legs so my feet met the cool hardwood floor. The sun's rays began to peek out over the buildings in dull orange and pink colors behind the clouds. I padded to the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee, the smell of freshly ground beans rising up to greet and wake me up. I picked them up yesterday from my favorite coffee shop. The coffee began to brew, and I looked through the calendar on my phone. There wasn't much going on today besides the meeting with Daniel, which was somehow synced in my phone with his. It felt oddly intimate to have our calendars so friendly. I poured myself a cup of coffee and curled up on the couch. I switched on the lamp next to me. Its warm glow covered me and the corner of the couch. I reached for my book on the coffee table. It was a romance novel I'd practically devoured. I had to get love where I could, and for a while now, it had been in the pages of books. For the next hour, I got lost in my book, turning the pages quickly to see what happened next. I was just about to get to the end when there was a knock at my door. I jumped slightly. Who would be here this early in the morning? I folded the ear of my page before closing my book and tossed it on the couch. "Who is it?" I called out. "It's me," my friend Monica called through the door. Shit. I forgot we said we would go on an early morning run. It was my idea, my stupid idea. "Coming," I said as I walked to the door. I opened it and found her in leggings and a workout top. Her strawberry blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She gave me a once-over in my striped pajamas and furrowed her brow. "You forgot, didn't you?" "I did," I said, pushing the door open and letting her into my apartment. She helped herself to a cup of coffee, making herself right at home, as usual. "I think I was a little tipsy when I came up with the idea," I admitted. I had been all gung-ho about starting a workout routine and eating healthy on our last girls' night out. Over wine and bruschetta, it oddly seemed like a good idea to get into fitness. "Do you want a croissant?" I offered, reaching for the box of pastries I had picked up yesterday with the coffee beans. Running or a croissant?" she said, scrunching up her face as if deep in thought. She held out her hand. I laughed as I put an almond croissant on a plate and handed it to her. She took a bite and closed her eyes in appreciation for the flaky sweetness that I was about to bite into myself. We took our pastries to the couch and sat down. "We could take up running another day," I offered. She shot me a look like she didn't believe me. Then her eyes fell to the book next to her on the couch. "Reading my competition, huh?" she asked, picking it up and inspecting the cover. Monica was a romance writer, a good one. She was popular in the indie scene, but hadn't made it big just yet. She was always looking for her next story, but it was too bad I couldn't lend her any inspiration. "What do you think of it so far?" she asked, turning the book over in her hands. "I'm practically finished. It's really good. You know I love the enemies to lovers trope." She nodded. "But it wasn't as good as yours," I added quickly. "Oh, stop," she said, waving me off. "It was good. I read it last month. I've been trying to find inspiration anywhere and everywhere. I'm in a writer's rut." "Well, I wish I could help you out with that," I sighed. "I wish I could help myself out," she laughed. She took a sip of coffee and turned to me as if remembering something. "Hey, how did your meeting go yesterday?" "Good," I said, hoping the high pitch of my voice didn't give me away. She raised an eyebrow at me. She knew me too well. "What's up with you?" she asked. Nothing. My voice was even more shrill. Spill. I sucked in a breath before letting it go through my lips. I had a meeting with this bigwig. His name was Daniel Jacobs and... Wait, the Daniel Jacobs? Why did everyone keep saying that? Yeah? The, hottest man in New York? See, how does everyone know this but me? I fell back into the couch and crossed my arms as if I hadn't been invited to some imaginary party. He is on every gossip site. You know I don't care about that kind of stuff. Well, neither do I, but it makes for some good book inspo sometimes. Hey, maybe I could write about him. What's he like? He's a businessman? I answered nonchalantly as I avoided her gaze. Oh my God. You have a thing for him, said Monica excitedly. I do not. I could feel the smile creeping over my lips, giving my lie away. I couldn't have a thing for him. I barely knew him. Although he did keep me up all night. Well, the thought of him did. Monica clapped her hands excitedly like a baby seal, and I couldn't help but laugh at how ridiculous she was. This is so exciting, she squealed. Nothing happened, Monica, I defend. Yet. I rolled my eyes before giving her a little morsel that I knew would indulge her. I do have another meeting with him this morning. He wanted to tour Leading to Learn, and he kind of insisted that I be his guide. Oh my God, she squealed. He's into you. No, he's not, I laughed. She stood up quickly and grabbed my hand, pulling me from the couch. To the closet, we have to get you ready. I struggled to keep up with my manic best friend as she pulled me into my tiny closet that I was surprised we both fit in. She began pulling hangers and clothes frantically from the rack, tossing most of them on the ground. She finally landed on a camel-colored leather skirt and a sleeveless blouse paired with ballet flats. This is it, she said, shoving the clothes at me. I stumbled backward out of the closet. Put it on, she demanded. I knew there was no use in arguing. When Monica had her mind on something, there was really no getting out of it. I shimmied out of my pajamas and pulled the blouse over my head and slid the skirt on. This was more of a girls' night out outfit than a work outfit, but after I glanced in the mirror, I had to admit I looked pretty good. I spun to appease her. That's it right there, she said with an approving nod. I took another look in the mirror and was brought back to reality. After looking through the paparazzi photos of Daniel and his many conquests, my confidence took a dive. Even in this outfit, he would never be interested in me. The doubt must have been transparent on my face because Monica took a step toward me. What's wrong? She asked. This was just stupid. I hardly know the guy, and even if I did like him or think he was handsome, he would never go for me. Why not? Because I'm not stick-thin and I don't walk on a runway. Who wants a girl who only eats romaine lettuce anyway? Monica rolled her eyes. I laughed softly. We're not in the same tax bracket. Hell, we're not even on the same planet. Monica put her hands on my shoulders and turned me toward her for one of her famous pep talks. You are beautiful, you are smart, you are worthy, she said, her eyes narrowing. I smiled and shook my head. Say it, she demanded. Seriously? Say it. I am beautiful, I am smart, I am worthy, I mumbled, feeling like a total idiot. That's more like it, she said, releasing me. I should probably finish getting ready. I don't want to be late and I have to prepare my office. Yeah, you do. You're going to get busy on your desk, quipped Monica, doing a little booty shake. I reached down and picked up a pair of jeans, throwing them at her. She laughed as she walked towards the door. I want a full report later, she sing-songed, opening the door and stepping out into the hallway. There won't be anything to report, I called after her in the same voice. I finished my cup of coffee and walked to the bathroom. I brushed my teeth. Twice. and moisturized my face before adding some light makeup, concealer, mascara, and a swipe of gloss. I didn't want it to look like I was trying too hard. I ran a brush through my hair and pulled it into a low bun. I gave myself a little nod as if it were a stamp of approval and headed for the door. I made the 8 a.m. train and began my ride into the city, my nerves growing as each stop passed. I repeated Monica's little pep talk over and over in my head. I could do this. It was just a meeting. I'd done it before. I'd do it again. I just needed to land him as a donor, and then I didn't have to see him again. When I arrived at the office 20 minutes later, Brian found me quickly to ensure I was prepared. I could tell he was a little irked that he was not running the tour, but it wasn't in my hands. After a quick brief, he left my office. I started doing a fast tidy-up, making sure everything looked organized and professional. Before I knew it, it was 9:45. He would be here in 15 minutes. I sat at my desk and tried to calm my beating heart that felt like it was about to escape my throat. Taking a sip of water, I drummed my fingers nervously on the surface of my desk. I glanced around and laughed to myself. Look how different our offices were. We had absolutely nothing in common. In a way, it helped ease my nerves. If I had no chance, then what was there to be so scared of? Soon, there was a knock at my door. Yes? I asked, my voice jumping an octave. The girl from the front desk poked her head in. Your 10 o'clock is here. I nodded and she pushed the door open to reveal Daniel standing there. There was no mistaking who he was today. He was in a freshly pressed navy suit and a white button-down. His hair was pushed effortlessly to the side, and there was an unreadable expression across his full lips. My breath hitched and my knees felt weak, but I pushed myself to stand as he entered my office. I took a step toward him and held out my hand, but then faltered when I saw he was not alone.
Chapter 6. Daniel. I saw Addison hesitate as she noticed Kira enter the room behind me. It was only for a moment before she put on a smile, one that I knew was not genuine, and held out her hand again for me to shake. I took it and firmly shook it, reluctant to let go as that same electricity flowed through my fingertips and the rest of my body. There was no way she didn't feel it too, that she didn't feel it yesterday. Was that why there was a look of disappointment to see I had brought another woman with me today? It wasn't by choice. I was following the auction rules, which stated I had to spend an entire day with the woman who bid the most on me. Of course, that woman was Kira. I was still trying to get back in the public's good graces, so I had to play along. Kira was a stubborn one. I was not her boyfriend anymore, but that didn't mean she wouldn't stop at any means to nudge her way into my life, even if it did cost her $200,000. It was an exorbitant amount of money, but I had no interest in entertaining her today, no matter how much she spent. The auction rules didn't state what we had to do, so she was at work with me for the day. It almost felt like a bring your child to work kind of day, and my child was a stuck-up brat who ironically enough had called me Daddy in the bedroom. "Mr. Jacobs, please come in. Excuse my small office. I have to find another chair for your, guest." Addison quickly slid past Kira and me and out into the hallway, leaving Kira and me alone. "What is this place, Daniel? I thought we were going to do something fun," griped Kira, shooting me a look. "It's a work day," I shrugged. "Not all of us can live off divorce money and shop at Barney's all day." Kira rolled her eyes and leaned against the doorframe. She looked ridiculous in a champagne slip dress and strappy heels. Where did she think I was taking her on a Tuesday morning? Then a thought came to me. She probably looked like this for the paparazzi who had been staking out my place since after last night's auction. They'd already taken several photos of us since, leaving my place to getting coffee to coming here. While I didn't want the public thinking Kira and I were an item again, at least visiting a nonprofit would look good for me. I ignored Kira and took a look around Addison's office, trying to find little things that would tell me more about her. I didn't have time, though, because I heard a grunt outside the door and glanced up to see Addison carrying a heavy armchair. She set it down with a loud clunk, and I couldn't help but notice the little bit of cleavage that peeked through her blouse. I wondered if they were real. If so, she was blessed. I got my mind out of the gutter and walked toward her as she caught her breath. "Here, let me," I offered. I grabbed the chair and lifted it with ease through the doorway of her office, setting it down across from her desk. "Thank you," she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Please, sit down." I sat down and watched as she walked to her seat, ignoring Kira, who huffed beside me. Addison wore a camel skirt. It was shorter than the one she wore yesterday, revealing her creamy thighs. I imagined my hands sliding up them, feeling their smoothness. But then she slid behind her desk and my train of thought was broken. Addison looked from me to Kira, and I realized I hadn't introduced the two of them. "Addison, this is Kira. Kira, this is Addison." I decided to keep it simple because explaining that Kira was my ex was not something I wanted to get into, and explaining the ridiculous notion of auctioning myself off was embarrassing. Kira gave Addison a curt smile, which Addison took with grace. "Very nice to meet you," she said. "I'm hoping you can tell me a little more about Leading to Learn and what you do here," I said, leaning forward and placing my hands on the desk. I caught a whiff of her vanilla perfume again. Sweet, but also with a note of spice I hadn't noticed yesterday. "Of course. Well, as you know, we are a nonprofit. We were formed around 5 years ago after our founder traveled abroad on his honeymoon. While traveling, he had come across several regions that were underdeveloped, leading to a lack of education for the children who resided there. He wanted to give back, and that's how we came about." "Who would want a honeymoon in poor countries?" asked Kira. "Sounds like a nightmare." Addison looked at Kira, and I saw a small amount of disdain cross her face before she answered sweetly. "Our founder is fond of giving back. They planned their honeymoon so there was a mix of pleasure and charity work." "That poor wife." "Actually, it was her idea," said Addison. Kira let out a small laugh through her nose and inspected her nails. "I like that idea," I said to Addison, hoping she didn't think I shared the same lack of values as Kira. I was no saint, but I also was not a total asshole. Addison gave me a smile and continued to tell me more about the nonprofit, and I did my best to concentrate. The way her mouth moved was distracting. Her lips were almost too pouty to fully close, and they were lacquered with a shiny gloss I wish I could taste. Plus, there was that small mole above her lip that was as sexy as hell. I wondered if she knew it. "Would you like the tour now?" asked Addison. I met her gaze and wondered if she knew my eyes had been wandering, and my thoughts had wandered even further. "A tour?" huffed Kira. "That would be great," I replied. I wished Kira would just stay in the office so I could have time alone with Addison. That was why I had set up this whole meeting in the first place. I heard the click-clack of Kira's heels behind me as I followed Addison around the building. I watched as her hips swished back and forth in the leather skirt that hugged her like it loved the hell out of her. I met a few people around the office and saw others' curious expressions as we passed by. I didn't blame them. Here was a billionaire CEO who probably looked like a drooling dog following their coworker, and behind him was a heavily Botoxed woman dressed as if she was going to a cocktail party. We ended the tour back in Addison's office, where she looked at me hopefully. I realized all I wanted to do was please her, in more ways than one. "Well, what do you think?" she asked. "I like it here. I think this could be a very good fit for me," I said, a smile spreading across my lips. I hoped she caught my subtle innuendo. I saw Addison's cheeks turn a rosy pink. She did. That's great," she stammered, shuffling some papers on her desk. I had her flustered. I'll meet with my financial advisor and drop some papers sometime this week, I commented. Sure, okay. Thank you so much. This is really going to benefit so many kids. Kira made a sound that was full of disgust. Addison and I looked at her as if we had forgotten she was here. Oh, I just don't like kids, defended Kira with a shrug. Well, we should be going, I said, standing from my chair and eager to get out of there before Kira embarrassed me further. Addison stood and followed us to the door. It was a pleasure meeting you, she said. The pleasure was mine. I held her gaze for a moment too long, because Kira cleared her throat loudly, breaking whatever spell we were under. I followed Kira down the hallway, the sound of click-clacking echoing as we went. I turned to get another glance of Addison, but she was already closing her office door. An unfamiliar feeling of disappointment washed over me. I didn't like it. Outside the office, Kira had wiped off her sour expression and was all smiles at the familiar sounds of cameras flashing around us. I nodded solemnly at the paparazzi and made a beeline for my car, where Armand waited. He quickly opened the door and I slid inside. A few seconds later, Kira joined me. Could we do something fun now? She whined, crossing her arms like a pouting child. Like what? Shopping, and then lunch at the Ritz sounds nice, she offered. We spent the next couple of hours shopping at Bloomingdale's. Kira dragged me to the fitting rooms with her as she tried on gowns, shoes, and jewelry. We were offered a bottle of champagne, which made Kira giddy, even though I knew it was just a tactic to get you to buy more when you were all boozed up. I think you'll like this next one, called out Kira from the fitting room. I took another miserable sip of champagne as I waited for her to come out. She pushed the curtains open and strutted out in a red lacy set of lingerie. She looked good. Too good. Her breasts were lifted high, and I could make out the soft color of her nipples through the lace. Her matching stockings were connected to the tiniest lace fabric, leaving very little to the imagination. I felt myself getting aroused. I had to hand it to her. She knew how to work a man. She did a turn and stumbled slightly, tipsy from the champagne. She plopped down in my lap. Let's skip dinner and go to your place, she whispered in my ear. A part of me wanted to take her right here in the dressing room. It wasn't like I hadn't done it before. But another part of me couldn't get my mind off Addison. I wondered what she would feel like on my lap, my hands against her skin, feeling the lace of lingerie hugging her in all the right places. Kira noticed my hesitation and pounced. Or you could follow me in that dressing room and I would give you the best blowjob of your life, she whispered before her teeth surrounded my earlobe and pulled lightly. I swallowed hard before placing my hands on her hips and guiding her off me. We should probably get some food in you and get you home, I said, trying to hide the reluctance in my voice. It was rare I turned down sex. I was honestly questioning who I was in this moment, but my thoughts were somewhere else, with someone else. Kira stumbled backward and looked at me with a scrutinizing look before going back into the fitting room, but not before she called me an asshole.
Chapter 7. Addison. I heard a knock at my door that broke me from whatever daze I'd been in for the past few hours since Daniel left my office with that awful woman. The whole meeting had put me in a bad mood, which was ridiculous because I practically landed him as our newest donor, our biggest one yet. Still, I couldn't help but feel slighted by the morning. Here I was thinking it was going to be something more, when in fact it couldn't have been more opposite. I felt foolish for being swept up in whatever fantasy I had thought up. I blamed Monica for putting her silly romance plot inside my head. Another knock sounded at my door. "Come in," I said, pretending to busy myself with something on my laptop. Brian poked his head in before the rest of him followed. "How did it go?" he asked, taking his seat across from me. I mustered up the proudest smile I could. "Daniel Jacobs is Leading to Learn's newest donor." Brian slapped his hand on the desk loudly before leaning back in his chair and looking at me in awe. "Holy shit, Addison," he said. "I know." I shook my head because I still couldn't believe it. "You did it." I didn't like the sort of disbelief in his tone of voice, but I ignored it because I was somewhat in disbelief myself. "I guess so," I shrugged. "You should celebrate. Go home early." I didn't feel like there was really anything to celebrate, but it would be better to be miserable in the comfort of my loft than here in my office. "Really?" I asked. "Really." Brian stood and headed out the door. "Good job today," he said before slipping out. I gathered my things and stood to leave, my leather skirt loudly peeling from the surface of my chair. I looked down and thought how ridiculous this outfit choice was. I let out a sigh and shut my laptop before heading out the door. As I walked toward the subway station, my phone pinged in my purse. It was Monica. "How was it?" I wasn't in the mood to talk about it, so I slipped my phone back in my purse before descending the stairs to the platform below. The train to Brooklyn blurred past me. I missed it. I frustratedly plopped down in a row of metal chairs, the chill of the metal biting into my bare skin. This skirt was way too short. I wondered for a millisecond if that was why I landed this deal, but quickly shook it off. Daniel Jacobs was a businessman, a majorly successful CEO. He didn't make deals based on how short a woman's skirt was. Plus, even if he did, I wasn't his type. That was made crystal clear when I saw Kira. Even her name screamed classes above mine. The only thing that made me feel better was knowing I was a good person. As much as I kept it together during our meeting, I could feel a fire of slight rage growing inside me, brought on by Kira's privileged attitude. I couldn't believe the way she rolled her eyes or looked down on people who wanted to make a difference in the lives of those less fortunate than them. I wondered how Daniel could stand to be around someone like that, but maybe that was just how rich people were. Really, I was better off not knowing him or being involved with him in whatever fantasy I'd conjured in my head. Still, I couldn't help but think about the moments our hands touched, creating their own kind of fire in the pit of my stomach. There were times today I could have sworn his eyes lingered a little too long in places they probably shouldn't have. I didn't feel upset about it. If it was desire from him, it only made me want him more. It was over now, though. The next train to Brooklyn rumbled down the tracks, causing the platform to shake slightly. I stood up and walked toward it, the breeze from the fast train blowing against my face. I looked around at my fellow commuters. This was just another reminder of how different mine and Daniel Jacobs' worlds were. When I arrived home to my apartment, I turned my phone off. I decided to take a true afternoon off. From work, from the world, from Monica's questioning. I'd disappoint her tomorrow with the news that I wouldn't be the inspiration for her next romance novel. I drew a hot bubble bath and peeled the leather skirt off my body, tossing it on the floor next to the gray one from yesterday. Two things I wouldn't be wearing again for a long time. I stepped into the tub and inhaled a deep breath as the hot water surrounded me like a cozy sweater. I read the rest of my book, and while the ending gave me the happily ever after I desired, I couldn't help but feel sorry for myself. Finished, I tossed it aside, watching it skid across the tile floor until it came to a stop against the wall with a dull thunk. I sucked in a breath before I submerged my head underwater, thoroughly washing the day away. The rest of the evening I spent on my couch, watching horror movies and eating leftover Chinese food from the night before. I bit down on a soggy egg roll as I watched the killer slowly stalk towards his next victim, a helpless prom queen getting ready for the big dance. Probably not the best thing to watch when I lived alone, but I couldn't take another rom-com. Not today. The next morning, on my way to work, I stopped by the newsstands for today's paper. I saw the racks were plastered with Daniel's face and a headline that made my stomach sink.
Is NYC's infamous bachelor finally settling down?
I snatched it off the shelf quickly and slid a few bucks across the small counter to the attendant. I jogged down the stairs of the subway station and quickly hopped on the train to Manhattan. Luckily, I spotted a seat and quickly claimed it before opening up today's paper. I frantically turned the pages until I landed on the article I was looking for. There were Daniel and Kira walking into Bloomingdale's together. This must have been from yesterday because he was wearing that same well-fitted suit and his hair was perfectly in place. I stared at him for a moment before my eyes landed on her in that obnoxiously slinky dress that hugged her petite body perfectly. A ridiculous thing to wear to a work meeting, but she practically came alive on the pages of a newspaper. I wondered if it was an intentional wardrobe choice. I noticed in the picture that she was all smiles, not in a cheesy, toothy grin kind of way, but in a sly, close-lipped way that said that she was holding a secret. Daniel, on the other hand, looked perturbed. His lips pressed together lightly. He looked like he wanted to be anywhere else, but that could just be because of the paparazzi. I couldn't imagine being followed day and night by the flash and sounds of cameras. My eyes reluctantly left his face and landed on the title of the article. Daniel Jacobs and Kira Shipley are back on. The couple made their first public debut yesterday when they were spotted leaving Jacobs' penthouse apartment in the mid-morning hours. Shipley wore a champagne-colored floor-length gown, and Jacob wore a custom suit. The couple were sharply dressed as they stopped for coffee at a nearby cafe. They sat by the window and looked deep in conversation and were very touchy-feely. I swallowed hard as I read that last part and saw the photo that accompanied it. Kira's hands were on Daniel's arm as he took a sip of coffee. She looked completely enamored by him. And why wouldn't she be? He made drinking coffee look like it was a freaking ad for Gucci. I continued reading. As we know, the couple has been on and off since they met in college. She was there through his come-up and seems deserving of taking the role of leading lady in his life. While we weren't able to get a statement from Jacobs, we were able to get in touch with Kira's publicist to ask a few questions. You and Daniel seem to have a history that you can't seem to let go of. Could you tell us more about it? I met Daniel in college. I was a sophomore. He was a senior. I'm completely enamored by him and his drive. I mean, look where it has gotten him. We've lost each other a few times since then, but we always seem to find our way back to each other. And where do you two stand now? We're getting to know each other in this current stage of life. Timing is everything. This may just be our time. With your somewhat unlucky past with love, could marriage be in the cards? I think Daniel was always my person. As far as getting married again goes, I never say never. I closed the paper a little too abruptly, startling the older man sitting next to me. Sorry, I mumbled. I couldn't believe how worked up I was about this, about someone I hardly even knew. The train slowed to a stop. I realized it was already my stop. I had gotten so wrapped up in the article, I hadn't been paying attention. Tucking the paper under my arm, I slung my purse over my shoulder, exiting the train. As I emerged onto the sidewalk, my phone rang. It was Monica. I groaned. I had ignored her text from yesterday and then a call this morning after I turned my phone back on. Hello? I answered as brightly as I could. Hello? Where have you been? She asked with a tinge of annoyance. Sorry, I decided to unplug yesterday. Brian let me go home early. Oh no, are you feeling okay? Oh, I'm fine. I'm not sick. I actually think I got Mr. Jacobs to make a deal with us, so Brian let me leave early as a reward or something. Mr. Jacobs, said Monica slowly, as if she was processing it. Well, holy shit, Hart, that's amazing. I told you that leather skirt would work. Oh, come on. Couldn't you chalk it up to my outstanding people skills? I heard her laugh on the other line before falling silent again. But what's with this morning's papers? I thought he had a thing for you. No, he doesn't. You assumed he did because that's how a romance writer's brain works. Pfft, whatever. He actually brought Kira with him to the meeting, so I would say it's pretty serious. Wait, she was there? Asked Monica loudly. Yep. What the hell? I know. She was not the nicest person in the world either. Spill. I told Monica about the snarky way Kira greeted me, if you could even call it that, and about her attitude toward charity work and children. She sounds nice, said Monica sarcastically. I don't know what he sees in her, I agreed. Boobs. He sees boobs. I laughed out loud. Monica always made me feel better. I should have just talked to her yesterday before I fell into a stupid depression with egg rolls and slasher films. Well, I'm sorry, Hart. Clearly the guy lives up to his reputation, said Monica. It's okay. I'm actually getting to the office now. Back to reality. Sorry I couldn't be the material you needed for your bestseller. You're my best friend. That's all I need. I smiled as I said goodbye and walked through the door to my work. At least I had this as a distraction.
Chapter 8. Daniel. I slammed this morning's paper down on my desk, startling Margaret, who had just appeared in my doorway holding a cup of coffee. I saw it spill slightly on her cream skirt, but she ignored it before walking over to set it on my desk. Sorry, I muttered. I pulled the checker print handkerchief from my jacket pocket and offered it to her. She took it gratefully and dabbed at the coffee that seeped into the fabric of her skirt. It was a useless attempt, but at least I didn't look like a total asshole. She eyed me warily before speaking. Is everything okay, Mr. Jacobs? I sighed and leaned back in my chair, placing my hands behind my head and pressing my head against them. Not really, I replied. I watched as her eyes traveled to the paper on my desk and saw no surprise. She already read it, along with all of New York City. She forced a smile and handed me back my handkerchief. Thank you, she said softly. No problem. She lingered as if waiting for further instruction, or maybe she wanted to get more out of me, or maybe this was finally the moment she made her move. Either way, I wanted to be alone. Thanks for the coffee, I said dismissively, hoping she got the hint. She did. She nodded disappointedly and turned to walk out the door, but not before saying, I think it was a very romantic write-up, for what it's worth. I could see Margaret getting swept up in the words of the article and the carefully crafted half-truths Kira has spun. God. Had the rest of New York been swept up in this bullshit? I scoffed as the door closed behind her, reaching for the paper again. My eyes scanned over the article before I tossed it aside. There was no mention of the charity auction and how I was obligated to spend the day with Kira. I should have known Kira would talk to the press. Her image was all she really cared about, and this got her on the front page of the papers. I had hardly touched her all day, but the photographers knew how to work angles, and Kira knew how to work them as well. The article didn't even mention my visit to the Leading to Learn offices. If anything, I thought that would be in there since they followed us all damn day. But no, they had their own version of the story they want to spin, and me being painted out to be a good guy wasn't part of it. I let out a frustrated sigh. My phone pinged on my desk. I picked it up and saw a text from Kira. We look pretty cute in today's paper. I rolled my eyes and thought of a few choice words to send back, but opted not to. Right now, I didn't want to get on her bad side. She was pissed enough yesterday when I turned her down. Maybe that was why she ran to the press. Instead of texting her back, I texted my best friend, Freddie. Drinks at Bemelman's tonight? I saw 3 dots appear and bounced just for a moment. Freddie. Hell yes. Meet you after work. Now, if only I could get through the next 7 hours of work, then I could unwind with a glass of top-shelf whiskey and good company. Company I could trust. They were few and far between these days. I had known Freddie since childhood. We both grew up on the same tree-lined street in upstate New York. Our parents worked a lot, so we had to entertain ourselves. It wasn't hard. In our younger years, we played G.I. Joes in his treehouse or rode bikes until the streetlights came on. In our teenage years, we raided my dad's liquor cabinet and rode golf carts to the clubhouse to sneak into the pool. Now, we were in our early 30s, but I wasn't sure how much we'd grown up. It sometimes felt like we were using play money and running around town picking up women. He was the Upper West Side's renowned gynecologist, a field I never imagined him getting into. He said he loved it, though. I could kind of see why. Work seemed to drag on. There were meetings, emails, calls from the press that Margaret tried to dodge for me, but some still snuck their way through. I found myself growing frustrated that nothing I was doing at my company mattered. The only thing people wanted to focus on was who was in my bed. Maybe I did it to myself. I earned this reputation. There was a knock on my door. "Come in," I said. Brody strolled in with a shit-eating grin. "Made the papers again, huh?" he asked. "Shut up," I snapped. "When do I get to call her my sister-in-law?" "I mean it, Brody." He put his hands up in defense. I looked at him and seethed even more. This was all his fault. If we hadn't made that stupid bet at the club, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have been up for auction, and Kira wouldn't have been able to force her way into my life again, and then have it splashed all over the papers. "This was your fault," I groused. "How was it my fault?" he asked, plopping down in the armchair across from me, kicking his feet up on my desk. I rolled my eyes. "If it wasn't for your stupid bet, I wouldn't be in this situation." "It wasn't my fault the redhead wanted me," he shrugged. "Plus, I'm pretty sure the bet was your idea." "Could be. I couldn't remember." "You're lucky, you know," I commented. "How's that?" "The press doesn't go after you like they do me." He finally wiped the grin off his face and looked at me seriously. "You're CEO. I'm COO. I'm the less interesting younger brother. That's not really fun either." I never really thought about it like that. I may have all eyes on me, but I also got all the recognition. "It was the life we signed up for, big bro," he said, swinging his feet from my desk and standing up. I nodded solemnly. "You'll be old news tomorrow," he remarked, heading out the door. I better be. I checked the time and realized it was just after 5. Thank God. I arrived at Bemelman's at 5:15. I chose to walk, sneaking out the back door of the building to avoid the paparazzi. I had Armand trail me in case I needed a fast exit. Thankfully, I was left alone. I needed that time to clear my head. Sometimes the noise of the city helped. I pushed my way through the doors and walked into the dimly lit lounge. I didn't see Freddie yet, so I took a seat at the bar. The soft sounds of the piano trickled through the place, along with the hushed conversations of other patrons. The bartender spotted me and made her way over. Her honey blonde hair fell in loose curls at her shoulders, and she moved with confidence in her black and white cocktail dress. She had waited on me before. "Mr. Jacobs, it's nice to see you again," she said, leaning against the bar in a carefully crafted way that was not only casual, but also gave me a bird's-eye view down her low-cut dress, an immediate way to get 20% more of a tip. "Danielle, is it?" I asked, giving her a smile that lifted one side of my mouth. "That's right. Danielle, remember?" she said, pointing between the two of us. "Of course," I replied. I was surprised I remembered that. "What can I get you?" she asked, her blue eyes intent on mine. "Double whiskey. Neat." Long day? She asked, reaching for a bottle above her, so her breasts were at my eye level. I didn't even hide my stare. On her way back down, she noticed, but didn't mind. In fact, she smiled. She knew what she was doing. Very, I answered as she slid the drink toward me. Well, I feel privileged you chose to spend the last of it here at Bimmelman's. Hopefully, I can make it better. You already are, I said, before taking a sip of my drink, not breaking eye contact. Are you already harassing the staff? I heard Freddie ask as he took the seat beside me. Hi, Freddie, said Danielle, shaking her head. I guessed we came here often. Danielle, he nodded. The usual, please.
She gave him a lippy smirk before turning to make his old-fashioned.
What's up, man? He asked, patting me on the back. I saw the papers. Yeah, I grumbled. Tell me why you're not really back with her. I glared at him, incredulous. You're not serious. He shrugged. I never know with you and Kira. You guys have always been complicated. No, that hasn't been a thing in a while. Good, because honestly, Daniel, she is the worst. I know. I slid my hands down my face and felt the stubble against my palms. Danielle was back and slid over Freddie's drink. He lifted his glass to her and took a long sip before turning to me. It will blow over, he said. Don't worry. Yeah. But it wouldn't really. The only thing that would make that headline go away was another one with me and a different woman. I glanced at Danielle, wondering if she could be the one to make all this go away and to show everyone I wasn't really with Kira. That would be a big blow to her ego. I took a satisfying sip of my drink just thinking about it. Bringing the honey-haired bartender home with me would be easy, but I realized she was not who I wanted. Ever since I met Addison 2 days ago in the garden, she hadn't left my mind. She was not like anyone I'd ever met, and I hardly even knew her. I just had this feeling about her. I mean, most of the women I knew were rich or just trying to be rich. Addison was different. She actually cared about something other than herself, rather than chasing the dollar or someone else's dollar. She was too good for me, and because of that, she was a challenge. Maybe that was why I couldn't get her off my mind. Once I found a conquest, in business or with women, I had to win. I had to find a way to see her again. It shouldn't be too hard, since I'd be giving her nonprofit hundreds of thousands of dollars. She wouldn't be able to refuse a meeting with me, even though our last one went so poorly, thanks to Kira. I decided to check my phone calendar to see if another meeting had been scheduled, but I saw nothing. Disappointed, I signaled for Danielle to bring me another drink. Freddie looked at my empty glass. You really are pissed about this whole thing. I shrugged and took a look around the bar. The whiskey helped, but I needed a distraction, just for tonight. Most of the tables were filled with businessmen and women half their age. I noticed the door open and did a double take. Talk about wishful thinking. Addison stood at the hostess stand. She wore a strapless black dress that she tugged at as she looked around with uncertainty. Her hair was down and parted to the side, flowing just past her shoulder blades. The hostess gestured to the bar, and Addison walked to the opposite end of the bar from me. She sat on a bar stool, the hem of her black dress riding up as she crossed her legs. I noticed strappy heels that tied at her ankles. She looked sexy as hell. I thought to myself, game on.
Chapter 9. Addison. I sat stiffly in the wooden bar stool and looked around for a drink menu. I wondered if it was happy hour or if they even did that sort of thing at this type of place. When my coworker Shelley suggested coming to Bemmelman's for birthday drinks, I was surprised. It wasn't like we made an exorbitant salary to be able to shell out $40 for a single cocktail, but we had chosen a different spot for dinner. somewhere far cheaper, so I figured one drink wouldn't hurt. I tried to find a comfortable position. It's not my seat, it was the damn dress. I swear, I just needed to accept that I was a size up and buy some new clothes. Squeezing into dresses and skirts felt like a workout each morning. I practically rearranged my insides to fit in this black dress. It felt far too sexy for drinks with my coworkers, but I wasn't sure of the dress code here. As I looked around, I saw other women wearing similar attire, all cozied up to men twice their age in suits. It made me feel even more uncomfortable. I pulled at the hem of my dress to cover more leg, but ended up showing more cleavage. I couldn't win. Giving up, I signaled for the bartender to come give my self-consciousness some relief. She was stunning with her light, warm hair and tiny cocktail dress. I couldn't help but stare, and when she was in front of me, I realized I didn't even know what I wanted to drink. I just knew I needed one. "What can I get you, hun?" she asked. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to look at a drink menu." She reached under the counter and slid one over. "First time here?" she asked. It must have been obvious. I nodded as my eyes skimmed the menu. "Might I suggest our Cosmopolitan? It has passion fruit-infused vodka and a champagne float. It's a popular choice." "Sure, I'll have that." For that price, I might as well have 2 drinks in one. I handed her back the menu and glanced toward the door. I wondered where my coworkers were. I checked the time on my phone. It was nearly 6:30 p.m. I drummed my fingertips on the bar top and glanced around the place. It was beautiful. The lights were dim but warm, casting an orange glow over the tables. It felt incredibly intimate here, with small tables and corner booths. I could see why these men brought their dates here. You had no choice but to be pressed up against one another with a fancy cocktail in hand. My eyes grazed to the end of the bar, where they stopped suddenly on none other than Daniel Jacobs. I sucked in a quick breath and looked down at the bar top, hoping he didn't see me, even though I could feel his gaze on me. Please don't come over, I thought. I wasn't sure I could handle being in his presence, especially if I had a drink in me. It would only lower my guard. With him, my guard was already practically at my feet. The last thing I needed to do was feel tipsy and brave, leading me to fail at flirting with a guy who was practically engaged and had no interest in me. The pretty bartender slid my drink toward me. It looked beautiful. I didn't think cocktails could be that pretty. It was pink and bubbly and had edible flowers floating on top of the champagne. "Thank you," I said, admiring it. "Would you like to start a tab?" she asked. "This one is on me," Daniel said. "In fact, all of her drinks are on me." He was right beside me, and I could smell his cologne, and it screamed expensive and incredibly sexy. I hadn't noticed it during the whole 2 times I'd seen him. I suddenly wanted it on my skin so I could bring it home with me. I turned to him and feigned surprise. "Daniel," I said, putting my hand to my heart for effect. "What a surprise." "A pleasant one, I hope," he quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Very." "Thank you for the drink. You didn't have to do that." He waved me off like it was no problem at all. He probably did this for everyone. "You're not special," I reminded myself. He lifted up his glass. I lifted mine to meet his and listened as they clinked lightly together. "Cheers to a fate," he said, his eyes intently focused on mine. I'm not sure what he meant by that, but it sounded awfully flirtatious. I ignored it. "And cheers to your new girlfriend," I said with a curt nod. It sounded snarkier than I intended. I hoped he couldn't sense the icy notes of jealousy that spilled off of my tongue. Oof. I hadn't even had a sip of my drink yet. I broke his gaze and looked toward the bottles of liquor lined on the shelves at the back of the bar. I lifted my glass to my lips and took a long, heavenly sip. The drink was sweet and strong. I was in trouble. Daniel looked ahead too, taking a pull of his amber-colored drink. There was a moment of awkward silence before he spoke again. She's not my girlfriend, just so you know. There was a gruffness to his voice, and I couldn't tell if he was upset or angry. I found his voice rumbling in my core. Oh, I'm sorry, the papers.
Fuck the papers.
Oh, he was angry, and was a hot kind of angry. I took another long sip of my drink, the bubbles dancing their way down my throat. Sorry, he said, turning to me. It's fine, it's none of my business. I hadn't turned to face him, but I could feel his eyes on me. It felt like they were words he was holding in his throat, like he was afraid to set them free just yet. I was afraid too, because they could possibly undo me. I looked toward the door, hoping my friends had finally arrived to save me from whatever this situation was. I didn't see them. I let out a sigh of frustration. Are you waiting for someone? Asked Daniel curiously, following my gaze to the door. Yeah, but they're late. Is it a date? I looked at him, surprised that he'd asked that. No, it's my coworker's birthday. Was it just me, or did he look relieved? That drink was playing tricks on me. I reached in my purse. I'm just going to text her. Daniel nodded and stood next to me patiently. I noticed he hadn't taken his seat, but he still lingered beside me. I wasn't complaining, though. He was here, and he wasn't with that snooty girl after all. I typed out a quick text to Shelley. Me. Where are you? I'm at Bemelman's. Shelley. Oh shit, Hart. I thought Brian told you I was sick. Me. He did, but I thought you were just playing hooky. Shelley. I wish. I'm so sorry. Rain check? I looked down at my phone before locking it, the screen going dark. I was here alone. Well, not entirely alone. Daniel was here, but I still felt so out of place. I chewed on my bottom lip as I thought of what to do next. Is she not coming? He asked, leaning against the bar. No, I guess not. She's sick. I looked down at my half-full drink. Part of me wanted to chug it and get the hell out of here, but part of me wanted to stay. Would you like to join us? Asked Daniel, gesturing toward his friend at the other end of the bar. I peeked over and saw him flirting with the pretty bartender. Oh, that's okay. I don't want to intrude. I insist. Daniel held out his hand and looked at me expectantly. Before I placed my hand in his, I braced myself for that familiar feeling I got when our hands touched. When my palm met his, there it was. This time, it ran across my skin like tiny electric kisses. He helped me down from the bar stool, and I trailed behind him holding his hand, balancing my drink in my other. Freddie, I'd like you to meet Addison, said Daniel as we sat down. Addison, huh? Nice to meet you, replied Freddie, holding out his hand. Likewise, I said, shaking his hand firmly. It was an entirely different feeling than having Daniel's hand in mine. So, how do you two know each other? Asked Freddie, pointing between the two of us. Addison here works at the nonprofit, Leading to Learn. They're doing amazing things. I've decided to become a donor. Which we are very grateful for. Thank you, I added. Daniel looked to my drink and signaled for the bartender. Can we get another round, please? Of course, Mr. Jacobs. I noticed her eyes linger a little too long and the careful batting of her eyelashes. Could I blame her? He probably had that effect on everyone. I noticed he seemed unfazed as he turned back to me. So, do you usually come to Bemelman's on a Wednesday night? No, never. This is my first time here. Well, lucky us, said Freddie with a grin. Lucky us, Daniel agreed. The bartender brought over another round of drinks, even though I hadn't finished my first one yet. I gulped it down in 2 sips. If I thought I was in trouble before, I certainly was now. There was a reckless feeling coming over me. I didn't know if it was the vodka and champagne or the way it felt like I was living a double life in this fancy bar, or being in this close of proximity to the powerful force of Daniel Jacobs. Probably a combination of all three. "How do you two know each other?" I asked, looking at Freddie and carefully avoiding looking at Daniel. "We grew up together," he said. "Childhood buddies." "Wow, that's amazing. And what do you do, Freddie?" "I'm an OBGYN. If you ever need one, here's my card," he said, flipping open his wallet and handing a matte white card to me. Thank you." I couldn't help but laugh a little. "Seriously, man?" Daniel asked. I could see his cheeks had turned a rosy pink, which made me giggle more. Daniel Jacobs uncomfortable? Never thought I'd see the day. "What?" Freddie shrugged. Daniel shook his head and took a sip of his drink. He turned his back to Freddie, who was back to flirting with the bartender. "Sorry," he mouthed. I waved him off. "It's fine," I whispered. I felt his knee graze against mine and stay there. I sucked in a quiet breath as his eyes traveled to where our bodies touched. They stayed there for a minute before finding mine again. They looked icy blue, which was a stark contrast to the dim yellow lighting of the bar. "You look really nice tonight, in case I hadn't told you," he said. I realized I'd been holding my breath. "Thank you," I let out breathlessly. Freddie slapped the bar with the palm of his hand, breaking whatever trance I was in. I jumped a little in my seat and curiously looked over. "Sorry, stocks took a dive." He glanced up from his phone. Daniel took in a frustrated breath through his nose and turned his back to me. I saw something register on Freddie's face and wondered what silent exchange had just occurred. Freddie yawned dramatically and stretched his back. "I think I'm going to call it a night, you two," he said, tossing a few $100 bills on the bar top. "It was nice to meet you, Addison." He patted Daniel on the back, and just like that, he was gone. And I was suddenly very aware of how I somehow ended up alone at a bar with Daniel Jacobs.
Chapter 10. Daniel. I was relieved to see Freddie walk out the door of the bar. He had gotten the hint, as if the look on my face didn't scream, "Get the fuck out of here." I loved the guy, but he could be a total idiot sometimes. I mean, did he really offer to be Addison's woman doctor? I didn't want him or anyone else exploring the places I had yet to. The places I hoped to. I watched as her pillowy pink lips wrapped around the rim of her martini glass, and then my eyes trailed down and grazed across the top of her strapless dress. I couldn't help myself. Addison cleared her throat, bringing my attention back up to her face. There was a sharpness to the look she gave me. Could she really blame me? She had herself on a delicious display. "Sorry, what were you saying?" I asked, with a sheepish grin. "I was saying, I'm sorry about this morning's paper. You seemed upset." I leaned back in my seat and looked down into my drink. It's just this life. I guess I asked for it, but sometimes I think everything gets so misconstrued. "Like the 3 women in one night? Let me guess, you were just playing board games up there." She had looked me up. I smiled at the thought. "You've done your research." I took a sip of my drink. "I had to know who I was getting into business with," she said, but I could tell from the flush of her cheeks that wasn't the only reason she had searched my name on the internet. I set my glass down on the bar top and looked at her. I figured I might as well be honest with her. "Look, I won't lie to you. I have a reputation. Some of it is lies. Most of it is true. But I am proud of the company I've built. I wish my work could be a headline rather than the woman I'm seeing." She looked thoughtful for a moment. "That must be frustrating," she said. "I'm sorry." "Very.
The whole thing with Kira was bogus. I had to spend the day with her because of some stupid charity auction where I was up for bid. Addison shook her head and let out a laugh through her nose. What? I asked. Rich people problems. I laughed. It did sound ridiculous. How much did you go for? She asked, raising a brow. You don't want to know, I groaned. Tell me. She nudged me playfully with her shoulder. She was flirting with me. I'd play along. No way. She turned in her seat so she was fully facing me. Tell me, she demanded, leaning in close. Fine, I said, before leaning in. $200,000. Shut the fuck up, she blurted out loudly. Some patrons at the bar looked up curiously. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. I let out a laugh, a genuine one, that I hadn't had because of a woman in a long time. I know it's ridiculous, I said, running my hand through my hair. She sat in a bewildered silence for a moment. So, that's what it costs to spend a night with Daniel Jacobs. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't have that kind of money, she said with a smirk. I better be going then. I pretended to stand. Her eyes widened before she reached over and slapped me lightly on the thigh. You are the worst, she said with a laugh. Her hand was still on my thigh, and I felt my blood coursing through my veins as if it were boiling water. I looked down at her hand, and she nervously pulled it away. She reached for her drink and finished it in one impressive gulp. Now or never, I thought. I glanced at my watch. It was only 8 p.m. It's still early, I said. Do you maybe want to come back to my place? She stared at her empty drink, and I could see she was considering it. Is there food? She asked. I wasn't expecting that. Food? Yeah. Good, because I'm starving. I laughed and tossed some cash on the bar. Outside on the sidewalk, she went to hail a cab before she noticed I had a car waiting. Armand opened the door for us, and she scooched her way inside the town car, with me following behind her. I noticed she slid all the way to the other side and was practically pressed up against the door. She was keeping her distance. For now. Do you like pizza? I offered. Obviously, she said. Armand, can you get some pizzas from DeFara's delivered? Yes, sir. He gave me a nod through the rearview mirror. I leaned back in my seat and looked over at Addison. She gazed out the window, the city lights passing us in a blur. I could see by her reflection in the window that she was maybe second-guessing herself. She was unlike most women, who practically straddled me seconds after getting in the car. Pizza should be there in about 40 minutes, sir, Armand called back. Thank you. Minutes later, we pulled into the parking garage of my building. Armand parked in front of the elevators, and I got out before he could open the door. I wanted to be the one who opened the door for Addison, to show her I could be a gentleman. I held out my hand, and she hesitated before taking it, allowing me to help her out. Armand stood back with an amused expression. This was a first. Have a good evening, sir, he said, before getting back into the car. I punched in the code for the elevator, and the doors immediately opened. It was my private elevator, so no surprise there. Addison stepped inside and leaned against the back corner, again, keeping her distance. We rode up in silence, her avoidant gaze looking anywhere but at me. The doors opened to the entryway of my penthouse, and I stepped inside. I didn't hear the sound of Addison's heels behind me, so I turned and found her gaping from inside the elevator. She stepped out and slowly followed me into the living room, taking everything in. I liked the feeling of impressing her, knowing I could give her what most men couldn't. Drink? I asked, gesturing to the bar behind the couch. Are you trying to get me drunk? She asked coyly. Maybe. Me? Never. Good. Because just so you know, I'm not that kind of girl. I know, you told me. She gave me a puzzled look. Out on the terrace? When we first met? Her cheeks flushed. I went to the bar and heard her footsteps follow behind me. Champagne? I asked. Okay. She leaned her back against the marble bar top. I pulled a bottle from the fridge and eased the cork off with a dull pop. I poured 2 glasses and handed her one. She took a small sip and looked out the large windows to the city below. If you aren't that type of girl, what are you doing here? I asked. I just came for the pizza. She shrugged. I could see she fought back a smile. Well, we still have about 30 minutes, I pointed out, taking a step toward her. I placed my hands on her arms. Her eyes raised to mine and she inhaled a shaky breath. What do you want to do until then? She asked, already damn well knowing the answer. I have a few ideas. I leaned in closer and watched as her eyes fluttered closed. Instead of going for her mouth, I pressed my lips against her jaw, leaving a trail of kisses. She leaned her head back, exposing her neck, and I gladly took her invitation. I trailed my lips down the nape of her neck, tasting her with my tongue. My hands reached for her waist, gripping it before quickly turning her to face the counter. I pressed myself against her, finding myself already growing hard against the small of her back. She turned her head and looked at me over her bare shoulder. I leaned in and kissed her softly at first before needing more almost immediately. I ran my tongue over her lips and she parted them to let me explore her mouth. She tasted like champagne as she massaged her tongue against mine. She reached her arms up and around my neck, leaving my hands free to explore. They wrapped around her, cupping her breasts through the silky fabric of her dress. They felt full as I massaged them, our mouths quickening their pace against one another. I moved my hands lower, across her abdomen, down her hips until they reached the short hem of her dress. As I started to pull up her dress, she broke free from our kiss and looked at me, searching my eyes. Was I moving too fast? I paused my movements, waiting for some sort of sign, for permission. She looked at me for a moment longer before pulling me in for another kiss, a deeper kiss than before. She spread her legs slightly. Permission granted, I thought. With her dress up at her hips, my fingers grazed against the lace fabric of her underwear, and she shuddered at my touch. I wondered how long it had been since someone touched her. I trailed her panty line with my fingers before peeling back the lace. I tucked a finger inside of her, finding her warm and wet, eager for me. Her back arched into me, and her breaths became shorter, more ragged, as I moved my finger in and out of her. She suddenly reached down and grabbed at my hand, pulling it from her, her moisture covering my fingers. She turned around to face me, a desperate look on her face. I could tell she wanted more. She reached up and grabbed my jacket, pulling it free. Her fingers quickly stumbled over the buttons of my shirt until my chest was bare in front of her. Her eyes grazed over me as I peeled my shirt off. I reached around and found the zipper of her dress, pulling it down so that her dress fell to the floor. Her breasts spilled out, and I leaned in to taste them, surrounding her nipples with the warmth of my mouth. She let out a moan as her hands desperately pulled at my waistband. Unbuttoning and unzipping, my pants and briefs falling to my ankles. I released her breasts from my mouth and saw her gaze on my erection. She looked up at me nervously, and then with her eyes never leaving mine. She pulled down the waistband of her lace panties and she kicked them to the side. She stood there, completely naked and completely beautiful. Her creamy curves were exposed before me, mine for the taking. I lifted her onto the countertop. She opened her legs and I sucked in a breath. Holy shit.
She bit her lip as she watched me take her in with my gaze, and that right there sent me over the edge. I slid her to the edge of the counter until the tip of my cock was against her wet opening. She spread her legs even further. I could feel her pulsing against me, begging me to enter. I placed my hand just above her perfect ass and pulled her in, my dick dipping into her inch by inch. She let out a throaty moan and threw her head back. I pulled out of her slowly before plunging back into her, her walls hugging me tightly. As I moved inside her, I took her breast in my mouth, sucking her nipple as her hands grasped the countertop tightly, her knuckles turning white. I moved quicker, with vigor, fucking her harder. I could feel her convulsing around me, and then she screamed, climaxing on me as I exploded into her.
Chapter 11. Addison. My eyes felt heavy as I tried to pry them open. I could feel the morning light warm against my face and wasn't sure if I was ready to welcome it in yet. My head pounded dully, the consequence of too much expensive champagne on an empty stomach. My eyes adjusted to the morning that felt like it was cruelly laughing at my hangover. I saw Daniel sleeping next to me and sucked in a breath. So, this happened. It wasn't a dream. I watched him sleep for a moment. He looked so peaceful. His breath was slow and steady, his eyelids fluttering in a dreamlike state. My eyes wandered down his bare chest to the silky white sheet tucked around him just at the V of his lower abdomen. Holy shit, he was hot. The urge to wake him up and go again bloomed inside of me. I reluctantly rolled onto my back and stared at the ceiling instead. I replayed our night, bits and pieces vibrant in my mind, others somewhat blurry, like the pizza. I wondered what happened to the delivery guy. Poor guy was probably scared off by the noises coming from the other side of the door. I didn't blame him. The screams I let out were primal. I barely recognized the sounds coming from my mouth. Besides the blurry bits, like how many times we had sex last night, there were images that replayed in high contrast. Daniel's large hands grabbing me everywhere. His fingertips pressing into my skin and entering places that had been neglected by a man for far too long. His mouth on my neck, his tongue on my breasts, his teeth on my earlobe. The way he entered me, his slow, steady thrusts becoming frantic and swift. How he filled me, his body shuddering around me with pleasure. As I lay there next to the most beautiful man I had ever seen in the wake of him ravaging me, I could feel my insides pulsing for more. I went to reach for him, but my brain took over. This was a bad idea. Last night was a bad idea. I had to nip this now before getting in too deep. Did Daniel even get deep? He was honest about his reputation last night. I was just another woman he could add to his list. While it wasn't the best feeling, I was the one who wanted this. I got swept up in the moment. It was stupid, but also probably the best night of my life. And it was over now. Back to reality. I pulled the cool sheets from my body, noting that I would never have anything this nice on my skin again. I carefully pushed myself from the bed so as not to wake him. The last thing I needed was the awkward morning after thing. That or falling into the oceans he had for eyes and feeling my heart break knowing I was just another girl on his roster. Nothing more. Either would be too much to bear. I searched the floor for my dress or my shoes, but found nothing. I remembered we didn't start here in the bedroom. We ended here. Where this all began was at the bar. I tiptoed out of his bedroom, feeling suddenly aware of how naked I was. In the living room, I spotted my dress and strappy shoes in a pile on the floor. I shimmied the dress on and slid on my heels, tying the straps at my ankle. My underwear. I needed those. I found them hanging like an ornament on the wine fridge just underneath the bar. I held the counter as I slipped them on, careful not to snag the lace on my heels. This was a ridiculous outfit to go home in at 7 a.m. If this didn't scream walk of shame, I didn't know what did. I grabbed my purse from the entryway table and pressed the button for the elevator, then looked back one more time, a feeling of slight sadness washing over me. I didn't feel regret for what happened. No, I felt regret that it wouldn't happen again. Daniel was like a drug, and I had to stop before I was addicted. Taking a breath, I gave myself a nod of mustard certainty and stepped into the elevator. I pressed the button for the lobby and closed my eyes as I began the descent. Soon, the elevator doors opened and I stepped into a grand lobby. Quickly, I strode through it, the click-clack of my heels echoing against the marble floors. I pushed the large glass doors open to the street and hurriedly hailed a cab. I hardly ever took cabs, especially all the way to Brooklyn, but there was no way in hell I was stepping onto the subway looking like this. As I slid into the back seat, I could feel the driver's eyes on me. I avoided his amused expression and gave him my address. As I stared out the window and watched the buildings change when we crossed the bridge into Brooklyn, I couldn't feel further from Daniel than I did now. I wondered what he would think when he woke up. I wondered if he would even think of me at all. Back home, I practically ran up the stairs of my apartment, nearly breaking an ankle. The last thing I needed was Elma catching me in last night's dress. In the safety and privacy of my apartment, I kicked off my shoes and removed my dress. I kind of felt like Cinderella coming home from the ball, except she didn't get laid and there was no Prince Charming. I had an hour before I had to be at work. I looked at my bed longingly and considered calling in sick, but decided against it. I wasn't going to let Daniel Jacobs derail my life, even just for a day. I hopped in the shower and washed his touch and kisses away. The water circled the drain as if it were our non-existent relationship. Out of the shower, I quickly dressed in a pair of faded jeans and a white button-down. This was me. No more suffocating skirts or strapless dresses. I had no one to impress and felt foolish for even trying to impress Daniel in his custom suits and shiny shoes. What a fool I had been. I put on a pot of coffee and poured it into a thermos before making my way to the subway station. As I rode the 8:40 train back into the city, I desperately tried to block memories of last night from popping into my brain like little bubbles. Pop, pop, pop. It was really no use. I made it to the office at 9 a.m. on the dot. "Addison, can you come in here?" I heard Brian call as I walked past his door. For a moment I felt scared he knew what happened, but I shook it off. I was just being paranoid. "Yes, Brian?" I said as I stepped inside his office. "I wanted to see where we were on signing papers with Mr. Jacobs." "He was having the papers drawn up to sign this week." "Well, can you check in with him?" That was the last thing I wanted to do. Sure, I'll get right on that." "Good." Brian nodded and went back to typing on his computer. I walked into my office, closing the door behind me. I sat at my desk and put my head in my hands. I felt so stupid. There was a reason they said not to mix business with pleasure. There was no way I could continue working with him when I knew what he looked like naked. I had to find someone to take over. It would mean losing the credit for landing such a prominent donor, but I didn't care. I picked up my office phone and dialed Shelley's extension, hoping she was back in the office today and feeling better after yesterday. It rang 3 times before she picked up. "Hello?" "Shelley, you're back. How are you feeling?" "Better today. I think it was food poisoning. I'm so sorry for standing you up last night." "It's totally fine." If she hadn't, then I wouldn't have been in this mess, but I had to let it go. "Can you come to my office when you have a chance? There's something I want to run by you." "Sure, I can pop over in 30. "Thanks, Shelley." For the next half hour, I nursed my hangover with the black coffee in my thermos and snacks from the office kitchen. There was a knock at my door and Shelley popped her head in. "Hey, Addison, what's up?" Come in. Take a seat. I gestured to the chair in front of my desk. Shelley looked at me expectantly. So, I don't know if you've heard, but we landed Mr. Jacobs as a donor. I heard. That's huge. Congrats on getting him. Oh, how that could mean so many things. Right, I said. I'm actually wondering if you could take over for me. Wait, seriously? Shelley's eyebrows rose in surprise. Yeah, I'm just bogged down with so much work. I just think it would be better for someone else to take him on and give this deal the attention it deserves. Shelley eyed me curiously, as if she wasn't buying it. I mean, if you don't want to, I started, looking thoughtful. She would be a fool not to take this opportunity. No, I can do it. She nodded firmly. Great, I'll send you all the contract info and our email threads. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. I breathed a sigh of relief as she walked out the door. With relief came a small pang in my heart, knowing that I would no longer have anything to do with Daniel. It's better this way, I told myself. For the next few weeks, I threw myself into work. I renegotiated previous agreements with donors, came up with fundraising ideas, and worked out a new quarterly budget. I wanted to look like I was busy, so Brian wouldn't ask any questions about me passing on the deal with Daniel. Thankfully, he didn't. I did hear from Shelley that she was working with one of Daniel's foundation staff members. He had apparently passed it on to them around the same time I'd passed it on to Shelley. Clearly, he wanted nothing to do with me. To say it didn't sting would be a lie. But who was I to say anything? I had done the same. As much as I didn't want to, I often thought of our night together. I hadn't shared what had happened with anyone, not even Monica. I wanted to hold on to it like a secret, because I didn't want anyone to taint it. Even though it ended the way it did, what I felt in that night was unlike anything I had or probably would experience again. It was a sacred little part of my life I held to, especially on lonely nights. One night, after a long day at work, I poured myself a glass of red wine and watched it slosh up the sides of the glass. As I went to sit on the couch and wrap myself up in a cozy blanket, my normal weeknight routine, a thought occurred to me. I checked the date on my phone, and a feeling of unease crept over me, like a fog rolling in. I quickly grabbed my phone and opened my Google Calendar. I went back through the weeks and panic set in. There was a missing red calendar day. It couldn't be. I quickly went through the weeks again, frantically swiping with my fingertip. I stopped and stared at my phone before sucking in a slow, shaky breath as the realization hit me. I had missed my period.
Chapter 12. Daniel. I took a sip of black coffee that sat steaming in the mug on my desk. The heat swished to the back of my tongue and down my throat as I willed for the caffeine to enter my system at a rapid pace. I rubbed my eyes and leaned back in my desk chair. I was exhausted. Going out with Freddie last night had been a bad idea, especially with the slew of work meetings I had lined up for the day. I wasn't thinking. I was desperate for some sort of distraction from the strange void that formed since my night with Addison. Our night together was all I thought about for the past month. Having her made me hungry for more, and made everything else I had tasted in the past seem dull and flavorless. What transpired that night at the bar, on my couch, in my bed, it was reckless abandon. I had become completely lost in her, and her in me. Or so I thought. She had left without a word the next morning, which would normally put my mind at ease. I didn't have to have the inevitable conversation of, "You're really great, but I'm not looking for anything serious," or the awkward feeling when I want them to leave, but they were just not getting the hint. That was the worst. That's if they were even lucky to stay over, which was rare. That night, I had gone to bed with my arms wrapped around Addison, and I wasn't a cuddler. For some reason, no matter which way I had her into the late hours of the night, I needed more. My hands were desperate to touch her smooth skin. My lungs needed to breathe her in. Vanilla and beads of sweet sweat. She fell asleep pressed against me, and her quiet, steady breathing somehow lulled me to sleep, even though I was ready to go for a fourth helping. When I rolled over, already aroused and hoping to go again, I found my bed empty. I was humbled to realize she had left sometime in the early morning hours. To say it wasn't a blow to my pride would be a lie. I should have felt on top of the world. I had conquered my conquest. Challenge completed. Instead of feeling like a winner, I couldn't help feeling at a loss. For someone who was so high on her pedestal of not being that type of girl, she made it clear that what happened between us was a one-time thing. I had never been on that side of it before. I'd had plenty of one-night stands. Hell, that was all I really ever had. But I was usually the one to leave. Being left was foreign to me. When I got to the office that morning, I had an email at the top of my inbox. I quickly opened it when I saw it was from Leading to Learn. I assumed it was Addison with some sort of excuse as to why she left. But it was quite the opposite. She had passed our business deal off to a coworker named Shelley. I didn't want Shelley. I wanted Addison. And I thought I had made that clear, but that was before I had learned what she tasted like. I had broken my own rule of not mixing business with pleasure. After that email, I grew annoyed. Instead of fighting for her, I took the hint and handed the deal off to one of my foundation members. If she didn't want anything to do with me, then I wanted nothing to do with her. That was my pride taking over. And it was that same pride that had kept me from reaching out to her, and instead went searching for something, someone, to replace what I felt with her that night. Turned out, pure ecstasy wasn't exactly easy to come by. My night out with Freddie last night was filled with predictable women who didn't spark my interest or my arousal. We had gone to a new club opening, bottle service, cocktail waitresses in barely there uniforms, women in tight dresses eager to get a free drink with shameless flirting and dancing that was more dry humping than rhythmic. I sat in our booth, probably looking miserable as I sipped on straight vodka. "What is up with you, man?" asked Freddie as a redhead slung her arm around his neck. Her friend was sidled up beside me, her legs thrown over mine. I didn't remember her name. I didn't care. I shrugged, looking down into my drink. Usually, my hands would be up this girl's short skirt already, but instead my fingers stayed wrapped around my cocktail glass. It wasn't like I wanted to be like this. I couldn't help it. "Is it work?" asked Freddie. I shook my head. "Brody?" "Nah." "Is it a woman?" he asked with a tone of disbelief. I felt the blonde shoot me a look. "You're joking, right?" I asked with a sarcastic laugh. I wrapped my arm around the blonde, hoping it would be enough to hide that he had figured me out. It didn't work. His eyes widened as he leaned in close, the redhead slipping onto his lap like some sort of barnacle. "Holy shit, man! Who is she?" he asked, his eyes narrowed. "It's no one, Freddie." "Is it that girl from the bar? Big tits, dark hair, black dress one size too small?" I took a sip of my drink, holding it in my mouth to feel the burn before swallowing it slowly. "What happened with that?" asked Freddie. The redhead was now nibbling on his earlobe, making it hard for him to concentrate. Hell, it was making it hard for me to concentrate. "Nothing." "Bullshit! If there was anything there, do you think I'd be here with—" Shit, I didn't know her name. "Rebecca?" she muttered. "Rebecca, I knew that," I said. Freddie let out a laugh as Rebecca removed her legs from my lap. Whatever. I wasn't interested anyway. I removed my arm from her shoulders and checked the time on my watch. It was 1 a.m. I was already fucked for tomorrow. I didn't need to make it worse. "I think I'm going to head out," I said. "What? We still have half a bottle left," said Freddie, pulling the bottle from the ice bucket. "Have at it." Rebecca rolled her eyes and slunk against the seat of the booth. I slid on my jacket and gave them a single wave before heading toward the door. I carefully pushed my way through the crowd and out onto the sidewalk. There, I heard the disappointed murmurs of the paparazzi who had been waiting outside all night. Nothing to see here. No woman or women on my arm. I gave them a shit-eating grin and got into my town car. When I got home, I could barely sleep. I kept thinking about Addison and how empty my bed was. I hadn't brought anyone home since that night. It was a new record for me. Of course, the paparazzi didn't report on that. A playboy is much more interesting than a guy who spends his nights alone. Plus, Kira was still playing the angle that we were headed for an engagement. I hadn't cared enough to set things straight. People assumed things all the time. After maybe getting only 4 hours of sleep, I headed miserably into the office this morning. CEOs don't have the luxury of sick days. Now, I was struggling to keep my eyes open. There was a knock at my office door, waking me up slightly. "Come in," I said, but it was more of a quiet groan. Margaret popped her head in. "I sent you a push notification on your Google Calendar. Did you see it?" "No, I've been busy." "Oh, it's just Miss Hartley called earlier and wanted to schedule a meeting with you." My ears perked up. Wait, Miss Hartley? As in Addison Hartley? "Yes, that's right." I sat there in a few seconds of quiet disbelief. Margaret cleared her throat. "So, do you want me to set that up for you?" Did she say what she wanted? "No, sir. She just said she needed to get in to see you as soon as possible." "Thank you, Margaret. I'll handle it." I dismissed her. She nodded before closing the door behind her. I smoothed my fingers over my chin and thought. It had been a month since our night together. I ran through a list of reasons why she would want to meet with me. Was it because she couldn't stop thinking about that night either? Or did it have to do with the business deal? There was only one way to find out. I checked my calendar for the day, but I had no openings for a meeting. I had one available for tomorrow, but I didn't think I could wait that long. My curiosity was at its peak. I would have to call her, but I refused to give her the satisfaction of sounding too eager. I found her number within an email thread and dialed. It rang 3 times before she picked up. "Addison Hartley," she said. I hadn't realized I was holding my breath. "Hello," I said, breathing it out slowly. "Hello? Who is this?" "It's Daniel. Daniel Jacobs." "Oh, hi. I called earlier hoping to schedule a meeting." I heard. I replied with a crispness to my voice. There was a pause on the other line. "Well, when is your next availability?" she asked. "I'm pretty booked up," I commented. "Daniel, Mr. Jacobs, please." She came back, sounding desperate. "Good. Look, anything that has to do with the donations can be handled through my foundation." "It's not about that." "Then what is it, Miss Hartley?" She inhaled a shaky breath. "I'm pregnant." I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I placed my elbows on the desk for support as I replayed those 2 words in my head. Was she saying what I thought she was saying? I couldn't believe it. Panic began to set in. "What are you trying to say?" I whispered. "I think you know what I'm trying to say." Shit. Fuck. Shit. "How do you know I'm the father?" I blurted out. "Are you serious?" she asked, her voice a warning. "I don't know. Maybe it's someone else's." "I can't even believe what you're suggesting." "Why? I hardly know you. I don't know what you do in your spare time." "I told you I'm not that kind of girl." "Well, you were that night with me." I regretted the words as soon as they left my mouth. The silence that followed rang in my ears as if I could feel her anger through the line. "Go to hell," she snapped. I heard the click of the phone on the other line. I slammed my phone down and put my head in my hands. Heat creeped up the back of my neck. What the hell just happened? Could I really be the father? Theoretically, yes, I could be. I had been too in the moment to slip on a condom, which was incredibly careless looking back. We were both lost in the moment. She hadn't asked or protested. Hell, she invited me in when she spread those beautiful legs of hers. I didn't hesitate. I just wanted her, all of her. I figured she was on the pill or something. This couldn't be happening. My office started to spin. It felt like my world was closing in around me. This feeling of being out of control was not what I was used to. I had to get out of here. I slid on my jacket and quickly grabbed my briefcase. On my way out, I told Margaret to cancel my meetings for the day and left her sitting there in a state of shock. Work would have to wait. I needed to think.
Chapter 13. Addison. I stared at my phone as tears formed in my eyes, threatening to leave salty trails down my cheeks. I hated that I was letting someone like Daniel Jacobs make me cry, but I couldn't help it. The tears came and they didn't stop. Angry, devastated drops fell on my pillow as I clutched my sheets around me. I wanted to tell him in person, but as soon as I heard his voice, I just had to get it out. The words came tumbling out of me so quickly I couldn't grab hold of them, and were met with a coldness I wasn't expecting. I didn't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. His iciness on the phone before I even dropped the bomb on him was biting. I knew there was a slim chance he was upset by how I snuck out of his place the morning after our night together, but I doubted it. Wasn't that what a guy like him would want? Sex without repercussion or awkward morning goodbyes. Well, this was one hell of a repercussion, whether he wanted to believe it or not. I couldn't believe he had the nerve to ask if it was his, as if I was someone to go home with a different guy each week. I sighed heavily and fell back into my pillow. I had gone home with him, and I had let things go too far too quickly. Deliciously too far. It was so unlike me, but there was a pull toward him that I couldn't deny. Hell, I had been the one who'd practically begged him to take me on that bar counter. My cheeks burned red as I remembered it. How could I have been so irresponsible? I was on the pill, but I had definitely missed a day or two. It was hard to remember to take a tiny white pill when your sex life was non-existent. My phone buzzed and I quickly read the screen, hoping it was him calling back. It wasn't. Shelley. Hey, you okay? We missed you at the morning's meeting. Me. Yeah, just a little under the weather. Thanks for checking in. Shelley. Feel better soon. I locked my phone and tossed it on the bed next to me. I had called out sick from work, which was a rarity, but when I saw the 2 lines on the pregnancy test, I practically felt sick. I had run out to the store to grab 2 more boxes because I didn't believe it. It had to be faulty. 4 tests later, and there were more lines, and the word pregnant clear as day. I looked over at my bathroom counter where they sat in a neat row. They were practically screaming at me. I felt like I was going to throw up. Was it too early for morning sickness? I threw the covers off and dry heaved into the toilet. Panic began to set in, pulsing through my body and making me feel flushed. I tried to catch my breath, but I felt like there was a limited supply. I crawled back over to my bed, reaching for my phone. With my back against the mattress, I called Monica. Hello? She answered. Monica. Hart, are you okay? What's wrong? Can you come over? I'm on my way. 20 minutes later, she was knocking on my door. I opened it and smiled weakly at her before bursting into tears. She pulled me into a hug. I'm here. After a few minutes of crying in my doorway, She followed me to the couch, my panic becoming more of a dull pulse, and I felt like I could breathe again. Monica looked at me with concern on her face, her eyebrows drawn together. "What's going on, Hart?" she asked, reaching for my hand. I took a deep breath. "I'm pregnant," I said, not being able to meet her eye. "Oh my gosh, Hart," she said in disbelief. "I know." "Wait, whose is it?" I had been keeping my night with Daniel a secret, and normally we didn't keep secrets from each other, especially when it came to men. Even though they were pretty rare in my life, I usually spilled everything to Monica over a few glasses of wine. I'd planned on telling her eventually. I just wanted it to be my little secret a little longer. Time to give it up. "Daniel's," I said. Monica nearly choked. "Wait, what? Daniel as in Daniel Jacobs?" I finally met her eye and nodded. "Holy shit, Hart, when did this happen?" She seemed excited, like it was some sort of plot twist in one of her novels. It was the first time I felt like smiling all morning. I actually let out a soft laugh. "Whoa, calm down." Sorry. She put her hands up and took a deep breath. "I kind of ran into him at a bar weeks ago. I think it's been just over a month. I had a few expensive drinks and got carried away." "What woman wouldn't?" Monica gave me a sly smile. "Well, he invited me back to his place and one thing led to another, and another." "And another?" Monica raised her brow at me. I couldn't help but laugh before putting my face in my hands. "This is crazy, Hart." "I know," I groaned. "Hey, it's going to be okay." She scooched closer and pulled my hands from my face. "Is it? Because I just told him and it was awful." "Oh my God. What did he say?" "He asked if it was his." "Asshole," Monica said loudly. "I know, but he doesn't know me. We hardly know each other. He probably just panicked." I was trying to see it more from his point of view. "Well, screw him," said Monica. "I can't do this alone." "You're not alone." We spent the next few hours searching for doctors' offices in Brooklyn and in the city. Monica insisted we needed the best of the best, which was terrifying for my wallet, but I was happy to have someone who cared when I was too shocked to. Thankfully, we found one in Manhattan that was highly rated and took my insurance. It was too early to come in for an ultrasound, but we scheduled an appointment for 2 weeks from then. It felt like an eternity to wait that long to receive hard proof that this thing was real. Until then, I had to rely on the white plastic tests on my bathroom counter to tell me there was most likely a baby growing inside me. The 2 weeks dragged on. I didn't hear from Daniel again, and I figured he was out of my life for good. The realization started to set in that I was doing this on my own, if I was to go through with it. I could barely afford to keep myself alive, let alone a child. The thought kept me up at night. On the day of my appointment, I took a personal day at work, and Monica met me at my apartment. She rode the subway with me into Manhattan, babbling on about her newest plot for a book. I was surprised she wasn't taking this whole mess and turning it into a bestseller. It had the surprise element. Maybe she could write the happy ending that I wouldn't have. We arrived at the doctor's office with 5 minutes to spare. The waiting room was bright white with white leather chairs. It felt sterile and cold. I noticed women with growing bellies sitting with pearls around their necks and Louis Vuitton handbags at their feet, with their doting husbands in suits beside them. They looked up curiously when Monica and I walked in, wearing leggings and oversized t-shirts. Even the front desk woman looked me up and down before greeting me with her best attempt to be friendly. "Hello. May I help you?" she asked. Her smile was so ungenuine she may as well not have even tried. Hi. Yes, I have an appointment at 9:30 for an ultrasound." "Name?" "Oh, right. Hartley, Addison Hartley." "And who is this?" She side-eyed Monica. "Her best friend," said Monica with authority, stepping up closer to the counter. Right. Okay, well, I have a few forms for you to fill out. You can just skip over the father section if you need to. That was a bold assumption, but I hated that I would have to prove her right. Thanks, I muttered. Highly rated my ass, said Monica as we sat down. We're in the Upper East Side. What did you expect? I whispered as I jotted down my information. We waited for 15 minutes before a woman in scrubs poked her head out of a nearby door and called my name. I shakily stood from my chair and followed her through the door and down the hallway. We entered a small, white room that felt just as cold as the waiting room. She handed me a pink hospital gown. Go ahead and put this on and make yourself comfortable. I'll be right back. She slipped out the door and I quickly undressed. I slid the pink gown over my head and sat back on the examination table. Monica pulled her chair up beside me. I looked over at the computer and video monitor. It all started to feel very real. A knock sounded at the door and the woman stepped inside. Are you ready? She asked. I nodded. My throat felt dry. The woman busied herself with typing my information in the computer and getting the white wand prepped with a clear jelly. Okay, it will feel cold at first and maybe a little uncomfortable, but since it's early, we have to do it this way. Here on out, ultrasounds will be done externally. Okay, I said softly. Monica reached for my hand and held it. A few uncomfortable seconds later, the nurse pointed to the video monitor. She explained the different things we were seeing on the screen. I wondered where the baby was. Maybe the tests had been wrong. But then she stopped moving the wand and pointed at the screen. And there is your baby, she said. I felt my breath catch as I looked at the tiny blob on the screen. Oh my gosh, I whispered. I'll snap a few pictures for your ultrasound now. I looked over at Monica and saw her eyes were watery as she watched the screen. And now we can try to hear the baby's heartbeat. It's not guaranteed this early, but oh, no, there it is. The sound of dull thumping filled my ears and I couldn't help it, but I started crying. That was my baby. Every doubt I had before then was washed away like a crashing wave on the shore. Every piece of me was now that baby's. It was all theirs. You can get cleaned up now. I'll be back with your photos, she commented before stepping out of the room. I sat up and held my stomach, a dreamy smile across my lips. I'm going to be a mom, I said softly. The best mom, said Monica, standing and putting her hand over mine. I was quiet for a moment. A single mom, I said, reminding myself of my reality. Remember, you are not alone, ever. I will be there every step of the way. I nodded to her gratefully before easing myself off the table and getting dressed. The lady knocked and stepped back in the room. Here are your photos. Please stop by the front desk on your way out, she said before disappearing down the hallway. I looked down at the photos in awe. For being a blob, the baby was perfect in every way. I handed Monica one of the copies. Here. Really? She asked, her eyes watering again. Of course. You're Auntie Monica now. She took the photo and burst into tears. As happy as I was she was here, I couldn't help but wonder what it would have been like if Daniel had been with me.
Chapter 14. Daniel. Earth to Daniel, said Brody, waving his hand in front of my face. I broke out of whatever trance I was under, blinking a few times as I remembered where I was. It shouldn't have been hard to forget I was prepping for one of our biggest board meetings, but my mind had been anywhere else but here lately. It was like an audio recording had been jammed inside my head, and all that played over and over again was Addison's voice. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant. I shook my head, hoping the words would get the hint and make their exit. Sorry, bro, I said. What the hell is going on with you? Asked Brody,
settling back in the armchair across from my desk, crossing his arms as he studied me cautiously. I didn't get much sleep, I shrugged. It was partly true, partly a lie. I hadn't been sleeping very well, but I also hadn't been able to focus on work or anything since Addison had dropped that bomb on me. "And what was your excuse yesterday? And the day before?" he asked. "You know me. I've just been having fun." "Really? Because I haven't seen you in the tabloids." "That's a good thing," I said defensively. "Yeah, well, I've also run into Freddie a few times, and he said you've been declining his calls." I could see he wasn't letting this go. I had to come up with something, but I didn't want to share the news of me possibly being a father with my brother, or Freddie, or anyone. Not until I had everything figured out. "Maybe I'm seeing someone," I lied. "Can you get back to minding your business?" Brody raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Fine, as long as you get your damn head in the game. You've missed deadlines, shown up late for meetings, and everything I'm saying is going in one ear and out the other." "What the hell? Are you keeping tabs on me?" "Someone has to." I was annoyed, but he was right. I had to get my head on straight, especially for today's board meeting with our shareholders. When did Brody become the sensible one? "Okay," I said. "I'm here." Brody gave me an affirmative nod before sliding over a stack of papers. I looked through them and hopelessly tried to focus, or at least look like I was. I couldn't go on like this much longer when my company's reputation was at stake. I had to talk to Addison and know what was going on. I hated how we had left things after our phone call, and I've been kicking myself for how I had responded ever since. For the past 2 weeks, I had tried emailing and calling, but she ignored my emails and calls. I knew I had hurt her by questioning her and my legitimacy as the father. I just panicked. It didn't seem real, so I questioned it and insulted her in the end. Deep down, I felt like I knew what kind of girl Addison was. That was what drew me to her. She was different, driven, caring, had no idea who I was, and I wasn't sure she cared. She didn't seem like the type to sleep around. I was a one-off. I got lucky. But now I had to fix things, especially considering I might be a father. "The goals for the upcoming year look good. Have any of the shareholders raised any concerns?" I said, stacking the papers neatly and handing them back to Brody. "None that I know of, but you never know what they could spring on us today." I nodded. "We'll be ready." And I prayed we would be. I checked my watch. The meeting was to start in just a few minutes. "We better head to the meeting room," I said, standing from my chair. Before following Brody out of the door, I refreshed my inbox in hopes there would be something from Addison. I made another attempt to get hold of her this morning, but there was nothing from her. The board meeting went surprisingly well. The shareholders had no real concerns. Maybe it was because my face hadn't been splashed over the morning papers in a while, or the fact that the paparazzi had become bored with me. I had to admit, it was a nice change for me, even though it also meant I wasn't getting laid. I was impressed with Brody and how he came prepared. For how much I doubted my little brother sometimes, I never forgot why he was COO. I should have a little more faith in him. After the meeting, Brody slapped me on the back enthusiastically. "That went really well, bro," he said. "Until next year," I said. "We should celebrate. Maybe head to Bemelman's for lunch?" The name alone made my breath catch. I hadn't been there since Addison strolled in and changed my entire life. "Can we do a rain check? I have somewhere to be." Brody looked disappointed. "Tomorrow night?" he suggested. "Tomorrow it is." I watched Brody walk down the hallway to his office before I stopped at Margaret's desk. "May I help you, Mr. Jacobs?" "I was hoping you could find the address for one of our associates." "Which one?" she asked, placing her pale pink-painted fingertips on the keyboard. Addison Hartley? A few clicks on the keyboard sounded. Ah, yes, the Leading to Learn office. I can write the address down for you. She reached for a post-it. No. Actually, I was in need of her home address? Margaret looked at me curiously before looking back at her computer screen. She scrolled the screen and then back up. I'm sorry, I don't have her personal information on file. Well, can you find it? I asked, drumming my fingers on the desktop. I could try, she replied. Thank you. I'll be in my office. I walked down the hallway and into my office. I sat in my chair and refreshed my inbox again. There was still nothing from Addison. I scrolled through all of my sent emails to her and suddenly felt embarrassed. There were 13 total, all sitting and staring at me as reminders of how badly I had screwed this up. I sighed and looked out the window. I felt desperate and out of control, two feelings I despised. A knock sounded at my door. Come in, I said eagerly. Margaret stepped inside holding a bright yellow post-it. I felt hopeful for the first time in a long time. I have that address for you, Mr. Jacobs, she said. She held out the sticky piece of paper proudly. I took it from her and read the words silently. I guessed I was heading to Brooklyn. Thank you, Margaret. I'll be heading out now. Please hold my calls. Of course, sir, she said, before slipping out the door. I grabbed my jacket, sliding it on over my shoulders before heading out the door. Downstairs at the curb, Armand waited. I wondered if he ever did anything else besides wait on me. Where to, Mr. Jacobs? He asked as he opened the back door. Brooklyn, I replied, sliding into the car. Once Armand was up front, I read him the address and sat back as he put the car into drive. I couldn't remember the last time I had gone to Brooklyn. It wasn't far, but felt like a whole other world from the high-rises and wealth of the Upper East Side. 45 minutes later, we pulled up to a small brick apartment building. Armand walked around the side of the car and opened my door. I thanked him as I stepped out onto the curb. I looked down at the address in my hand, apartment 2B. I noticed a pizza delivery guy exiting the building and jogged up to catch the door to let myself inside. I walked down the hallway toward the stairs and noticed a fluffy white cat at my feet. As I stopped to greet her, she weaved her way between my legs. Hello there, I said, bending down to pet her. Beatrice? I heard someone call. I looked up and saw an older woman clutching a fluffy pink robe around herself. Her gray hair rolled tightly in pink sponge rollers. Beatrice! There you are, she said, walking over. I picked up the cat and stood. Cute cat, I said, extending my arms out to give her cat back. The woman took it and cradled it before looking at me. I noticed her eyes widen slightly. She looked me up and down, her mouth open in surprise. She scrunched her eyebrows together. Aren't you? I really should be going, I said. I headed toward the stairs and began climbing them. I could hear the woman mumbling to herself. It wasn't unusual to be recognized, but I didn't need anyone knowing I was in Brooklyn or what business I was on. I walked down the hallway and stopped in front of apartment 2B. I took a deep breath before knocking. My nerves caused waves of nausea to roll through my stomach. The last time I had seen Addison was when she was sleeping in my bed. I didn't know how much I would end up missing her. Missing someone was not something I did. I heard the numerous locks on the door click before it finally opened. To my disappointment, it wasn't Addison standing there. I checked the address on the post-it. This was the place. May I help you? Asked the woman standing there. She was short, with a brown angled bob that hit just above her shoulders. Judging by the scowl on her face, she didn't look too pleased to see me. I'm looking for Addison Hartley, I said. Hart's not here right now. Hart? Yeah, that's what her close friends call her. Ah, I was dealing with the protective best friend.
Fuck me. Well, will you let her know I stopped by? And you are? She asked, even though her icy stare made it clear she knew exactly who I was. Daniel Jacobs. I don't think she wants to see you. Please. No. I think you should go. I desperately wanted to call out Addison's name, Hart's name, whatever she was called. I just wanted to see her, but clearly she didn't want to see me. She started to close the door. Wait, please, I said. Not knowing what else to do, I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out my checkbook and a pen. The girl eyed me suspiciously as I began writing a check with a whole lot of zeros. I ripped it from my checkbook and handed it to her. Her gaze scanned over the check and her eyes widened as they landed on the amount. Please make sure she gets this. I want to help. She can do whatever she wants with the money. The girl looked from the check to me, as if she was struggling to find the words. She stepped inside the apartment and closed the door, leaving me standing outside like a complete idiot. I kicked at the floor as I turned and started walking down the hallway. Wait! I heard a voice call out. I turned around and saw her friend walking swiftly toward me. She pushed a piece of glossy paper into my chest. If you want to be involved, you need to be sure, she said sternly. I looked down at the piece of paper and saw it was an ultrasound. Addison's ultrasound. Our baby's first picture. It was real. So fucking real. I stared at the picture, speechless, for I didn't know how long before realizing I was standing alone in the hallway. I carefully slid the photo in my jacket pocket and somehow walked down the stairs. My legs felt like they were going to give out on me every step of the way.
Chapter 15. Addison. What did he want? I asked, peeping out from behind the kitchen counter. Monica closed the door behind her and looked around until she spotted me on all fours on the black and white tile. She shook her head at me and let out a soft laugh. You're ridiculous, she said. No, I'm not. She raised an eyebrow. Okay, I was being ridiculous. But Daniel showing up at my apartment was not on my bingo card for the day. Being pregnant with his baby wasn't either, but here we were. When I heard the knock at my door, I assumed it was Alma. What I saw through my peephole was Daniel looking like some freaking GQ model in a charcoal gray suit with his hair pushed back. My stomach did several backflips, as if it were competing for the gold medal in gymnastics. I stumbled backward and told Monica to answer the door in a commanding whisper. A small part of me wanted to go out there and tell him off. A larger part of me, and the more stupid part of me, just wanted to hear his voice and feel his blue eyes on me again. But I couldn't face him, hence me being tucked away in my tiny kitchen. Monica walked over and offered me her hand. She pulled me to stand and leaned against the counter, staring straight ahead. So? I asked. What did he say? He wanted to see you. She shrugged so nonchalantly that I just wanted to shake whatever information she had out of her. She had just walked back in the door and I was already feeling my patience growing thin. And? I asked, my voice raising slightly. That's it. It's not like we went out for coffee, Hart. The guy was here for maybe a minute. I wasn't exactly welcoming. Monica, I said, exasperated. What? She asked. You expect me to be friendly to the guy? I could just see her tough guy act now. No wonder Daniel hightailed it out of here. I loved my best friend to death. Her protectiveness of me was endearing, but I half hoped there would be more to Daniel's visit. Like her digging for answers or him pushing past her and barging in here looking for me. I leaned against the counter, feeling disappointed. The truth was, I didn't know what I wanted. This whole time I'd been pushing Daniel away since I told him I was pregnant. That phone call had been a complete disaster, and his reaction had nearly broken my heart in two. It wasn't like I was in love with the guy, Hell, I didn't even know if I liked him all that much. We had spent more time having sex than we had talking in the short time we had known each other. Good sex, amazing sex, but still, I just didn't expect my start to motherhood to be like this. I'd been ignoring his emails, 13 to be exact. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't read them over and over again, looking for some unsaid thing behind his professional verbiage. He was a businessman through and through. He had called to, but never left a voicemail. It was probably better that way. Hearing his voice would probably make me lose all resolve. I was determined to stay strong. Now he was showing up at my apartment? I wondered where he'd gotten my address. I was also surprised he had made the drive out to Brooklyn. I looked over at Monica, who seemed like she was in her head. "What aren't you telling me?" I asked, eyeing her suspiciously. "Nothing." Her voice was an octave higher. Liar. I spotted something in her hand. "What is that?" I asked, nodding to her hand that suddenly tightened its grip. She looked up at the ceiling and sighed before opening her hand. She held it out to me, and I saw a folded piece of paper. I picked it up and unfolded it carefully. It was a check for more than I would make in 10 years at Leading to Learn. Daniel's name was in the upper right-hand corner. I sucked in a sharp breath. "Holy shit," I whispered. "Yeah," said Monica softly. "He just gave this to you?" "Yeah, he wrote it right by the stairs and handed it over. He said he wanted to help and that you could do whatever you wanted with the money." I suddenly felt angry and sad, two emotions that had been on rotation for weeks now. I was really hoping happiness would take a turn soon. The only glimpse of happiness I had was hearing my baby's heartbeat, but then sadness took over, and fear. I could feel hot tears forming at the backs of my eyes. I was angry at myself for avoiding him the past few weeks, when maybe he was trying to turn things around. But if his way of making things better was writing a big fat check, then he wasn't ready to be a father. I couldn't fault him for that. I wasn't ready to be a mother, but I was going to try my hardest for my baby. I knew Daniel didn't ask for this. I hadn't either. I guessed I just expected more. I was stupid for expecting anything at all. I was stupid for going home with him in the first place. Did I really think we were going to just talk and get to know each other? I wished so badly that I could turn back time and never have stepped foot into Bemelman's. But then I wouldn't have this baby growing inside me. I had never felt so torn in my life. I sunk back down to the kitchen floor and leaned my head against the cabinets. Monica slid down beside me. I looked at the check again. "This is how he wants to help?" I asked, shaking it in front of Monica's face. "Maybe it's the only way he knows how," she said. "Well, I don't need it." "Heart," started Monica. "No!" My voice was shaky as I held the check in front of me, ready to rip it into pieces. I was sure I didn't need anything from Daniel Jacobs. I could do this on my own. Before I could so much as put a small tear in the check, Monica snatched it out of my hands. "Hey!" I yelled, reaching for it. "Don't do this," said Monica firmly. "Whether you keep this baby or not, it would be stupid to throw this away. It's chump change to him, but it could be life-changing for you. Or if you decide not to use it for yourself, you could put it into the nonprofit." I blinked back tears as I tried to swallow down my anger toward Monica, toward Daniel, toward this whole messy situation. As much as I wanted to tell my best friend off, I knew she was being practical and I was being emotional. I put my head in my hands and the quiet sobs came. Monica put her arm around me and we sat in silence for several minutes. I knew I needed the money. I knew the reality of living in a tiny loft in Brooklyn and living on one salary that I already scraped by on. Also, I knew that I had my best friend to lean on, but it wasn't enough. At the end of the day, I would be raising this baby by myself. How was I going to support myself and a tiny human? I lifted my head when the tears stopped coming and sniffled. "You're going to be okay, Heart," said Monica. Maybe, I said. I have to make a call. Monica looked at me confused. Daniel? She asked. I shook my head. My parents. I was sure that response shocked her more than if I would have said Daniel. I hadn't spoken to my parents in years. Our relationship hadn't always been the best. I always felt like I wasn't good enough for them. I felt like I wasn't doing enough. Every little thing I did seemed to disappoint them. I didn't know what made them have such high standards for me, but it was exhausting. Things really went south when I got a job at the nonprofit. They didn't understand why I took a job that paid so little. When I explained to them that it wasn't about the money and it was about helping others, they scoffed. They told me I would regret it. It was then that I felt empowered enough to put distance between us. I was an adult and capable of making my own decisions. I no longer needed their support or the roof over my head. I was free. Gradually, the void between us grew. I began skipping trips home for the holidays and eventually stopped visiting at all. The call stopped too, on my end and theirs. As I pulled my phone from the back pocket of my jeans, Monica stood and quietly excused herself to the living room to give me privacy. As if there could be privacy in my apartment. I inhaled a shaky breath as I scrolled through my contacts and found the number to my parents' house. I pressed the green send button and closed my eyes as the rings trilled. Hello? I heard my mother answer. I held my breath and struggled to speak. Hello? She asked again. Mom? I asked softly. I paused. Addison, is that you? I heard the quiet disbelief in her voice. Yeah, it's me. Wow, how are you? Wait, let me get your dad on the line. Oh, you don't have to. I heard her hand cover the receiver and muffled words. She was probably coaxing my dad out of his recliner in the living room, where he sat and watched the news all day. I could see it now. It almost made me miss them. Almost. I heard the click of another phone pick up. Addison? My dad asked, just as disbelieving as my mom. Hey, Dad. This is a surprise. Yeah, listen, I have some news. I just wanted to cut right to it. We were never very good at small talk anyway. Okay, my mom said hesitantly. I'm pregnant. There was silence on the other line. I looked at my phone, wondering if we had lost connection. We hadn't. Hello? I asked. Pregnant? Wow, said my mom unenthusiastically. And your boyfriend or husband, started my dad. The dad isn't in the picture, actually, I replied, trying to keep my voice from shaking. I could have sworn I heard my mother mutter something under her breath, something like, of course he isn't. Addison, how are you going to do this? Asked my dad. At least there was a hint of concern in his voice. I'm figuring it out. By calling us? Said my mom. I could hear the sneer in her voice. This had been an incredibly stupid idea on my part. Did I really expect them to be happy for me? Did I really expect them to help me? I just thought... We're not millionaires, Addison, said my mom. I know that. I just thought... Thought what? You could call your parents who you cut out of your life and ask for help with your mistake? She laughed sarcastically. Nancy, my dad warned. I could tell he was torn. Don't Nancy me. She's not getting a dime out of us. Maybe we could. No, John, we could not. They continued to bicker, completely forgetting I was on the phone at all. I shook my head and ended the call. How did that go? Asked Monica, peeping over the countertop. As you'd imagine, I said. I'm sorry, Hart. Me too.
Chapter 16. Daniel. On the drive back to Manhattan, I stared at the ultrasound in my hands. I knew nothing about babies, but I assumed the little white blob in the bigger black blob was the baby. My baby. Our baby. My heart felt like it had somehow grown as soon as that girl handed me this piece of glossy paper. I could only imagine what Addison felt. Hard, whoever she was. Heart seemed more fitting. Part of me wanted to earn the right to call her that. God, I had been a total asshole when she gave me the most important news of her life. Of our life. We hadn't even talked about anything yet, but my uncertainty around me being the father or not had diminished completely. Staring down at the little white blob, I knew it was mine. He, she, whichever. I had to see Addison again. I wondered if she was in her apartment. She probably was. She probably sent her bulldog friend out to grill me and stay the hell away from her. As she should have. But knowing she was so close yet so far was pulling me apart. Maybe I should have tried harder to see her. I would try harder. I would come back tomorrow and I would make sure she couldn't ignore me. My phone rang just then, and I half hoped it was her. To my disappointment, it was Freddie. "Hey, man," he said when I picked up. "Hey," I said, trying not to sound annoyed that it wasn't Addison. "Are you coming out tonight?" he asked. "For what?" My birthday?" Shit, I forgot. That was the last thing I wanted to do when I had this much on my mind. "I don't know." "Yes, you do. You are. Lavo, 11 o'clock. If you don't, I will officially disown you as my best friend." I rolled my eyes. He was so dramatic. Still, I had never missed Freddie's birthday. Not since we were kids. "Fine, I'll be there." I hung up and tossed my phone on the seat beside me. The rest of the ride back to Manhattan, I stared at the ultrasound and felt a small chance of hope I might see Addison tomorrow. When 11 o'clock rolled around, I rode the elevator down to the parking garage where Armand waited with the car. I was late, but I didn't care. At least I was going at all. I arrived at Lavo 20 minutes later, and Freddie was already 3 drinks in and feeling friendly. There were 4 women surrounding him in his private booth. Normally, this would entice me, but this was the last place I wanted to be. "Look who showed up," said Freddie excitedly. "Happy birthday," I said, sitting at the edge of the booth and keeping my distance from the vultures in little black dresses who had spotted their next prey. It was funny how things changed. I used to relish in the fact that women were impressed by my money. It turned me on. I liked the idea of taking care of a woman, and her being eager to take care of me. Now, I couldn't care less about impressing anyone. Brody handed me a drink from the tray before whispering flirtatiously to the cocktail waitress, who eagerly giggled. I took a sip. A lemon drop. My worst nightmare. But whatever. I'd be a good sport for Freddie's birthday. I spent the next hour pretending to be interested in what anyone was saying, all the while thinking about the ultrasound sitting in my jacket pocket. It was a risky move bringing it with me, but for some reason, I wanted it with me. It was like this quiet reminder of what really mattered. None of what was happening in this club did. As soon as Freddie had his tongue down someone's throat, I took my chance to leave. He would be busy for the rest of the night. He would hardly miss me. Plus, I wanted to get to bed, so I could get out to Brooklyn early the next morning. "Freddie, I'm going to head out." He pulled away from the platinum blonde who was now straddling him. "Yeah, I have an early work meeting, but this was fun. Happy birthday." He gave me a small salute and went back to jamming his tongue down the girl's throat. I laughed as I began pushing my way through the crowd. That was when I spotted Kira on the dance floor. I tried to avert my gaze, but she latched onto my eyes and made her way over. She wore a white dress with a plunging neckline, and I would be lying if I said it was hard to look at her face. She slung her arms around my neck and moved her body to the music.
"This is a surprise," she said in a sing-song voice. "Sure is," I said. "Do you like my dress?" She let go of me and did a twirl, stumbling slightly. "It sure is something," I replied, steadying her. She was drunk. "Who are you here with?" I asked, looking around. I wanted to make sure she was taken care of before I left. Despite our history, I still cared about her. She looked around and squinted one eye, the classic Kira's wasted face. "I don't know," she shrugged. "I forgot." She giggled before slinging her arms around me once more. "Let's get you home, Kira." I wrapped my arm around her waist and half carried her through the club. Before going outside, I called Armand to bring the car around. The last thing I needed was to be seen in the papers with Kira in a white dress. They'd probably claim it was our engagement party. The doorman let Armand in and I passed Kira off to him. "See that she gets home, please," I said. "And you, sir?" asked Armand, raising his brows. "I'll Uber." "You're not coming?" asked Kira with a pouty face. "Not tonight, sweetheart. Get home safe, okay?" The doors to the club swung open, and I could see the flashes of cameras instantly go off. I was happy to be hidden inside the darkness of the club. After a short Uber ride home, I took a hot shower and washed the day away before climbing into bed. I thought my nerves would keep me up, but it was actually the opposite. Knowing I would possibly see Addison in the morning made me fall asleep quickly. I wanted the morning to get there as fast as possible. The next morning, I woke up at 6 and quickly dressed for the day. I met Armand down in the parking garage. On our way out of Manhattan, I had him stop at a coffee shop. I had the idea of bringing some tea for Addison. I read that it helped with morning sickness. I had been Googling various things about pregnancy while I ate my dinner last night at home, before going to Freddie's party. I wasn't sure if Addison had any symptoms yet, but I saw the tea as some sort of peace offering. We arrived at her apartment just past 7. I had no idea when she left for work, but figured it wasn't this early. I had Armand park out front and felt odd for staking out the place, but I would do whatever I could to at least talk to her. Thankfully, Armand didn't ask questions. He never did, which was why I liked him so much. Time ticked by slowly. I was going restless in the car, but I knew if I went up to her apartment again, there was a chance she wouldn't answer the door. Or worse, she'd send her friend out. I wasn't sure if it was her roommate or what the situation was. It was better to wait down here. Finally, at 8:20, the door to her building opened and I saw her step outside into the warm sunlight. She wore a pair of faded jeans and a pinstripe blue button-down. I smiled to myself. I had never seen her dressed down, but I liked it. Then my nerves caught up with me. I took a deep breath as I opened the car door. She had already begun to walk down the sidewalk. "Addison?" I called. She stopped and turned around. Her face dropped when she saw me. I half expected her to turn and keep walking, but she stayed put. I climbed out of the car, grabbing the tea from the cup holder, and walked toward her. "What are you doing here?" she asked, looking around like I had just flown across the world when really I had just driven over a bridge. "I had to see you. I stopped by yesterday, but—" "I know," she said sharply. "Look, I'm so sorry for being such a dick. I was just surprised and didn't know how to handle the news." She didn't say anything. "I brought you tea," I said, holding up the cup that was now lukewarm at best. She looked from me to the cup. "It's going to take a lot more than tea to get me to talk to you." She turned and began walking away. "Wait, please! Have you thought about names?" I blurted out. She stopped walking but didn't turn around. "Please, Hart." I tried again. "You haven't earned the right to call me that yet," she said softly as she turned around.
The yet made me feel hopeful. I nodded. I have to head back to Manhattan for work. Can I give you a ride? I asked. As I watched her consider my offer, I was reminded of how beautiful she really was. Her dark hair was pulled into a high ponytail and her brown eyes were caramel in the sun. Okay, she said. Really? I asked, a little too eagerly. She shot me a look, and I reminded myself not to get too ahead of myself. I walked past her and opened the door for her before Armand could. She slid inside the car and I followed, closing the door behind me. Again, she sat as far away from me as she could. All I wanted to do was be close to her, but I understood her coolness toward me. You look nice, I said. Thanks. She looked out the window as the car pulled away from the curb. Even though we had at least an hour's drive back to the city, I felt like the minutes were fleeting. Here, I said, handing her the tea. It's probably not very hot anymore. She gave the faintest smile and took it from my hands, avoiding any contact with my fingers. She took a sip. Thank you, she said softly. How are you feeling? I asked. Fine. No symptoms? I read morning sickness can start around 6 weeks. She bit back a smile, and my eyes fixated toward her lips. It was the first time I had felt any real arousal in weeks. Jesus. Pull it together, Daniel. I've been a little nauseous here and there, but nothing too bad. Good. That's good. Did you get a baby book or something? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I laughed. No, just Google. She murmured. Is that a good or a bad It's just a I could see her mouth lift into a smile as she turned and looked out the window again. My eyes traveled from her face to the buttons of her blouse, which were pulled taut against her breasts. They stayed there for a while as I wondered if they had gotten bigger since our night together. I read that was the first sign of possibly being pregnant. I hoped I could find out. Probably not anytime soon, but her accepting to ride with me was a step in the direction I wanted to go.
Chapter 17. Addison. I took a sip of the lukewarm tea, hoping it would calm the incessant jitters in my stomach. I didn't have morning sickness yet, but I wondered if this was what it felt like, a mixture of nausea and anxiety. As cold as I tried to come off because I knew that Daniel deserved it, my heart was playing tug-of-war with my head. I wanted to be angry at him, and I was, but I also felt my resolve weakening. I wouldn't be able to stay angry for long. Why did he have to be so damn charming? I knew I should have walked away when he surprised me outside of my apartment, and I almost did. But the sound of his voice when he asked if I had names picked out for the baby stopped me right in my tracks. He was either a really good actor or he actually cared. I mean, the guy showed up with herbal tea and he'd been Googling about pregnancy? It didn't sound like something he would do if he was trying to buy my silence. But still, I kept my guard up, or at least tried to. Now I was in a closed space with him, and the walls of the car seemed to be closing in, making my urge to be closer to him even greater. It didn't help that his cologne smelled so damn good, or that he wore the same suit I had taken off him during our night together. I wondered if he had strategically worn it. Smart move. I continued staring out the window as we weaved our way through the traffic of Manhattan. I was surprised how quickly we had gotten to the city. I knew we would be at my office soon, and I was already dreading saying goodbye. I didn't know when I would see him again, or even if I wanted to, or even if he wanted to see me again. Maybe this was just his way of trying to be decent by apologizing before wiping his hands clean of me. As we turned down the street of Leading to Learn, my heart began fluttering in my chest in panic. Maybe this was the last time I would see him, and I had just completely blown it on an hour-long car ride here. It was funny how the heart worked. Here I was, supposed to be upset with him, and now I was upset with myself for ruining a chance I didn't even think I had. The car came to stop at the curb. I finally turned to him and saw his eyes were already intently on me. Had he been looking at me for long? I cleared my throat nervously. "Well, this is me," I said, looking up at the building,
as if he hadn't told his driver to come here.
"Right," he nodded. We sat there awkwardly for a few seconds before I reached for the door, but it was already opening. His driver smiled down at me and waited for me to get out. "Thank you," I said to Daniel softly. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were on mine. More than anything, I wanted to reach over and grab his hand or hug him or touch him in any way, but instead I slid out of the car and walked toward my building without looking back. I figured goodbye would be easier that way. As I stepped through the door, I felt tears stinging my eyes. Out of sight of the car, I leaned against the wall, letting out a long breath, and wiped at the tears that threatened to fall. I was completely undone. Everything I had held against Daniel over the past few weeks had dissipated like the mist when the sun comes up. All the reasons I had convinced myself to hate him seemed invalid now. I shook my head, trying to knock the sense back into me. "Addison?" I heard a voice say. I looked up and saw Brian staring at me with a curious expression as he stood by the elevators. "Oh, hey, Brian," I said casually, pushing myself from the wall. You okay?" "Yeah, totally fine. I think I just got something in my eye. I'm good now." He didn't look convinced, but he also didn't press me further. He pressed the button for the elevators, and we stepped through the doors as they slid open. "Did you Uber today?" he asked. He must have seen me get out of Daniel's town car. I felt a slight panic set in. There were strict rules about starting relationships within the office or with associates outside of the office. It wasn't like Daniel and I were in a relationship, but having a baby certainly complicated things. "Yeah," I lied. "I couldn't find my subway pass." It was a stupid lie of an excuse, but he seemed to buy it. When the elevators reached our floor, I said goodbye and walked swiftly to my office. My stomach was in knots and remained that way for the rest of the day. It was hard to focus on work or my meetings. I just kept thinking about Daniel after I'd worked so hard to forget him, or at least tried to. Monica came by on my lunch break, and we went to the deli on the corner. I ordered a veggie sandwich, even though I would have loved some cold cuts piled on. I wanted to do everything right by the baby, so instead I sat there and chewed on cucumber and lettuces smushed between two halves of French bread as I told her about the morning. "You mean he was just waiting for you?" asked Monica between bites of her sandwich. "I guess," I shrugged. "What did he want?" "To apologize. Then he offered me a ride to work." "And you said hell no, right?" I reached in my bag of chips and popped one in my mouth, avoiding her gaze as it crunched. "Heart." "I don't know, Monica. He seemed different." She let out a solitary laugh, its sarcasm biting. "I doubt I will ever see him again," I said, looking out the window to the bustling sidewalk, hoping it wasn't true. Little did I know. When I walked out the door of my apartment building the following morning, I saw him leaning against his town car with another cup of tea in hand. I swore he could hear my heart pounding in my chest as I walked toward him. "You're back," I said. "I hope that's okay." He handed me the cup of tea. "It's hot today," I said after taking a sip. He gave me a smile, one I hadn't seen before from him. It was genuine and warm. He opened the back door and gestured for me to get inside. I hesitated for just a second before realizing there was no place I would rather be than next to him in that car. I slid inside and he followed behind me. "How are you feeling today?" he asked as the car pulled away from the curb. "I'm okay, just tired," I said. I wasn't sure if it was from pregnancy or the thought of him that kept me up last night. "That's normal," he mused. What, are you some sort of expert now? I asked, a smirk trailing across my lips. Trying to be, he said. His eyes looked at mine and fell to my lips where they stayed for a delicious moment too long. I wondered what he was thinking and if it was the same thing as me. How it would feel to taste each other again. Again, we arrived in Manhattan too quickly for my liking. I was actually begging for there to be traffic. Wasn't that what New York was known for anyway? I begrudgingly said goodbye and got out of the car, looking around cautiously to make sure no one saw me. The workday dragged on as I thought about the possibility of seeing Daniel again. It seemed ridiculous that he would make the drive out to Brooklyn each morning just to bring me tea and drive me to work, but that was exactly what he did. Each morning, I found him leaning against the town car in that sexy, relaxed way of his, holding a steaming cup of tea. Because of this, I took extra time getting ready. I didn't squeeze myself into tight skirts or dresses, but an extra spritz of perfume and a swipe of lip gloss wouldn't hurt. Each morning, he told me I looked nice, and the way his eyes took me in made my skin break out in goosebumps. It was as if he was imagining what was underneath, as if he didn't already know. We didn't fall into this complicated situation by staying clothed. This morning, I was wearing a white linen dress that skimmed just above my knees. I had pulled my hair back into a braid that fell down my back. When Daniel saw me, his eyes wandered and he didn't even try to hide it. It felt good to feel wanted. I had struggled with feeling confident for so long, but with him, he made me feel different. I felt desired, beautiful, sexy. Also very pregnant. The morning sickness had finally hit me. As he opened the car door for me, I felt his touch for what felt like the first time in years. His hand grazed my lower back as he guided me inside the car. That one touch unraveled me, and I wanted more. I made the conscious choice to not scooch to the far end of the car. As he slid in next to me, I didn't want to pull away when his thigh grazed against mine. I felt his eyes meet where our bodies touched, and a small smile crossed his lips. "How are you feeling today?" he asked. "Tired, a little nauseous, and my boobs hurt." He laughed. "They look bigger," he said, holding back a smile. "Daniel," I said, slugging him playfully on the arm. "What? It's hard not to look." I felt my cheeks burning. "You make a really hot pregnant woman." "You're ridiculous," I said, shaking my head. The word pregnant coming from his mouth made it all the more real. I was carrying a baby, our baby. While I didn't know exactly what our situation was, I was grateful he was here. It might just be a ride to the city and a supposed cure to morning sickness, but it meant so much more to me than that. This was him showing up when I was convinced he was walking out. We hadn't talked about the logistics of anything, or about if or how he would be a part of the baby's life. I didn't know where we stood. We talked about anything and everything else, and that was enough for me. For now. I was seeing a new side to Daniel. He didn't seem like the man I'd met all those weeks ago. Yes, he was still incredibly sexy and charming, and made it easy to see why I'd gone home with him in the first place. The man didn't have the reputation he did for nothing. But he was also funny, sweet, pensive, genuine. It was as if his cool guy facade had fallen away, and I could see the man behind the millions. I wondered if it was a side many had seen, or if I was just lucky. Either way, it was hard not to fall for him. Knowing I was carrying his baby just added to my attraction for him. It seemed incredibly stupid, but I couldn't help wondering if there could somehow be a happy ending for us. I hoped for it. For the baby. For me.
Chapter 18. Daniel. I noticed Addison's eyes on me, and for the first time in a few days, I didn't see anger or fear or sadness. All things I wished I hadn't caused her. I didn't know what I saw in that glance, but it made her brown eyes come alive. I held her gaze until she looked away coyly. I realized we were on her block and our time was almost up. As the car came to a stop outside her work, I felt the same disappointment I felt every day when it was time to say goodbye. On top of that, I felt a franticness that it would possibly be the last time I saw her. Maybe she would change her mind and this short time together would end. An hour or so was not enough time together, but it was all I could get right now. All I attempted to get. All I probably deserved to get after what I had put her through. "Well, this is me," she said softly, grabbing her purse and putting her hand on the door. I gave a solemn nod as Armand rounded the car and opened her door for her. She was almost out of the car, and then she turned around and slid back across the seat toward me. I sucked in a shallow breath as I wondered what she was doing, eager for whatever was bringing her closer to me. She leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Thank you." Those two simple words entered my skull and sent shivers down the length of my spine, forcing me to close my eyes as if it was a reflex to her close proximity. She then pressed her soft lips to my cheek before pulling away. Then she was gone. As soon as her lips left my cheek, a burn took place of where her kiss had been. I could have sworn it was a touch that would scar me in a way I would want to remember. Like a scar on your knee from where you first learned to ride a bike. It was exciting and new, and without the pain. I watched as she walked up to her work, parts of her white dress swishing as she walked, while others clung to her curves. She didn't look back, but my eyes didn't falter from her until she disappeared through the doors. Today was the first time we had touched in the week I had been picking her up from Brooklyn. I had taken a chance by placing my hand on the small of her back today as she got into the car. I couldn't help it. She was like a magnet, and I no longer had the strength to avoid her pull. It seemed to open a door I thought had surely been shut. This morning felt different. Driving her to Manhattan had become some sort of unspoken agreement between the two of us. Every morning, she would walk out of her brick building and look around as if she doubted I was there again. But then her eyes would find me and a slow smile would spread across her lips. It got me every time. Every car ride, I felt her walls start to come down a little. I wondered if I would eventually get the chance to call her hard. It had become a new challenge for me. In the 5-ish or so hours we had spent together the past week, we hadn't talked much about the baby or what the future looked like, other than how she was feeling and what symptoms were new. The boobs were definitely new. They were good before, but now I knew they'd spill out of my hands, and the thought was tantalizing. It was as if we knew that talking about the baby would mean talking about us, and we were just barely figuring each other out. After doing everything backward, we were now at the getting to know you stage. We had 9 months to figure everything else out. Or was it 8? I learned that she was smart. Not in an I went to an Ivy League, but more in a street smart way that I found incredibly attractive. You could go to Harvard and still not know shit about the world. I knew plenty of people like that, and they failed to impress me in the way Addison did. I felt oddly insignificant next to her, which was saying something coming from the guy who had his ego fed by everyone around him. What she did mattered more than anything I had contributed to the world. She was worldly in a way that most weren't. She'd been to places I couldn't even imagine because of her work with the nonprofit, places people would never go to willingly. The way she talked about her job and the things she'd seen spoke volumes about her character. Her heart, which was why her name was so fitting, and why I wanted it to be a normal thing rolling off of my tongue. All of her brains and her passion were wrapped in a package I was dying to get my hands on again, to slowly unwrap her like the gift she was. It was all I could think about lately, which was why my eyes couldn't help but wander over the white number she put on today. The buttons struggling to contain her creamy breasts, the hem of her skirt riding up slightly as she slid across the leather seat. It was beginning to feel like torture being in such a confined space with someone I had once peeked inside. I closed my eyes, remembering her spread open on my bar, her nails digging into my back. I hear Armand clear his throat, breaking me out of my thoughts. I looked up and caught his eye in the rearview mirror, a smile on his face. To work, sir? Yes, please. Thank you, Armand. He nodded and pulled away from the curb. I watched as Addison's office began to fade away with the distance. It just hit me that I wouldn't see her the next morning. It was Friday, which meant I didn't have a reason to drive to Brooklyn. Now I wished I had realized it sooner. I could have asked her to lunch or to dinner. I sighed. It was going to be a long weekend. My phone buzzed just then. I pulled it from my jacket pocket and saw Kira's name flash across the screen. I rolled my eyes and debated answering. I went against my better judgment and hit the green button. Hello, I answered. My knight in shining armor, said Kira, nearly purring. Excuse me? The other night, at the club. I had done the gentlemanly thing and made sure she got her wasted ass home after I left Freddie's birthday party early. Oh, right, I'm glad you got home okay. Thanks to you. Well, thanks to my driver. Either way, I was completely wasted. I barely even remember leaving. If it weren't for you, I don't know where I would have ended up. Probably in some billionaire's bed, which was how she ended up getting married the first 2 times. I do what I can, I said. Well, I want to say thank you. You just did. No, silly. I want to take you out so I can really say thank you. I knew that voice. It was the one she used to get anything she wanted. It was almost whispery and dripping with sex. It had worked on me too many times to count in the past. That's not necessary, I said. Daniel. How about the next time I'm up for bid at a charity auction, you can bid on me? I heard her huff on the other line. I had no plans on being up for bid ever again. As much money as it raised, the salacious press that followed wasn't worth it. You can play hard to get all you want, but you know I always end up getting what I want, she said before hanging up. I looked at my phone and smiled. I had pissed her off. She wasn't a girl who was used to being turned down, and she was 0 for 2 with me. It was new for me, too. Even though we broke up over a year ago, we hadn't exactly wiped our hands of each other. We had remained friendly, maybe too friendly. She would sometimes make her way into my bed if we ran into each other at an event. I couldn't help myself. With Kira, it was familiar, and the sex was good. But now, things were different. Armand pulled up to the large glass building that was practically my second home and opened the door for me. I slid out of the car and saw my brother walking up to the entrance. Brody, I said, jogging up next to him with a grin on my face. Hey, bro, he said, pushing the doors open. How are you? Fine, I guess. Nice day out, huh? Yeah, real nice. He looked at me curiously as we walked through the spacious lobby toward the elevators. You're extra cheery today, he said, pressing the button. It's Friday, I shrugged. Right. The elevator doors opened and we stepped inside. Did you get a really good lay last night or something? Asked Brody, raising a questioning eyebrow at me. Can a guy just be happy? I asked. Sure, but that guy is usually not you. That's not true. Yeah, it is. You're either stressed about work or getting bored of supermodels most guys would be damn lucky just to get a passing glance from. Okay, that was true. Speaking of supermodels, it's been a while since I've seen you on TMZ, he quipped. And that's a bad thing? Nah, it's good. Our stocks are up. He laughed. It was true. In the absence of any scandal with my name on it, our numbers were up. It had been over a month since I had been in the papers. The last time had been when Kira and I were photographed on our date, and she went on to claim that wedding bells were in our future. Little did I know it would actually be footy pajamas and a crib. I couldn't imagine the field day the press would have if they caught wind I was going to be a father. Thankfully, I trusted Addison enough to keep this under wraps until we figured everything out. I hardly knew her, and I trusted her more than Kira, who I had known for years. Brody and I stepped out onto our floor and went our separate ways to our offices. He was on one end of the long marble hallway, and I on the other. As I started to make my way down the hallway, Margaret called me over to the front desk. "Good morning, Mr. Jacobs." "Morning, Margaret." "Your dinner meeting cancelled this evening. They just called to reschedule." Shit. That was a big client I had planned on schmoozing over steak and expensive red wine. "Did they say why?" I asked, trying to hide my annoyance. "Their baby is sick," she shrugged. I suddenly felt a little more empathy. I wondered if I would ever be in the position where I had to reschedule or cancel because I was being a dad to a sick baby. With my night free, I suddenly had an idea. "Keep my schedule clear for the night, please," I said, drumming my fingers on the desk. "Yes, Mr. Jacobs," she replied. As I walked down the hallway, I started to formulate a plan that would involve seeing Addison tonight. And, if all went well, getting her in bed again. Seeing her naked was all I could think about. I felt like I might combust if I couldn't have her again.
Chapter 19. Addison. I walked into the break room feeling like I was walking on cloud 9. Despite the lingering nausea in my stomach, my morning with Daniel had distracted me enough from the discomfort of morning sickness. I grabbed a bag of pretzels and a water bottle from the fridge. Small snacks helped my upset stomach. I sat down at a small round table by the window and listened to the sounds of the city below, wondering what Daniel was doing now. I smiled as I crunched down on a salty pretzel. "You look awfully happy," someone said. I looked up and saw Shelley standing in the doorway with a curious smile on her face. "Just happy it's Friday," I lied. I wasn't happy it was Friday. It hadn't hit me until I sat down at my desk this morning that I wouldn't see Daniel again till Monday. That was, if he was going to continue chauffeuring me to the city. It was ridiculous, but also incredibly sweet for him to make a 2-hour commute each morning on top of his drive to work. "Any big plans for tonight?" asked Shelley. "Ice cream on my couch." I shrugged. She laughed. She knew I was a homebody and practically begged me to come out for her birthday. It was a good thing she did. If it weren't for her, I would never have run into Daniel. I also would never have ended up being pregnant. "Well, I'm just sorry I didn't get the chance to see you out of the office for once. How was that Bemelman's place, by the way?" "Fancy, and the drinks were dangerously good." "Good to know." Shelley grabbed a bag of chips from the basket on the counter before giving me a little wave goodbye. I finished my bag of pretzels and bottle of water and walked down the hallway back to my office. As I passed by Brian's office, he called me in. "Addison, can you come in here for a minute?" "What's up, Brian?" I asked, leaning against the door frame. "We just got in the final numbers from Daniel Jacobs' donation." Just the sound of his name made my heart bang violently in my chest. "Oh?" I asked, trying not to let his effect on me show. "Yeah, they're big, really big. I don't know how Shelley did it. I've emailed them to you. Can you start working on a new budget?" "Of course, I'll get right on it." I walked back to my office, wondering exactly how big Daniel's donation was. I sat down at my computer and quickly opened my email. I scrolled through Brian's email and saw the number. The number of zeros made my mouth fall open. It was our biggest donation ever. Hell, it was quadruple our last donation. I had the urge to email him and say thank you, but decided not to. It's not like he had done it for me, right? I started typing up a rough draft of a list of expenses for our next project at Leading to Learn. We were planning to visit Cambodia next, and were determining the best toy designs that would educate the children. Thankfully, with Daniel's generous contribution, our budget had greatly expanded, and we were able to pour more money into research on how to best serve the community, and also send more of us down there to help. I went over the numbers and realized there was more than enough left over to hire on new staff and visit several other countries. My heart was full knowing we could really start making a difference and put Leading to Learn on the map as a major nonprofit. It was unbelievable. As the whoosh of my sent email to Brian sounded from my computer, there was a knock on my door. "Come in," I said. The door clicked open and a courier stood in the doorway holding a package. "I have a delivery for Addison Hartley?" "Yeah, that's me." I stood up and walked to him, eyeing the box in his hands. It was matte black, and I could see the word Bloomingdale's etched in gold, peeking out from under the black satin ribbon. What in the world? I never got packages delivered to the office, and even if I did, I hadn't ordered anything, especially not from Bloomingdale's. I jotted down my signature on the courier's clipboard eagerly before taking the box from him. Once he was gone, I placed the box on my desk and opened the lid. On top of soft gold tissue paper sat a handwritten note. "Be ready by 7 p.m. It wasn't signed, but I would bet it was from Daniel. No one I knew shopped at Bloomingdale's. What was he up to? The thought excited me and filled me with nerves. I set the note aside and peeled back the tissue paper. Underneath was red satin fabric folded neatly. I slipped my hands carefully under it, lifting it out of the box as if it were a piece of fine china that would break. It unfolded in front of me, revealing the most stunning dress I had ever seen. It probably cost more than my rent. I checked the size and breathed a small sigh of relief. The guy clearly knew women's sizes, which made me feel a tinge of jealousy. I pushed it away as I held the dress up against me. I had never worn anything this nice. I carefully folded the dress and placed it back in the box. I looked at the note again and bit back a smile. I would be seeing Daniel sooner than I thought. I wondered what he had in store for me. Whatever it was, I knew the rest of the workday was going to drag on. On my lunch break, I called Monica and filled her in on everything. I told her about the past week with Daniel and about the mystery package. She seemed skeptical at first, her usual protective self. But when I told her how he seemed interested in my pregnancy and how he seemed like a different person, she began to soften. I promised her I would FaceTime her before I left for the night. After lunch, the rest of the day went slowly. I caught myself staring at the clock, just watching the minute hand tick painfully to the next number. By 5 o'clock, I had barely focused on anything but the night ahead. I quickly clocked out, barely saying goodbye to any of my coworkers. I rushed to get to the subway and caught the train back to Brooklyn before it closed its doors. I sat the whole ride home, clutching the Bloomingdale's box tightly on my lap. By the time I got to my building, I only had an hour and a half to get ready. Normally, it was more than enough time for me. I could get ready in 10 minutes. But tonight was different. I had a once-in-a-lifetime dress to wear with the Daniel Jacobs. I clutched the box as I headed toward the stairs to my apartment. I spotted Beatrice mewing at the bottom of the stairwell and let out an annoyed sigh. Elma really needed to keep better track of her cat. I debated leaving her there, but didn't have the heart to. I scooped up the fluffy cat with one arm and knocked rapidly on Elma's door. "Coming!" she called out, a tone of annoyance in her voice. I heard the locks of her door click and she swung it open. "What is it?" she said sharply. I held up Beatrice and Elma's face softened. "Oh, you escaped again, have you?" she said, taking the cat in her arms. "Sorry, I was catching up on my soaps. Did you know you can record shows now?" "Only for the past 20 years. "Wow," I said, feigning surprise. Elma looked me up and down, and before I could move the box out of view, her eyes latched on. "Bloomingdale's, huh?" she asked curiously. Oh, yeah, I treated myself after work today. I could tell by her face she didn't believe me. If I were living here, there was no way I was shopping at Bloomingdale's. Is that right? She asked, unconvinced. Yep, I better be going. Before you go, there was a gentleman caller here last week. He looked very familiar, very rich. Oh, weird. Maybe he was lost, I said innocently. I turned away and walked up the stairs to my apartment. Now I only had an hour and 20 minutes to get ready. Inside, I stripped off my clothes and turned the shower on. I tapped my foot, impatiently waiting for the water to heat up. As I stood in front of the mirror, I studied my body. Really, the only thing that had changed was the size of my breasts.
I wasn't showing in my stomach area yet.
I ran my hands over my bare belly and smiled. The steam fogged up the mirror, signaling it was time to get in the shower. I took my time exfoliating, shaving, deep conditioning. The dress deserved that. At least that's what I told myself when my mind wandered to what might happen tonight. Once I was out of the shower, I towel-dried my hair before taking a blow-dryer to it. I couldn't remember the last time I had taken the time to style it. I usually just threw it in a bun or a ponytail so it was out of my face. Now I struggled with a round brush and my arms were tired. After I was done, I grabbed my makeup bag and sat on the floor in front of my full-length mirror. I looked inside the bag at my modest makeup collection and started brushing it on carefully. I added a little more blush than usual, an extra coat of mascara, and shakily drew a cat eye with liner. Lastly, I swiped on a coat of rosy lipstick. Now it was time for the dress, the thing I was most nervous for. There was a chance it wouldn't fit. I carefully removed the tag and stepped into the pool of satin at my feet, sliding it up my body and over my arms. I held my breath as I arched to reach the back zipper and slowly zipped it up. I let out a sigh of relief. It fit. I rummaged through my closet to find the one pair of heels I owned, the same strappy black ones I had worn my first night with Daniel. I tied the straps and I looked at myself in the mirror. I couldn't help but feel like an imposter. My nerves started to kick in, so I picked up my phone and FaceTimed Monica. Hello, she answered, holding a glass of wine. Please tell me I don't look ridiculous, I said, turning my phone to face the mirror. Holy shit, Heart, she practically yelled. Shh, I giggled. You look like you might get pregnant again. We both burst out laughing. I already felt better. You have to tell me everything tomorrow. Promise? Promise. Go get him, girl. I ended the call and checked the time. It was 7 on the dot. I slid the phone in my small black clutch and walked out into the hallway, locking up behind me. I slowly walked down the stairs, not wanting to trip. At the door, I took a deep breath, as if everything in my life was about to change. I pushed open the door and stepped out into the cool night. In front of me stood Daniel, leaning against his town car, with a single rose. For a moment, I felt like I couldn't breathe. He wore a black suit, his hair pushed back just right, and a smile that melted me into a pool of liquid that I wanted him to dive into.
Chapter 20. Daniel. My hand clutching the red rose began to shake slightly as I watched Addison walk toward me. It was like she was moving in slow motion as my eyes drank her in. Her hair was down, hanging past her shoulders in dark, loose waves that I wanted to run my fingers through. I noticed she had more makeup on, but not in a caked-on way, but in a way that brought out her brown eyes and her plump lips. I didn't want to tear my eyes away from hers, but I had to see the dress. I had spent an hour in Bloomingdale's on my lunch break trying to find the perfect dress for her. The saleswoman was patient with me as I looked through her rack of selections, pushing through them dismissively until I landed on this one.
I thought it would be perfect, and it was. The red satin clung to Addison's body in a way I hoped. It tugged across her voluminous breasts and hugged her waist until it broke into a carefully placed slit that exposed her upper thigh. As much as I hoped she would feel good in it, I selfishly chose it for me to stare at her in it all night. As she took one last step toward me, she did a slow spin, and I instinctively brought my hand to my chest. I had just had the air knocked out of me. I gathered my wits about me and handed her the rose. "You look incredible," I said softly before leaning in to kiss her on the cheek. "Thank you," she replied, "for everything. This dress was made for you." I wanted so badly to reach out and place my hands on her waist, running my hands up the smooth fabric against her body. Instead, I turned and opened the door. "Shall we?" I asked, gesturing to the car. She nodded as she stepped inside the car before I slid in after her. I closed the door gently behind us, and the sound of soft jazz music filled the car. "Nice touch, Armand." I caught his eye in the rearview mirror, and he gave me a wink. "Where are we going?" asked Addison as the car pulled away from the curb. "You'll see," I answered, with a sly smile. The conversation didn't flow as easily as it had the past week. I wondered if she was feeling the same nerves I was as we made our way to Manhattan. We, instead, settled into a comfortable silence with careful glances and small smiles. Whenever I got the chance, I let my eyes wander without her knowing in the darkness of the town car. Even in the dark, I could see the flesh of her breasts illuminated by passing cars. I would take her right here in this car if she would let me. But I had plans for us tonight, and I couldn't be selfish. I wanted to treat her to a night she would never forget. I might have to hide my arousal all damn night, but it would be worth it. Knowing I could do something special for her made her even more intoxicating to me. The car slowed to a stop outside of Le Cuckoo. I opened the car door and slid out, then held my hand out for Addison. She placed her hand gently in mine, and I helped her out of the car, but didn't let go. I couldn't. That charged feeling ran through me, and I didn't want it to end. The large arched windows cast their warm glow onto the sidewalk before us. I led her in the large black doors and into the restaurant. I watched as Addison looked around at the large chandeliers hanging from the high ceilings and the brick walls that lined the large bar area surrounded by lush flowers. I smiled as she did a circle, taking everything in. "May I help you?" asked the hostess. "I have a reservation under Jacobs." She scanned her computer screen before grabbing 2 menus. "Right this way, Mr. Jacobs." We followed her to a small corner booth that was tucked away from the rest of the patrons. I had requested seating that was more intimate, and they had delivered. Addison scooched into the navy velvet seat of the booth, and I took the seat across from her. The hostess placed our menus on the table before excusing herself. "This place is beautiful," said Addison, looking at me. "Wait until you try the food," I said. She smiled and looked down at her menu. I watched as she scanned the words, furrowing her brows slightly. "I don't know what any of this means," she said with a soft laugh. "Would you like me to order for you?" I offered. "Yes, please. If I tried to order, I would butcher every word." "What don't you like?" I asked. "I'm not picky," she shrugged. When the waitress came around for our order, I did my best attempt at French and ordered their most popular dishes, along with a few of my favorites. As we handed the menus back to the waiter, Addison looked at me with a smile. "What?" I asked. "I'm impressed." She sat back against the plush seat of the booth and crossed her arms, studying me. I marveled how she pressed her breasts together. "Me too," I said with a smirk. "Oh my God, Daniel," she said, covering herself self-consciously. "Well, don't do that." She shook her head and fought back a smile. "I can't handle you." "No, I can't handle you." Her face flushed and she reached for her glass of water, taking a sip. "So, what did you order? In English, please," she asked, changing the subject. "Salad with scallops, chicken and roasted plum, lamb and eggplant, and a sweetbread basket." "Wow, that sounds amazing." "I think you'll enjoy it." And she did. When the food started to come out, I watched as she bit into everything and her eyes either closed or danced with satisfaction. I could have gone the whole meal without eating and gotten full off of her reaction to every bite. When we were finished with our main courses, I read the dessert menu to her. She chose the chocolate mousse to share. While we waited for the dessert, she looked at me intently. "I wanted to say thank you for the generous contribution you made to Leading to Learn," she said. "Oh, it was no problem at all. I'm happy to contribute." "Daniel, you just changed the entire trajectory of our company. I don't think you realize." What I had donated was hardly missing from my bank account, but I knew it was a significant amount for the company. I was happy to do it. I'd like to say it was because I wanted to help the children, which I did, truly, but I had mostly done it for the beautiful woman who sat across from me. "I know how much your job means to you, how much helping others means to you. I was happy to do it." She looked at me for a moment before speaking so softly I could barely hear her. "You did it for me?" "Well, yes, and for the kids too," I added quickly. "Why?" I sat back in my chair and looked at her thoughtfully before speaking. "I've never met anyone as passionate as you about helping anyone other than themselves. It's entirely new to me. I find it incredibly intriguing." I watched as my words landed and the effect they had on her. I hadn't meant for it to be a line. I was being honest. "Your chocolate mousse," said the waiter, as he placed the decadent dessert in front of us before leaving the table. We both picked up a spoon and took a bite. The chocolate melted on my tongue as the tanginess of the raspberries bit through the sweetness. It was the perfect balance. I watched as Addison experienced the same thing, her eyes closing in satisfaction. I remembered that same look in my bed and felt myself growing hard against my pants. "Calm down, boy." "Good?" I asked. "That was the best meal I've ever had," she said. "I'm surprised this dress still fits." "Oh, stop, you look incredible." I reached in my jacket pocket and checked the time. We had to get going. I pulled out a few $100 bills, setting them on the table before the waiter had even brought the check. Addison looked at me curiously. "Are you ready for the next thing?" "There's more?" she asked with surprise. "The night is just getting started," I said, standing and holding out my hand. She placed her hand in mine excitedly and followed me from the booth and out of the restaurant where Armand waited with the car. Inside the car, she closed the distance between us. Her shoulder was pressed up against mine. I placed my hand on her exposed thigh, feeling the smoothness of her skin against my fingers. She stared straight ahead, but I heard her breath quicken just for a moment. "Where to, sir?" asked Armand. I wanted to tell him to take us back to my place, as my hand resisted the urge to explore and graze up under Addison's dress. But I restrained myself. "West 46th Street, please," I said. "Where are you taking me, Mr. Jacobs?" whispered Addison, looking up at me. I smiled down at her, her eyes eager to know what came next. "You'll see." I gave her leg a gentle squeeze, and she laid her head on my shoulder. As we weaved through traffic to get to the Broadway district, I couldn't remember the last time I had planned a date like this for anyone. Hell, I hadn't been on a date in a while. Unless you considered bottle service at the club and bringing a woman back to a suite at a hotel a date. For some women, that was enough. Normally, I would find this type of thing cheesy. A fancy dinner at a French restaurant and a Broadway show, it was typical. Most women I slept with had been there, done that. But Addison hadn't. I could tell by the way her eyes took in the restaurant, how her mouth chewed the food slowly, savoring it, how her eyes excitedly looked at the passing theaters and what shows were playing. "Are we seeing a show?" she asked, lifting her head from my shoulder and looking at me with wide eyes. "I hope that's okay." "Oh, wow! I've never been to a show." "Wait, are you serious?" I asked, genuinely surprised. I know. I've lived in New York for years and have never made it down here," she shrugged, somewhat embarrassed. "Well, I'm happy to be the one you experience it with." The car slowed to a stop in front of the theater. I went to open the door, but she grabbed my arm gently and stopped me. I turned to face her. "Thank you," she said, her tone genuine and full of wonder. "For everything." I leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. "It's my pleasure."
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm, a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love. Esquinestissocial.
Whispered in her ear before pulling away. And it was. I enjoyed spoiling her. She was the mother of my child, after all, which I had become more comfortable saying to myself over the past week. I was still scared shitless, but doing this with her took a little bit of the fear away. As we walked to the box office, I slid my hand down her back and settled it against her lower back. I only had to wait 3 more hours to see if she would let me touch the places I had been imagining over the past month. It was going to be torture, but I would do it for her, to experience something for the first time.
Chapter 21. Addison.
As I watched Daniel converse with the box office attendant outside the theater, I could tell I wasn't the only one completely enamored by him. The young woman behind the glass window could barely tear her eyes away from him to retrieve our tickets. Could I blame her? His words practically oozed off his tongue in that deep but somehow gentle voice of his. The way he ran his hand through his dark hair as he waited patiently. It was effortlessly sexy because he didn't even know he was doing it. The suit helped too. It hugged him in all the right places, as if it were made for him, which it probably was. A part of me felt pride in knowing that I was here as his date. I slightly tightened the grip on his hand that had found its way in mine on more than one occasion tonight. He looked at me and gave me that megawatt smile that made my knees feel weak. The box office attendant slid the tickets through the small opening in the window and told him to enjoy the show. I wondered if she made the conscious decision to leave me out of that sentiment. I laughed softly as Daniel led me to the entrance of the theater. "Shit," I heard him whisper suddenly. I looked up and gave him a questioning look, but then I saw them. A few men with cameras slung around their necks, peering over at us from the side alley of the theater. Paparazzi. I suddenly felt on edge, and I could tell Daniel did too. He led me into the line of people waiting to enter the theater, concealing us behind the other theater-goers. "How did they find you?" I asked, looking over my shoulder and back at him. He shrugged. "They always do. Maybe someone tipped them off after our dinner at Le Coucou. It wouldn't be the first time." "That's insane," I said. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "It's not your fault." To me, being followed around by cameramen all day felt like such an intrusion of privacy. I didn't understand how it could be okay to take photos of people without their permission and sell them on the internet. I felt sorry for Daniel, even though I'd been sucked in by the tabloids and gossip pages with his photos. There were hundreds, and most of them were with women. All different ones except for that awful woman, Kira. I tried to shake her image from my head. Her honey blonde hair and wispy limbs that fit into any outfit seamlessly. Hell, she would look good in a potato sack. I suddenly felt very insignificant as I played a mental slideshow of Daniel and his various conquests. "If we were among the crowd, it's harder for them to sell photos," said Daniel, ducking down. His 6-foot frame was hard to miss. It made me laugh to see him try to make himself small when he was one of the tallest and sought-after men in this crowd. I laughed softly. "What?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "You couldn't fit in if you tried," I said. "Neither could you," he quipped. "Yeah, right. I mean it. You don't see it. But even if you didn't have that red dress on that's made every man in Manhattan get whiplash tonight, you'd still have everyone's attention." I swallowed hard as I felt heat creep up toward my cheeks. No one had ever given me a compliment like that. His words had swallowed me whole, and I didn't want to come up for air. I could just happily replay what he said in my head for the rest of time. The line started moving forward, and soon we were in the safety of the theater. I had seen a couple of flashes go off, but I doubted they got anything good. Daniel seemed relieved as we made our way through the lobby and to our seats. He walked down the aisle until we stopped just before the pit of the orchestra. "Here we are," said Daniel, pulling me gently behind him as he found our seats at the center of the stage. "These are our seats?" I asked, looking wide-eyed. "Do you like them?" I leaned over the railing and looked at the orchestra below as they were busy turning their composition pages and preparing their instruments. I turned to Daniel and shook my head in awe. "Daniel, this is incredible!" A look of pride overtook his perfect face. I could tell he was enjoying this, whining and dining me. It made it all the more special. "I'm glad you think so," he said. We both sat down in the plush chairs, and I took everything in. The velvet curtains that hung over the stage matched the deep red of our seats, and gold-braided tassels hung on either side. The ceiling of the theater was covered in stained glass octagonal panels and the largest chandelier I had ever seen. I didn't think I had ever been anywhere so beautiful. After I was done admiring the theater, I turned toward Daniel and noticed his eyes were already on me. "Thank you for bringing me," I said. "You already thanked me," he replied with a smile. "Well, it just didn't seem like enough." The lights dimmed around us, and the soft sounds of the orchestra began to play. I felt Daniel's hand graze my upper thigh and settle comfortably against me. His touch made a shudder roll through my spine from top to bottom. I sucked in a shaky breath, as I wondered how I was going to make it through the show without completely losing my head. All night I'd been trying to keep my wits about me, but the way he looked at me, like I was the only one in the room, completely threw me. While his eyes would wander, skimming my breasts or the high cut of my dress, they would always find their way back to mine. The piercing blue filled with an unspoken desire. And his hands seemed to always find their way to me, whether he was intertwining his fingers with mine or placing his hand on my lower back, or now, holding my thigh. Every touch lit a match in me, and I felt like I would catch fire. I watched as his thumb slowly stroked my inner thigh, and while I felt like I could get off just from that, he stared straight ahead as if he didn't even know he was doing it. The stage lights came on slowly, and the play began. I watched as the performers danced their way around the stage, making the theater come alive. In my seat, I swayed to the music and watched as their colorful costumes swished to the sounds of the orchestra. It was pure magic. At intermission, Daniel helped me from my seat and led me out to the lobby. "Are you thirsty?" he asked. "I could use a water," I answered. We walked to a small bar area and stood in line. My eyes grazed over a bottle of Cabernet longingly. If only I could have a glass. Maybe it would help calm my nerves that I'd barely let up all night. I wondered if I was confusing nerves for butterflies. Whatever it was, being around Daniel gave me feelings I had never felt before.
2 waters, please, said Daniel as he retrieved his wallet from his jacket pocket.
Are you sure you don't want a drink? I said, eyeing the cocktail list.
Nah, I'm good,
he replied, putting up his hand. The cocktail waitress handed him 2 water bottles, eye-fucking him the whole time. He didn't even seem to notice. He carried our waters to a nearby bench and we sat down. You really don't know the effect you have on women, do you?
What do you mean? He asked, looking taken aback.
That cocktail waitress was ready to take you right there behind the bar. I laughed, nodding toward the bar. Daniel looked over at her and looked back at me with a puzzled look. You're clueless, I said, nudging him. I took a sip of water and leaned back against the wall, wondering what this man was doing here with me. I don't really see anyone else when I'm with you, he leaned in and whispered. I turned toward him and our noses almost brushed. That was how close he was. I looked from his eyes to his lips and desperately wanted to kiss him right then and there. I had forgotten what he tasted like, and it was something I needed to remember. His eyes fell to mine as he reached his hand up. He trailed his thumb over my lips that were slick with water. The tip of his thumb stopped as it touched the beauty mark above my right lip. I love this, he said. Really? I asked with a little laugh. It's one of the first things I noticed about you in the garden. It was funny because my mole had always made me feel self-conscious. When I was younger, I would often cover my mouth when I talked or slightly turn my head. I'd grown used to it by now, but I'd never seen it as something beautiful. The lights flashed in the lobby, and I reluctantly pulled my gaze from his as I looked around with confusion. It means the second half is about to start, said Daniel with a smile. Oh, right. Broadway show virgin over here. We stood from the bench, even though I would have happily missed the second half of it if it meant more sweet nothings and gentle touches from Daniel. God, I wanted him so badly. I thought being pregnant would hinder my libido, but it was quite the opposite. I wondered how he felt about having sex with a pregnant woman. It wasn't like I was showing. I didn't even have a bump yet. I was getting ahead of myself. I didn't know where this night was going to lead. Back in our seats, the theater lights dimmed again. The stage was different now. The set was completely new and the costumes had changed too. It was even more magical than the first half. I hummed along to one of the songs, and I felt Daniel press his lips to the top of my head, bringing me to a still silence. Every touch up until now had an electric charge to it, but that kiss was warm and soft. It was hard not to become completely lost in him. A part of me wanted to let it all go and lose myself in whatever this was. Another part of me was still skeptical. I hated that part of me. The part that didn't want to get hurt by this man that I hardly knew, with a reputation that everyone knew. What if this was all an act? Maybe the check in this whole magical night was to keep me quiet about the baby and not tarnish his image. He did hide away from the paparazzi. When in the photos I had seen, he was proudly walking out of hotels and clubs with the latest Victoria's Secret models. I frowned at the thought. I didn't want it to ruin our night. Still, it was hard for me to believe that he was falling for me. Me, a nobody, except for the fact that I was carrying his baby. As if he was reading my mind, Daniel reached for my hand and laced his fingers through mine as some sort of quiet reassurance he didn't even know I needed in that moment. I nuzzled my head further into the crook of his neck. Just enjoy this moment, I thought to myself.
Chapter 22. Daniel. I hardly watched the play. I spent most of the time watching Addison watch.
The way her face lit up when a song came on or a funny line was delivered, it was better than anything on Broadway. I was happy I had brought her here. Anyone else wouldn't have made this so special. They would have had a been there, done that kind of attitude. But this really meant something to her. As much fun as I had watching her, I also found it extremely difficult to keep my hands on their best behavior in the dark lighting of the theater. They could have easily roamed across her skin and up the smooth hem of her dress that already left so little to the imagination. I didn't want to take away from her first Broadway experience, though, so I tortuously held back. When the show was over, we headed toward the exit of the theater, and I saw the praying hyenas with their cameras through the glass doors. There wasn't a big crowd to hide in now as everyone dissipated onto the sidewalk and into cabs. "Wait 1 second," I said to Addison, who looked at me curiously. I looked around for an attendant and walked over to one who was starting to clean up the playbills that were scattered on the floor. "Excuse me," I said, "but is there a back entrance we can go through?" It's not really for audience members." "I understand, but maybe just this once you can make an exception?" I reached for my wallet and pulled out a $100 bill. His eyes widened. "Right this way," he said. "Let me just get my date." I walked toward Addison, who was waiting by the theater doors. I found another way out. I took her hand, and we followed the attendant down a long hallway. It wasn't like I wanted to keep her a secret, but it was nice having whatever this was just between us without the tabloids dissecting it. I didn't want anyone ruining this, or digging for information. The last thing I needed was for anyone finding out about the baby. I hadn't been in the papers all month, and it was a nice change for me. For business, too. Our stocks had gone up even more without any scandals clouding up stockholders' judgments. I wanted to keep it that way. We finally reached a back room, and the attendant nodded toward the door. "This will lead you to the back alley," he said. "Thank you." I called Armand and let him know where to pick us up. "This all feels very Mission Impossible," said Addison with a little laugh. "It's kind of fun, huh?" "Kind of sexy." She nodded. A few minutes later, I heard a honk outside. I pushed open the doors and led Addison to the car where we quickly clambered inside. "Where to, sir?" asked Armand, tilting the rearview mirror to meet my eye. I didn't want to assume that Addison was coming home with me, as much as I wanted her to. I knew things were complicated, but tonight had gone so well. I was torn for a moment before defeatedly telling him to go to Brooklyn. "Did you have a nice night?" I asked her softly, as I mentally beat myself up inside for not just taking her home. "Mm-hmm," she said, chewing on her cheek. She seemed quiet, upset. Was she hoping to go home with me? She leaned against the far side of the car, looking up at the lights of Times Square. Her eyes looked like they were dancing against the red and yellow lights. The red dress rode up, the slit revealing her perfect legs. Her hair hung softly behind her back, revealing the perfect gap between her breasts. We had barely left the theater, and I felt like I was already running out of time to fulfill the urges suddenly coming over me. I reached over and placed my hand on her smooth knee, hoping to gauge her reaction. She looked away from the window, and her eyes fell to my hand that so desperately needed to be between her legs. Then her eyes locked on mine. I slid my hand further up her leg and stopped just at her inner thigh. I hovered over her now, our breaths growing heavier as they moved in and out of us in sync. She blinked slowly before giving me the smallest of nods. Game on. I reached over to the center console and flipped a switch. The divider between the back seat and the front slowly rose. "I didn't know it did that," whispered Addison. I could sense some nerves in her throat. I smiled down at her as my hand moved up the rest of her thigh, until my fingertips met the fabric of her panties. They were a soft lace. I wondered if she had worn them for me. I began moving my fingers in swirling motions against her, as I watched her head fall back and her eyes close. Her neck lay there exposed as I lowered my lips against her. I trailed my tongue across the nape of her neck as my fingers moved more quickly against her. I could feel her squirm below me. She lifted her hips and I reached up for the waistband, pulling the lace down her thighs and to her ankles, tossing them aside. My hands slid up the silky fabric of her dress, feeling the smoothness of her body and knowing there was really nothing in my way now. I pulled the fabric of her dress up so it clung just above her hips. I lowered myself and breathed against her, watching her watch me. I opened my mouth and ran my tongue against her slowly. She was already deliciously wet. I groaned at the sweet taste of her, causing vibrations to run through her. She closed her eyes tightly and grabbed the armrest behind her, her fingers turning white. I reached up and gripped her hips, pulling her against my open mouth. As I kissed her, I brushed her lips open with my thumb, tasting more of her. Moans escaped her throat as she grabbed onto my hair. Her legs shivered as I kept my hands firmly on her hips to keep her from squirming and leaving my hungry mouth. Her grip on my hair tightened as the heat built inside her. I flicked my tongue against her quickly, knowing the power I had over her in this moment made my erection grow harder against my pants. I felt her spasm as a throaty moan escaped her, and the sweet taste of her filled my mouth. Her legs had stopped reflexively moving and were now weak on either side of my face. I licked my lips and smiled up at her, her eyes dreamlike. "Fuck," she whispered, releasing her grip from the armrest. She sat up, pulling at my face to sit up with her. We sat facing each other as she tried to catch her breath. She looked at my lips before pulling me in for a kiss, the taste of her dancing between our tongues. Her hands grazed my thighs, moving up toward my waist. She undid the button with ease and pulled the zipper down slowly. She pushed my chest back, my back meeting the seat as she lowered herself to the floor of the car. Never breaking that fuckable eye contact, she grabbed the waistband of my pants and briefs and pulled them down, my erection on full display. She sucked in a quiet breath before the warmth of her breath brushed against my cock, causing all my nerves to heighten. She licked her lips before parting them slightly. I closed my eyes as I felt the distance between her mouth and me close. Her lips brushed against my tip, and then the wet smoothness of her tongue swirled around me, tasting me. I felt a spine-tingling jolt run up my spine. I had to watch. I opened my eyes and watched as her mouth opened wider, her lips moving further down the length of my shaft. Every inch of me disappeared into her mouth, and then reappeared slowly. She moved her mouth up and down, faster now, her tongue licking the bottom base. I clutched the headrest behind me and lifted my hips instinctively, filling her mouth even more. She held me deep in her throat. I let out a growling moan. "Come here," I whispered. She pulled her mouth from me and looked up, her lips wet and holding back a coy smile. "I need to feel you. Now," I said, an animalistic demand to my voice. She grabbed the seat and pulled herself up so she was face to face with me. I grabbed her hips, tugging her dress up before pulling her on top of me. She placed each leg on either side of me, straddling me. I could feel her wetness against the base of my cock. She moved up the length of me slowly, teasingly, before moving back down. I reached up and pulled the low neckline of her dress. Her breasts easily spilled out in front of me, mine for the taking. They were bigger than the last time. I cupped them in my hands, barely able to hold their entirety. I leaned in and ran my tongue around each of her perfect pink nipples, causing them to harden against my mouth. She whimpered slightly before continuing to move herself against me, but never letting me inside, in some sort of tortuous slow dance. I could tell she was using me to pleasure herself, and it almost made me lose it right there. I watched as her body moved in waves. Her head rolled back slowly. Her breath hitched as my firmness massaged against her just so. I needed more. My hands made their way to her lower back and gripped her tightly, grinding her against me even harder and faster. She let out a low moan. I could feel her growing even more wet against me. Her lips parted on either side of my cock. I lifted her up slightly so that the tip of my erection was against her smooth, wet opening. She looked down at me, her eyes pleading. She lowered herself onto my cock, tightly surrounding it, inch by inch, until I filled her entirely. Then she stayed there a moment, our eyes locked, her pussy throbbing around me. She started to move, rolling her body against me, my cock deep inside her, exploring her with every wave of her body. She threw her head back as she ground against me. She was moving faster now. I reached between us, my thumb finding her clit, and massaged against her as her breasts bounced in front of my face. "Oh, fuck," she moaned. My hands found her ass, her perfect ass, and they squeezed tightly, pressing her firmly against me. I lifted her up slightly and pushed her back down. She let out a quiet scream. I started thrusting harder and faster, the sounds of our bodies pounding against each other filling the back of the car. I felt like I was getting close. I reached up and grabbed her neck, forcing her to look down at me as I pushed deeper into her. Her eyes were locked on mine, and they looked as if someone had set them on fire. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and I could feel her begin to tremble around me. My body shook as I released everything I had inside of her, just as she exploded around me. The loud, sweet pleasure took everything out of us as we collapsed against one another in the back seat.
Chapter 23. Addison.
As I was still wrapped around Daniel in a naked heap, I noticed we were getting close to my apartment in Brooklyn. I let out a shaky sigh of remorse as I unwrapped my arms from his neck and my legs from his body. He looked at me questioningly with sleep in his eyes. We had worn each other out. "We're almost there," I whispered as I lowered myself to the car floor. I started looking for my red dress and my underwear. I still had my strappy heels on, but nothing else. I found the satiny fabric in my fingers and blindly slipped it on, hoping I knew which side was up. Daniel watched me with a smile on his face that I could only see when headlights flashed through the car windows. "These are tinted, right?" I asked, trying to work the clasp of my dress. He let out a soft laugh as he reached down and pulled up his pants. "Yes, they're tinted." "And is there any chance this is soundproof?" I knocked on the divider between the back seat and the front seat. I'm not so sure," he said, furrowing his brow. "Daniel," I said loudly.
Poor Armand.
I covered my mouth in embarrassment, and the neckline of my dress fell, my breasts on full display. I quickly reached for it and pulled it back up, as if he hadn't just seen everything, or had his mouth on them. "Let me help you with that." Daniel leaned in and grazed his fingertips up my body until they found the clasp to my dress. I closed my eyes and soaked in his soft touch as he carefully hooked the top. "Thank you," I said in an almost whisper. He gave me a quick kiss on the lips and scooped me up, placing me on the seat beside him. I saw my building come into view and already missed him, even though he was sitting beside me. "I wish tonight didn't have to end," I murmured as I nestled my head on his shoulder. He was silent for a moment. "It doesn't have to," he said. I lifted my head up and looked at him. "I don't have work tomorrow. You don't have work tomorrow." He shrugged.
Armand slowed the car to a stop in front of my building.
Was Daniel suggesting he stay the night? I suddenly felt acutely aware of how small my studio apartment was. It was the smallest fraction of his penthouse. I didn't know if I'd left it in disarray getting ready for the night. I was slightly embarrassed, but it would be ridiculous to suggest to go back to his place in Manhattan. "Would you like to come up?" I asked, biting my lip anxiously. "I'd love to." He was already reaching for the door. He grabbed my hand and pulled me from the car before leaning in to talk to Armand through the window. After a moment, he knocked on the top of the roof, and I watched as the town car drove away, leaving us alone on the sidewalk. I looked up at the modest brick building in front of us and took a deep breath, before grabbing my keys from my purse. I unlocked the olive green door and held it open as he passed by me. I saw that Elma's door was closed. Thank God. I led him up the stairs and stopped outside my door. "It's not much," I said, fidgeting with my keys. "I'm sure it's perfect," he said, putting his hand over mine. He was trying to calm my nerves. I gave him the best smile I could muster and unlocked the door. I stepped inside and switched on the lamp in my living room, a warm glow filling the room. Daniel followed me in. I didn't want to look at his face as he took in the single room I called home. After a moment, I felt his arms wrap around me, and he laid his chin on my shoulder. "I love it," he said, kissing my neck. "Liar," I said. "No, it has real charm. It's quaint and cozy and warm. It's you." He put his hands on my hips and turned me toward him. The sleep in his eyes from earlier had disappeared, and now they were icy blue and alive. He reached up and tucked his thumb under my chin, gently tilting my face up toward his. He leaned in and pressed his lips against mine. It wasn't the desperate, passionate kiss I was used to with him, where we were completely devouring each other whole. It was soft, loving, a side to him I didn't expect. My eyes fluttered closed as we stood there in the middle of my apartment, experiencing something new with each other. It wasn't lust. It was care. He pulled away and put both of his hands against my cheeks. "Thank you for tonight, heart," he whispered. I didn't correct him. Tonight I would happily let him call me that. For forever even. I reached up and took his hand, pulling him with me toward my bed in the corner of the room. We had already ravaged each other, but now I wanted to make love to this man. Slowly and tenderly. And that was exactly what we did before falling asleep, wrapped around each other under the cool sheets. The next morning, light poured in through the sheer white curtains of the room. I felt the sun warm against my eyelids as I peeled them open slowly. I let out a quiet yawn and turned my head to see Daniel fast asleep beside me. His arm was draped over my bare stomach. I turned to my side and looked at him, feeling his slow and steady breaths against my face. I reached over and gently ran my fingers down the side of his face, feeling the slight stubble of his 5 o'clock shadow. He was the best thing I had ever laid eyes on. Handsome even when he slept, his mouth partly open. Last night had been a complete dream, from the fancy French dinner to the Broadway show to completely losing myself to him in the car, and every moment in between. His eyes finding me, his fingers interlaced in mine, his hands needing to touch me. I had never felt so wanted or taken care of. And last night in this bed, we were so connected to each other. Our eyes locked, our kisses were slow and sensual, our bodies becoming one. I didn't know there could be so many sides to sex, but last night we had explored a new one. It was vulnerable and real. I refused to believe any other woman had been with the Daniel I had experienced last night. At least I hoped they hadn't. As I lay in bed watching him sleep, the doubts crept in. Everything I had read about this man painted him out to be a Casanova. He knew exactly how to get a woman and clearly knew how to please one. I should know, as I had completely lost my head multiple times. I didn't know it was possible to experience one after another. The guy wasn't a saint, that much was clear. I knew that going into this. I shuddered knowing I wasn't the only one he had ever laid his hands on. It was clear I would have to push my stupid jealousy of his past aside if we were ever going to have a future. If there was one. "Are you watching me sleep?" he whispered, breaking me out of my thoughts. He opened one eye and squinted over at me. "Sorry," I laughed softly. "It's okay. I like it," he said, pulling me close to him. I closed my eyes and would have happily fallen back asleep in his arms, but then my stomach growled loudly. "Oops," I said, feeling embarrassed. "Baby is hungry," he commented, opening his eyes and putting his hands on my stomach. I had almost forgotten after our night together that I had our baby growing inside of me. It felt crazy to know we would always be tied in some way, whether we ended up together or not. I placed my hands over his and searched his eyes for what he was feeling. Up until now, we still hadn't talked about what our lives would look like moving forward. Even though the baby was barely the size of a plum, according to my pregnancy app, it was still such a huge part of our lives, a part we hadn't brought ourselves to discuss much yet. I wondered if we would brave that conversation now. "Let's get brunch," Daniel said, kissing my forehead. "I guess not now." "Okay," I replied. I peeled the sheets off of me and padded to my closet to get dressed. I heard Daniel whistle behind me. When I turned, he was sitting up in bed, staring at me with a grin on his face. I shook my head at him before stepping into my closet. I slid on a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. "Do you have anything that would fit me?" Daniel called out in amusement. "Are you serious?" I asked, peeking around the closet door. "I think a black suit might be a little too much for brunch in Brooklyn." "True." I dug through my dresser drawers and found a pair of oversized sweats and a baggy Yankees t-shirt. I walked over to the bed, holding them up. He took them from me and rolled out of bed, his strong, naked body on display before me. I swallowed hard as I admired him, his back to me. He slid on the sweats, which were snug and came up past his ankles. I stifled a giggle as he slid the shirt over his head. That was a much better fit, but still a little snug. He turned to me and looked at me, holding his hands out. "Well?" he asked, doing a turn. "You look ridiculous," I said. He laughed out loud as he ran a hand through his unruly bedhead. "Here, let me get you a hat or something." I walked back in my closet and pulled down a baseball cap, loosening the strap to the biggest size. I handed it to him and he tugged it over his head. I had never seen him in anything besides a suit. Despite the ill-fitting clothes, casual looked good on him. Then again, anything would. "Thanks," he said, leaning in and giving me a kiss on the cheek. After we washed up in the bathroom, me brushing my teeth and Daniel gargling some mouthwash, we headed outside to the busy sidewalks of Brooklyn on a Saturday morning. We decided to walk to brunch, which was something I assumed he didn't do often, given he had Armand to drive him around. Poor Armand. I didn't think I could ever face him again. We walked hand in hand down several blocks, a comfortable silence between us. I noticed him taking in the different buildings and sights. Now and then, I would point out a few of my favorite places, even though deep down I knew they would probably never compare to what he was used to. Eventually, we made our way to one of my favorite brunch places, Buttermilk Channel. Of course, there was a line out the door, but Daniel said he didn't mind waiting. In line, I noticed a few people glance in our direction. I wasn't sure if it was because they recognized him or if it was the sweatpants. Either way, I could tell it made Daniel shift uncomfortably. He pulled his hat lower on his head and kept his back to the crowd. Was he afraid to be seen with me? I thought back to all the tabloids I'd seen. He was photographed confidently with a woman on his arm, even smiling for the camera sometimes. I chewed on my cheek as I wondered why I wasn't good enough to be seen with him. Maybe it was because I wasn't a supermodel or someone like Kira. Between now and us sneaking out of the back door of the theater last night, I was starting to feel like his dirty little secret.
Chapter 24. Daniel. After a 30-minute wait, Hart and I were seated at a table by the window overlooking the busy sidewalk outside. I didn't mind waiting. I enjoyed people watching. Brooklyn was a whole other vibe, laid back and cool. I liked experiencing it with Hart. I also liked that I was able to call her that now. Another challenge I had given myself was accomplished, and this one was the most important yet. This meant she trusted me. At least, I hoped she did. The restaurant was filled with smells of maple syrup and pancake batter, and then my stomach was grumbling. I shifted in my seat, trying to get comfortable in the too tight of sweatpants Addison had lent me. I second-guessed if this was a good choice as the cotton chafed against me. "You okay over there?" asked Hart, shooting me an amused look. "Just fine," I lied. "I bet your suit sounds real nice right about now," she laughed. It did, especially since it was custom-made to me by my trusty tailor on Fifth Avenue. But I didn't want to stick out like a sore thumb on a Saturday morning in Brooklyn. Everyone around us was dressed down. I would have been the guy in the suit at a pancake breakfast. "A little," I said. "So, what's good here?" I eyed the menu. There was plenty to choose from. "Well, the pecan pie French toast is phenomenal. If you're looking for something savory, the short rib hash is really good. Obviously, they are known for their pancakes." I watched as she talked animatedly about the menu. She was so sure of herself here. I liked seeing this side of her. I had taken her to my side of town, and now I was here in hers. While our places were very different, I liked being here with her. I would like being anywhere with her. "Let's get all three," I said, putting my menu down. "Are you sure?" she asked. "That's a lot of food." "I have to make sure you and baby are well fed." A smile crept over her lips before it slowly disappeared again. It was as if she realized something, but I couldn't tell what it was. All I knew was that it seemed to make her sad. I wondered if it was something I had said, and desperately wished I could be in her head. I knew we should probably talk about us, the baby, what the hell we were going to do. We might have been living in our own little fantasy world for the past 12 hours, but the reality was she was pregnant. Maybe we both weren't ready to face it just yet, and even if we were, talking about it over brunch in a bustling restaurant wasn't the smartest idea. There were eyes and ears everywhere. Which was part of the reason I also opted for these gray sweatpants and oversized Yankees shirt. I was more of a Mets fan, but I settled for what I got. I didn't need the photos of me in the paper and speculations beginning to stir. Although I doubted the paparazzi had any idea I was in Brooklyn. Right now, I was enjoying my privacy with Hart. It felt good to be unrecognized. A nobody. When our food came, we shared it family style across our small little table. I was surprised by how good it was. The pancakes were buttery and melted on my tongue. The corned beef hash was salted to perfection, and the pecans on the French toast added a little crunch to each bite. Hell, it might have even been better than Le Cuckoo last night. After we finished our meal, I sat back and patted my stomach. I was stuffed to the brim. "Holy shit," I said. "That was incredible." "Right?" she asked, giving me a knowing smile. I loved that smile. Our server came around and cleared our table, leaving our check behind. Hart reached for her purse and dug out her wallet. "What are you doing?" I asked. "I'm buying," she replied, pulling out her credit card. "Like hell you are," I said. I reached into the pocket of my sweatpants and fought to pull out my wallet that was crammed tightly inside. Hart watched me struggle for a moment, biting back a smile. "Right, well, while you try to do that, I'm going to pay," she said in amusement. She placed her card down and the server came by and picked it up. I watched him go helplessly. It was the first time a woman had paid for me. I wasn't sure if I loved it or hated it. Thank you, I said. You should let someone take care of you sometimes. She reached over and squeezed my hand, as if I couldn't like her more. Here she was adding to the list of reasons effortlessly. Maybe I did like it. An hour later, as we rounded the corner to her apartment after a walk around Brooklyn, I saw my town car waiting at the curb. I had texted Armand after brunch to have him make his way here. As much as I wanted to spend more time with Hart, I didn't want to wear out my welcome. I also had some paperwork to go over. Even though it was the weekend, work never really stopped. Armand stepped out of the car and looked me up and down. I could tell he was holding back a smile. "Oh, your suit," said Hart. "Let me go get it for you." "No, I can go," I said, grabbing her hand and pulling her back toward the car. "It's a lot of stairs." "It's one flight of stairs," she said with a laugh before leaning in and lowering her voice. "I'm not that far along yet. You can be my knight in shining armor when I'm the size of Shamu, okay?" She stood on her tiptoes and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. Then she gave Armand a nervous wave, her cheeks turning a shade of pink before disappearing into her building. "Sir?" nodded Armand, eyeing my sweatpants. "Not a word," I muttered. He smiled at me and opened my door. I slid into the car and he closed it behind me. I couldn't wait to take these damn things off. A moment later, Hart was at my window, my suit folded neatly in her arms. I rolled down the window and she handed it to me. "Thank you," I said. "Thank you," she said, leaning against the window with her elbows. "Can I see you again soon?" I asked. "I'd like that." I reached up and wrapped my hand around the back of her neck, pulling her toward me. I kissed her softly at first before her lips parted slightly to welcome me in. I felt her tongue against mine as she leaned in closer. She tasted like orange juice and pancakes, and I couldn't get enough. She was making it very hard to leave. After a moment of getting lost in each other, again, she pulled back with a dreamy look in her eyes. She stepped away from the car and gave a little wave. She was still watching as I reluctantly drove away. I knew I had to see her again. And soon. When Monday morning rolled around, I stopped by my favorite coffee shop in Manhattan. I ordered my usual Americano, along with lattes and pastries for the office. I didn't think I had ever done that, or at least not in a very long time. I was in a giving mood, though. After my weekend with Hart, I felt like a new man. Balancing the coffee holders in one hand and pastry boxes in the other, I entered the large glass doors of my building. I handed out coffee and pastries to the lobby and security staff, who took everything gratefully. I rode up the elevators to the floor of my office and found Margaret standing there with her clipboard, ready to give me the rundown of the day. I handed her a latte. She looked at me confused. "For you," I said. "I also have fresh croissants and berry danishes here." Thank you, Mr. Jacobs," she said, taking the box and walking it over to the front desk. "What's this all about?" asked Brody, his voice booming. "Just thought I would treat the office today. Everyone's been working hard," I said, drumming my fingers on Margaret's desk. "Oh?" Brody raised an unconvinced brow. I handed him a latte, still hot in my hands. He took a sip. Maca, my favorite. Thanks, bro." I never understood how he could drink that crap. It was practically chocolate milk with caffeine. But then again, Brody was kind of like a child. He walked with me down the hallway to my office. "You're in a good mood today," he commented. "Am I?" I asked innocently. "Yeah. You have been for a few weeks now." "Well, I did close that deal early this morning, the one with London." I had been up at 4 a.m. on a video call with a leading tech giant overseas. It had gone surprisingly well, and now we were teaming up for a huge collaborative release the following year. We had done work overseas, but nothing like this. This would be a huge foot in the door for European markets. I took a sip of my Americano, wondering if my brother was going to pry further. It was Brody. Of course, he was going to. Yeah, but what about before this morning's deal? You just have had some extra pep in your step or something. Don't tell me it's because of Kira. I haven't seen her in weeks, I said, irritated. I wanted to continue telling him there was nothing going on, but I hesitated before going further. I thought I had already told him there was nothing going on there, but if believing I had something going on with Kira would get him off my back, then I could let him think that. I could let the world think that. It would give me more time to figure out things with Hart. Having a cover like being involved with Kira would get the press off my back, and maybe we could continue living in our private bubble a little longer. At least until we figured out what we were going to do, which should probably be soon. I didn't know when women started showing, but it could be soon. If paparazzi somehow got a picture of us and she had a bump, it would only mess up our situation. Okay, said Brody, clearly annoyed with my conspicuousness. I looked at him for a moment, wondering if I should tell him. He was family, after all. He could be a total douche, but I also knew he would have my back. Eventually, at least, I hoped he would. I let out a small, disappointed sigh before taking another sip of my latte. I just wasn't ready to tell him yet. I didn't need a lecture from my little brother about how I needed to be more careful and how he couldn't believe I knocked up a one-night stand, even though she was so much more than that now. Also, I knew if Brody came to me telling me he was in a similar situation, I would rip him a new one. No, it was best to keep the fact that I was going to be a father a secret, at least for a little while longer. I checked my watch and feigned surprise. Wow, is it almost 9 already? I gotta go, I said. I have a phone meeting. Thanks for the coffee, said Brody, a suspicious undertone to his voice. I stepped into my office and closed the door behind me. I was safe. For now.
Chapter 25. Addison. I checked my phone for what felt like the 100th time, but I didn't see anything from Daniel. This was hardly unusual, as we had never texted or talked on the phone before. We had always communicated through email for business or through mysterious notes in Bloomingdale's boxes. Still, after a weekend together, I was hoping there would be a text waiting in my messages. I sighed as I placed my phone on my desk. Then I reminded myself that it had only been 2 days since I watched him drive away from my apartment after another passionate kiss. I closed my eyes, remembering his hand on my neck and his tongue in my mouth. You couldn't fake that. Still, he wasn't on the curb waiting for me this morning. I had grown used to seeing his sleek black town car in front of my apartment, with him waiting for me. I had to swallow down my disappointment as I walked to the subway, feeling like a peasant again. It was as if after our date, the bell had struck midnight and I was back to my regular life again. I'd had to hold back tears as the subway screeched to life on the tracks, making its way through the tunnel to Manhattan. I felt stupid sitting there, blinking back the tears that were threatening to fall down my cheeks in front of strangers. Because what? I didn't get a ride to work? God, these pregnancy hormones were wrecking me. My eyes snapped open and I shook my head, trying to rid the doubts from my mind. He was probably just busy. He was a freaking CEO of a billion-dollar corporation. I began sifting through the emails that had found their way into my inbox on my lunch break. They were just another reminder that it was Monday. My phone buzzed then, and I quickly snatched it up. I hated feeling disappointment when I saw it was a text from Monica and not Daniel. Monica. What time is the class tonight? Me. 6 p.m. Do you want to meet there? Monica. Sure, dinner after? Me. Definitely, I can't stop eating. Monica. Ha ha, I love pregnant heart. I smiled weakly at my phone. Tonight was my first birthing class. It felt way too early to even be thinking about how to breathe and push a baby into the world, but I wanted to feel prepared. Everything else I had such little control over, but at least I could feel in control of some things, like taking classes and buying various baby books. The class suggested I bring a partner. For a millisecond, I thought about inviting Daniel along, but quickly changed my mind. I could only imagine the looks we would get in that classroom. A well-known billionaire helping me breathe through a pretend labor. The thought was almost laughable, if it also didn't make me want to cry. Not wanting to show up alone, I invited Monica instead. She was so excited. She had even been reading baby books herself. I really didn't know what I would do without her. My phone buzzed and I picked it up, expecting it to be Monica again. Instead, it was a call from a number I didn't recognize. My heart beat a little faster in my chest as I pressed the green button. "Hello?" I asked, feeling hopeful. "I'm sorry I wasn't there this morning." It was the calm, deep voice of Daniel on the other line. "Oh, it's okay," I said, my voice jumping an octave. "I got caught up in a meeting with someone in London. The time difference had me up way too early. Afterwards, I actually fell asleep with my face on my laptop." I laughed. "You did not." "I did. Just like the movies. I even had the keyboard marks to prove it." "Aw." "I hope you don't mind, but I had my assistant find your number for me." "Not at all. I'm happy you called." "Me too. I can't stop thinking about our night together." His voice was almost a whisper. I felt my ears burn, and I looked around my office to make sure no one was listening. Of course there wasn't anyone. I was alone and the door was closed. Plus, it wasn't like my cell phone was tapped. Still, it felt almost like this was forbidden, him calling me at work. "Me neither." "Do you think I can see you this weekend?" he asked. Let me see." I pretended to tap on my keyboard as if I was checking my embarrassingly free schedule. I didn't want to seem too eager, even though I wanted to yell yes and do a happy dance right there in my office. "I'm free Friday," I said after a moment. "Friday it is," he said. I could hear the smile behind his voice. "Oh, I won't be able to get out to Brooklyn this week. The deal with London has a lot of fine print and early mornings at the office. I hope you understand." I did, but it didn't make me miss him any less. "I never asked you to be my personal chauffeur," I replied sarcastically, to show that I was more than capable of getting to work myself, even though I wished it were with him. "I liked it," he said. "Me too." Especially our drive home on Friday night. "Daniel!" I exclaimed. "What?" he asked innocently. "Don't you start. I'm at work." "What are you wearing?" I giggled. "You are a real piece of work, you know that?" "So they tell me," he chuckled. I was sure they did. "I have to go," I said, cupping the phone and looking at my office door, feeling paranoid. "Goodbye, heart," he said. Just him saying my name like that made my arms break out in goosebumps. I didn't let many people call me that. Most didn't know that that was the name I preferred, but only if you meant something to me. Somehow Daniel had earned that right, and it sounded best coming from him. "Goodbye, Daniel." I hit the end button and slid my phone across the desk. I couldn't help but smile. The hold that man had on me was either going to ruin me or change my life forever. I hoped it would be the latter. After work, I took the subway home and made the short walk back to my apartment. I had just 5 minutes to change out of my work clothes and get back to the subway to meet Monica at the birthing class. In my apartment, I kicked off my shoes and found a pair of black leggings and slid on an oversized white tee. I wanted to be comfortable. It felt like I had popped overnight. There was most definitely a little bump. I doubted anyone else could tell, but I could. My clothes fit differently and my belly was bigger, firmer than my normal pudge. I hoped I could get away with no one noticing for a little while longer. I didn't need anyone asking questions at work. If the truth came out that I had intimate relations with Daniel, I could lose my job. Then I would be jobless, without benefits, and trying to bring a child into the world. I wasn't sure how I was going to hide this pregnancy from my coworkers or my boss in the months to come. Suddenly, I thought back to the check Daniel had given me. I had almost forgotten until now. I walked to my nightstand and opened the drawer. Inside was the baby book I was currently reading. I opened the glossy cover and saw the check staring at me with all those zeros that felt like eyes. I still wondered about the motives behind it. A wave of nausea hit me then. I wasn't sure if it was morning sickness, which would really be called any time of day sickness, or the exorbitant amount written on the check. I slammed the book shut and put it back in the drawer. There was no time to think about that now. I was already running late. On the train, I gave up my seat to a woman who had an adorable baby boy. He giggled as she bounced him on her lap. I couldn't help but stare as I wondered what I was going to have. A boy? A girl? The thought excited me and scared me all at the same time. I made it to the class with 1 minute to spare. Monica was standing outside, leaning against the building, waiting for me. "There you are," she said. "Sorry, I got caught up with Alma. You know how she is." "That woman is way too invested in the lives of her tenants." Monica rolled her eyes. "You have no idea." We walked into the class and were met with smiling couples all seated on the floor in a circle. I noticed I was the only one there without their significant other. I tried not to let it get to me as I found an empty seat on the floor, Monica sitting beside me. The teacher walked us through various breathing exercises and then positioned us into a few birthing positions. I felt ridiculous with Monica sitting behind me with her hands on my stomach, repeating after the teacher. He, whoo, she breathed loudly. "I think I'm supposed to be doing that," I said with a laugh. Monica giggled and the teacher looked over at us curiously. "God, could you imagine if Mr. Billionaire was here doing this with you?" said Monica, her voice low. "What's going on with you two anyway? You never told me about your fancy date." "Oh, Monica, it was amazing. Perfect even. We ate at this amazing French restaurant and he took me to see a Broadway show. You should have seen him. He was dressed to the nines." "Wow, he's really wining and dining you. Without the wine, of course." "Unfortunately," I muttered. "Then what?" she asked. "Then what? How did the night end?" "Oh," I said, pausing. "Oh my God, you totally did it again, you little floozy," she said, her voice rising. The teacher looked over at us, now with a frown on her face. "Shh," I said. "You're going to get us in trouble." "What is this, middle school? Am I going to get sent to the principal?" I put my hand over my mouth and stifled a laugh. "I guess he already got you pregnant. What else could happen?" whispered Monica with a shrug. "True." "Did he stay the night?" I nodded as the teacher instructed us to get on all fours for the next position. "But the next morning he asked to borrow my clothes." "Wait, what?" asked Monica. "He didn't ask for a pair of heels," I said. "He just didn't want to wear his fancy suit." "Ah, makes sense." "Yeah, but I got the feeling he was trying to go incognito, like he didn't want to be seen with me." "Get out of your head, Hart. He's into you." "You're the writer. How is this going to turn out for me?" I asked as I arched my back like the teacher instructed. "This is a classic bad boy turns good trope. This isn't a romance novel. This is my life." "Well, your life is certainly going to serve as an inspiration for my next novel." I rolled my eyes at her as I arched my back and pressed my hands into the floor. Monica seemed so sure, but this all felt too good to be true. This stuff didn't really happen. Maybe it did in her literary world, but not in real life. "So tell me, is this how he got you pregnant?" whispered Monica. I burst into laughter, and the teacher shot us another warning look. Leave it to Monica to get us kicked out of a Lamaze class.
Chapter 26. Daniel. My phone buzzed on my desk as I wrapped up signing some documents for the London deal. Everything was in place to start on my newest product to launch, but the fine details were taking longer than I had expected, and the time difference was taking its toll on me. I yawned as I reached over and picked up my phone. It was Freddie calling. "Hello?" I answered. "Hey man, are we still on for tonight at Royal 35? Confused, I opened my calendar on my laptop. Shit, there it was. Friday night, a dinner reservation with Freddie at 7 p.m. I was supposed to take Hart out tonight, and I had no intention of canceling. I hadn't seen her all week. Without our usual morning drives from Brooklyn to Manhattan, I missed her. Oh man, Freddie, I totally forgot. I'm double booked. What could be more important than whiskey and a ribeye with your oldest friend? I hesitated. I hadn't told Freddie about Hart yet. Oh, it's a woman, he answered knowingly. I rubbed the back of my head as I leaned back in my desk chair. Yeah, I have a date. Who is the flavor of the week this time? It's Hart. Well, Addison, you met her at Bemelman's that one night? I heard silence on the other line. I pulled the phone away from my ear to make sure he was still connected. Hello, Freddie? I asked. Hi. Yeah, still here. I'm just trying to process that you've been seeing this same woman for almost 2 months now. I laughed. Little did he know. Crazy, right? I said. I think the world is flipped on its axis. Okay, we get it, Freddie. And here I thought you were practically engaged to Kira. You believe the tabloids now? No, but what else would explain your good guy image? Maybe because I am a good guy? Freddie laughed a little too hard on the other line. Are we done here? I asked, rolling my eyes. No. Why don't we double tonight? I'm sure I could change the reservation to 4 at the restaurant. I don't know, I said. I wondered what Addison would think. Tonight was supposed to be just us two. Come on, Freddie whined on the other line. I've already met her. It could be fun. Plus, I have a new girl I want you to meet. Oh, goody. Another one, I said sarcastically. I deserved that, said Freddie. Fine, I'll meet you at 7 tonight. I caved. I hoped Addison wouldn't be pissed, but she didn't seem the type. Plus, it would be nice to have her spend more time with the people I was close to in life. See you then, he said, before hanging up. At 5 o'clock, I left the office and headed home to freshen up. I took a hot shower and shaved the thick stubble I had been growing out the past week. I ran a small amount of pomade through my hair and spritzed on a few generous sprays of cologne. In my closet, I chose a gray linen suit and a white button-down. Once I was happy with what I saw in the mirror, I grabbed my phone and keys and rode the elevator down to the parking garage where Armand waited. The drive to Brooklyn took just over an hour. I smiled as Hart's familiar brick building came into view. Once we pulled up to the curb, I walked up to the entrance and buzzed her name. A few moments passed before I heard her voice through the small speaker. Hello? She asked. It's me. I'll be right down. Are you sure you don't want me to come up? I asked. No, my nosy landlord might see you. Be down in a jiff. I strode back to the town car and took my usual spot leaning against it. A few minutes later, Addison pushed open the door to her apartment and stepped out into the warm glow of the sun that had just dipped below the buildings. She was in a long black dress with thin straps. The dress jutted out just before it hit her waist, swishing around her like a dancer. Her hair was pulled up into a bun piled on her head, wavy tendrils framing her face. Wow, I said. She smiled and did a little twirl. I reached for her hand and pulled her toward me. I leaned in and gave her a quick kiss before opening the car door. We both slid inside, closing the door behind me. Is this new? I asked, feeling the skirt of her dress in my fingers. Mm-hmm, she said proudly. I like it. A lot. I had to do a little shopping. I'm starting to show, she whispered, running her hands over the dress. I could see a small bump protruding as she pulled the dress against her. I sucked in a breath. Seeing her stomach growing made the baby seem all the more real. May I? I asked softly. She nodded. I placed my hands gently on her stomach and could feel the firm roundness underneath my hands. Wow, I said. When will I be able to feel it? Not for a while, she said. I haven't felt anything yet. I furrowed my brows with worry. It's okay, she reassured me. That's normal. Baby's too small to feel any movement. I nodded, feeling relieved. I haven't been keeping up with Googling all things baby. It's okay. I've been doing enough reading for the both of us. She squeezed my hand. So, where are we going? She asked, looking at me with excitement in her eyes. Well, I hope you don't mind, but I told Freddie we could go on a double date. That sounds fun, said Hart, and the smile on her face was convincing. Really? I asked, letting out a small sigh of relief. Yeah, he was really nice. Plus, who else is going to tell me embarrassing stories from your childhood? She nudged me playfully. She really was something else. So go with the flow and sincere. She was unlike anyone I had ever met. I leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. What was that for? She asked. You. Just being you. She smiled up at me, and she just looked so damn beautiful. Let's tell Freddie tonight. Wait, what? About the baby? She asked in surprise. Yeah, why not? I shrugged. I'm just surprised. That's all. I felt like I was kind of your secret or something. My stomach dropped. I didn't know she felt that way, and the way she said it sounded so sad. I reached for her hands and brought them to my lips, kissing each knuckle. I'm sorry you felt that way, Hart. I'm not used to this. Whatever this is, I just wanted to protect us, protect the baby. She nodded slowly. I know what the paparazzi and tabloids can do to people. It's okay. I understand, she said softly. But I do want to tell my best friend about us, about the pregnancy, if you're okay with that. Of course I am. My best friend already knows everything about you. Yes, the bulldog from her apartment. I'd have to really try to get in her good graces when I had the chance. When we arrived at Royal 35, I saw Freddie already seated at a booth with a raven-haired girl on his arm. He spotted Hart and me and waved us over excitedly. I could tell from his smile he had already had his usual whiskey on ice. When Hart and I approached the table, he stood and patted me on the back before giving Hart a hug. Nice to see you again, he said. This is Virginia. His date stood and shook our hands firmly. She was naturally pretty and dressed in a sophisticated cream skirt suit. She was different from most of the women I had seen Freddie with. Those were usually in lingerie they tried to pass off as dresses with layers of makeup on. We all sat at the booth, and the server came around to take our drink order. We will have your finest bottle of Cabernet for the table, said Freddie, handing the server back the wine list. Oh, actually, I started. Hart put her hand on my arm and gave it a gentle squeeze. I looked at her, and she gave a little nod, as if saying it was fine. The server left, and Freddie was already eyeing me suspiciously. What's going on? He asked, looking between the two of us. Well, we kind of have some news, I said nervously. We're having a baby. Shut the fuck up, said Freddie loudly, slapping the table excitedly. Hart laughed beside me. Is he fucking with me? Freddie asked Hart. Nope, she answered, her smile so wide. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, said Freddie excitedly, pulling me in for a hug. Thanks, man, I said. How far along are you? Asked Virginia, leaning in. About 2 months, said Hart. Wow, you look amazing. I'm jealous of your glow. Oh gosh, no, I feel like a total whale. Not at all. Whoa, 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 said Freddie, interrupting their girl talk. We all looked at him. Who is your OBGYN? He asked, a hint of competition in his voice. I realized I didn't know the answer to that question. It felt like something I should know. Oh, it's this place on Park Avenue? I'm not sure I'll be staying there, though. They're not very friendly. It felt really cold. I looked at her in slight surprise. She hadn't told me anything about going to the doctor or having a bad experience. Then again, I hadn't asked. I couldn't help feeling a little jealous she hadn't confided in me about it. Well, that's bullshit, said Freddie. If you'd like, I can recommend a few. Not you, I said, shooting him a look. I wasn't suggesting that. Freddie put his hands up in defense. The server brought the bottle of wine and then began filling the glasses on the table. Freddie told him just to fill 2. I leaned in and whispered in Hart's ear. Why didn't you tell me about the doctor? She shrugged. It just never came up. I hate that you had to go through that by yourself. I wasn't by myself. I had Monica with me. I sat back in my seat and grabbed my glass of water, taking a sip. I tried to swallow down my hurt feelings. For the rest of dinner, Virginia and Hart were deep in conversation about everything baby. They were talking about nursery colors, baby registries, names, and clothes. I tried eavesdropping a little, but Freddie was yapping away, and when he wasn't, he kept shooting me these weird, meaningful looks. Once we were finished with our steaks, the girls excused themselves to go to the bathroom, leaving Freddie and me alone. He took a sip of wine, giving me another weird look of his. What? I asked pointedly. This is just crazy, he said. I know. Are you really ready for this? He asked, leaning back in the booth and giving me a curious look. Of course I am. Would I be here with her tonight if I didn't think I was ready? If we weren't ready? Yeah, but you hardly know each other. We're getting to know each other now. I started to feel defensive. Okay, he said, nodding, but I could hear the doubt in his voice. I'm ready, Freddie, I said, with a chuckle at my rhyme. Well, I'm happy for you, man. I watched as Hart and Freddie's date walked back to the table. Hart laughed, the crease of her eyes fanning out in genuine happiness. I hoped I was ready for this, but doubt was beginning to seep in. Damn you, Freddie.
Chapter 27. Addison. After our double date with Freddie and Virginia, Daniel didn't ask me back to his place. I tried not to feel disappointed, but I had hoped the night wouldn't end right after dinner, which was delicious. I had never felt so full. Steak, truffle garlic mashed potatoes, balsamic roasted Brussels sprouts, and creme brulee. My bump grew 3 times its size. I was nervous at first when Daniel sprung the double date on me, and then said he wanted to tell Freddie about the baby. Now it wasn't just a secret between Daniel and me, and Monica. That was another surprise he sprung on me when he said he wanted to share the news. It made it even more real, knowing there were people in his bubble who knew we were going to be parents. Whether we were parents together or parents who co-parented, it seemed like we were in this thing together. Freddie was shocked by the news, which was understandable. As excited and congratulatory as he seemed, I couldn't help but wonder what he really thought about Daniel becoming a dad, and with someone like me. I was sure he had his doubts. I could tell by the face he gave Daniel at one point. There was a flicker of doubt, and I hoped it didn't plant anything in Daniel's head. But now, as we made our way back to Brooklyn, Something seemed to have shifted between us. The excitement he had was gone, and instead he seemed ponderous as he looked out the window. This was nothing like our drive home after the theater last weekend. His hand didn't find mine. His lips weren't places that made me blush, and his eyes had barely looked at me since we left dinner. "You okay?" I asked softly. He replied, tearing his gaze from the Brooklyn Bridge we were crossing over. "Oh, I'm fine." He reached for my hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Dinner was fun. I really like your friends." "Yeah, it was a good time," he said. "Sorry I couldn't invite you back to my place tonight. It's just this deal with London is taking everything out of me. I'll probably have to wake up really early, and you need rest." I chewed on the inside of my cheek as I wondered if I should believe him. It wasn't like we got much sleep any other night we had spent together. It seemed like an excuse, but I didn't know why. The night had started off so perfect. "It's okay," I said, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. The car pulled up outside my apartment, and I looked disappointedly up at the brick building, knowing I would be entering it alone. "Well, thank you for tonight," I said. "Thank you." Daniel leaned in and finally closed the distance he had kept between us the entire ride home, giving me a quick, gentle kiss on the lips. "I'll see you soon." I really hope he meant it. Armand opened my door and I stepped out into the coolness of the evening. I gave Daniel a little wave before heading into my building. The rest of the weekend, I didn't hear from him. I tried to convince myself he was just busy with business or catching up on sleep. I spent Saturday and Sunday on the couch watching a marathon of movies and ordering in Thai food. I was craving anything spicy and made a mental note to ask my new doctor if it meant anything. At dinner, Freddie had been able to get me in with a doctor he highly recommended, and she was in Brooklyn, which was convenient. My appointment was on Monday, and I was excited for another ultrasound because it meant I got to see the baby and hear its heartbeat again. I thought about inviting Daniel with me, especially after he found out about my awful experience with the doctor in Manhattan. He seemed hurt that I hadn't told him, or perhaps that I hadn't invited him. I just didn't know where we stood back then. I still didn't know. Which was why I invited Monica instead, who was more than eager. I had taken the morning off work, and since she mostly wrote at night, she was able to come with. We walked into the doctor's office and were met with warm wood furniture and framed photos of babies and their moms on the walls. There were toys for siblings to play with and parenting magazines scattered about. It was a completely different vibe than the whitewashed walls of the office in Manhattan. I breathed a sigh of relief as I sat down in a cushy chair with my new patient clipboard. "This place is way better," said Monica, looking around. "Thank God," I said. "How did you find it?" "Oh, Daniel's friend recommended it." "His friend knows?" "Yeah." I nodded as I began jotting down my info. Daniel wanted to tell him. "Eh," said Monica, nudging me. "This is huge, Heart." I said warily. "What's wrong?" "Your dream guy is sharing the news he's becoming a dad with you." I set the pen down and looked at her, my eyes watering. "I don't know, Monica. After dinner the other night, he just seemed to shut down. I don't know what happened. I was actually going to invite him here today, but he was so distracted, so distant. I just don't know." Monica put her arm around me as I fought back tears. I had never been this emotional in my life. Was it because of my feelings for Daniel or the hormones? Probably a mix of both. "Hey now," soothed Monica. "I'm sure it's a lot for him too. Don't count him out just yet." A nurse called my name from an open door. I quickly scribbled in the last information on my paperwork before handing it to her and following her back to the ultrasound room. "We will do an ultrasound first, and then you will go to an exam room to meet your new doctor. You're going to love her," said the nurse with a warm smile. I lay back on the exam table and lifted the flowy blouse I wore. The nurse applied some jelly to the wand and ran it over my stomach, which felt way less invasive than the first time. She found the baby quickly on the screen, and I was surprised how much bigger it had gotten. "Oh my gosh," I whispered. "Is this your first?" asked the nurse. I nodded. "How exciting! There's nothing like it," said the nurse as she moved the wand around my stomach. "Everything looks on track. I'll get those pictures printed right out for you." She cleaned my stomach with a paper towel and exited the room. Soon she was back with a few ultrasound photos that she carefully handed to me. She led us back to an exam room, and a few minutes later, my new doctor entered the room. With just a simple hello, my doubts diminished. She was so friendly and witty, and there wasn't an ounce of judgment as she met both me and Monica. I asked her a few questions, which she answered patiently and informatively. Soon we were done with my appointment and walking out onto the sidewalk with pictures of my baby in hand. I sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Way better, huh?" I asked Monica. "Night and day," she replied, pulling me in for a hug. "I kind of wish I had invited Daniel. Not that I didn't love having you there." I know, said Monica, waving me away. "I get it." I kicked at the sidewalk, feeling defeated. "Hey, why don't you go visit him at work? Show him the baby. I'm sure he would love that," suggested Monica. "You think?" I asked. "Go," she said, giving me a little shove. "Thank you," I said as I walked the short distance to the subway. The ride to Manhattan went quickly, and my excitement bubbled inside of me, knowing I was going to see Daniel soon. I would rave about my new doctor, and we would both probably ooh and ah over the ultrasound photos, and I would realize how silly I had been. Downstairs in the lobby, my excitement came to a halt when I was met with the front desk attendant who wasn't allowing me to go upstairs without an appointment. "If you just tell him it's Addison, Hart, he will tell you it's fine," I said. "Which is it, Addison or Hart?" "Hart," I said. She looked me up and down curiously before picking up the phone and punching in a few numbers. She turned her back to me so I couldn't hear what she was saying. After a moment, she hung up the phone and turned her chair to face me. "You may go up, Miss Hartley. My apologies." I gave her a smile and a nod before walking toward the elevators. I watched as the floors ticked by, clutching my purse with the ultrasounds tucked inside. The doors opened and I stepped out into the lobby. Margaret was there to greet me. "Hello, Miss Hartley. Follow me." I followed her down the long hallway to Daniel's office, still not over how big his floor was. She stopped outside his door and knocked softly. "Come in," I heard him say, a bit of gruffness to his voice. I looked at Margaret, unsure, but she opened the door and nodded for me to go inside. I stumbled into his office, the door closing behind me. Daniel was hunched over his desk with a pile of paperwork surrounding him. His hands were in his hair as his eyes scanned the documents in front of him. "Hi," I said, hating how meek I sounded. He looked up surprised, as if he hadn't just given the front desk the okay to send me up. "Hart, hi," he said, standing up. He strode toward me and gave me a kiss on the cheek before sitting back down at his desk. "Sit," he said, getting back to his papers. I did as he said and pulled the ultrasound photos from my purse. "Look what I have." I placed the pictures on the papers in front of him. "Oh, wow," he breathed, his eyes barely grazing over the pictures. I jerked my head back as I looked at him, my heart starting to break right there in his office. He couldn't seem more uninterested. "Yeah, I went to that new doctor Freddie recommended," I started, trying again. "Oh, how was it?" he asked. His eyes found mine for just a moment before going back to his papers. He pushed the ultrasound pictures gently aside to read one of the documents. "It would have been better if you were there," I said pointedly. My patience was growing thin, and my excitement in coming all the way over here had left the building completely. "Well, you didn't invite me," he pointed out, looking at me and raising an eyebrow. "And why do you think that is?" I asked, my voice raising. "You tell me." "Maybe it's because you don't actually give a damn about the baby, or me for that matter." "That's not true," he started. "Maybe you're just trying to get on my good side so I stay quiet. God forbid the press finds out that the Daniel Jacobs is going to be a father with some stupid girl from Brooklyn." "Hart, don't," I said, putting my hand up. "You don't think I've noticed how you keep me hidden? We had to go out the back alley of the restaurant Friday night. I'm going to be an expert at fire exits by the end of this because you're embarrassed to be seen with me." The words were rolling out of me, and there was no stopping them. "I'm sorry I'm not a supermodel, or Kira. I'm sorry that I'm not someone you'd proudly have on your arm." Daniel's eyes watched me intently. "And I'm sorry that I got pregnant," I said, standing up and grabbing the ultrasound from his desk. "Hart," he said, standing up too. "I think it's best if you don't call me. Don't come by. I need some space." I walked swiftly to the door and slammed it behind me, not caring what others thought. I raced through the lobby, and it wasn't until I was out of the elevator and out of the building that I finally let the tears flow.
Chapter 28. Daniel. I knew I should have gone after Hart, but I didn't. My feet felt like they were glued to the floor of my office as I helplessly watched her walk out the door, its slam still echoing in my ears. I sunk in my desk chair and ran my hands through my hair, frustrated. I had never seen her so angry, or heard her voice so sharp. Granted, I was still getting to know her and all the sides of her, but that one hurt. It was a side I didn't ever want to see, and it was the one I had caused. Stupidly, I should have known that sneaking around with her would hurt her. I kept saying it was to protect her, to protect that baby. That was true. But it was also because I wasn't ready to face the judgment of the tabloids. It would ruin my image, my company's image. It had nothing to do with Hart or where she lived or what she looked like. I didn't care about any of that. I found her to be the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I hated that my actions had brought out such ugly insecurities. If the press found out about us and the baby, they wouldn't just tear me apart, they would go after her too. I didn't want that for her. I wish she could see that. Our worlds were just so different. She would never understand what it was like to be splashed all over newspapers and gossip sites. I didn't want her to ever experience that. I didn't know she was coming today. I didn't even know what day it was after the weekend I'd had. I spent half the time going over the contracts for the London deal that had important holes in them that had been overlooked in underwriting, and the other half wondering how the hell I was going to be a father. That was why I didn't invite her back to my place after dinner on Friday, and I could see on her face the flicker of disappointment. Disappointment that I felt too. More than anything, I wanted to bring her home and get her back in bed and forget everything. But it wasn't that easy. This baby was coming whether we addressed it or not, and I was scared shitless. It seemed like the only one who had faith in me was Hart, and now I wasn't so sure. Freddie made it clear he didn't think I could do it. The exact words didn't come out of his mouth, but I saw it in the way he eyed me as he took a sip of wine at dinner. He could smile and pat me on the back all he wanted, but deep down he thought this whole thing was crazy. And he was right. I couldn't be a dad. Hell, I couldn't even be a one-woman kind of guy. At least, I hadn't been up until this point. Now, I had just potentially lost the one woman I wanted to be with because I let my insecurities get the best of me. I had to fix this. I picked up my phone and tried calling Hart. It rang 2 times before I was sent to voicemail. "Fuck," I said, slamming my phone on my desk. I should have stopped her, gone after her. I should have looked at the damn ultrasounds. There were a million things I could have done better in the 5 minutes she was in this office. I just knew that if I saw the baby and how it had grown and changed, I would have grown even more attached to it than I already was. I couldn't risk that, not if there was a possibility I wasn't in his or her life. It was more for the baby's benefit than mine. I would probably just screw everything up. I sat back in my chair and looked up at the ceiling, wondering what I should do. She said she wanted space, and it seemed like she meant it. I just didn't know if I could give it to her. The following weeks dragged on. I didn't try to call hard again. I didn't make the drive to Brooklyn that I had grown quite fond of. I gave her what she asked for, but only because I knew we couldn't stay apart for long. We were tied to each other because of the baby. She would have to talk to me eventually. Wouldn't she? I guessed she had the check that would change her life and allow her to comfortably take care of herself and the baby. I wondered if writing it had been a hasty mistake. I just wanted her to know that I cared, that I was there for her. A few Fridays after our double date, I was getting ready for a fundraising event that was held every year. As I put on my tux and tightened my bow tie, I thought of all the places I would rather be than schmoozing with the socialites of Manhattan. I wondered what Hart was doing too, like I had wondered every day since she walked out of my office and left a void in my life. As Armand pulled up to the Plaza Hotel, the cameras were flashing before I had even exited the car. I sighed in frustration before plastering on a smile as Armand opened my car door. The cameras were blinding as I walked the red carpet, giving a wave and buttoning my tux as my publicist had advised. It looked good for pictures, she said. The demands and questions began filling my ears as the press shouted, "Mr. Jacobs! Mr. Jacobs! Over here! To your right, Mr. Jacobs! When is the wedding? Where is Mrs. Shipley tonight?" I just kept a smile on, one that never reached my eyes, and continued down the red carpet. I breathed a sigh of relief as I entered the hotel. A cocktail waitress came by with a tray of champagne, and I eagerly grabbed two, downing one and keeping the other to sip on as I prepared to socialize. I found a few associates I had done business with in the past and made my way over. We talked about the usual, stocks, business deals, and the current economy, things I had grown accustomed to talking about. It felt all so robotic, so ungenuine. Still, it was best to remain professional. That was the face I had to wear, being the head of my own company. "Look who just arrived," said one of them, looking toward the door. It was Kira. I took a long sip of champagne. "I hear you two are back together," he said, nudging me. "Lucky guy." "That's what they're saying," I said. "If you'll excuse me." I downed the rest of my champagne and grabbed another off a tray as I made my way to a corner of the room where I wouldn't be spotted by Kira. I leaned against the wall, away from the spotlights of the dance floor. I wanted nothing more than to go up to my room, which was complimentary for the guests tonight. I spent a few minutes people-watching, keeping a close eye on Kira's whereabouts, and that was when I saw her. Hart stood across the room, talking to an old associate of mine. I had to do a double take to be sure it was her. This didn't seem like the kind of place she would be on a Friday night, but there she was. She wore a strapless pink dress. The tulle skirt was fanned out just at her waist, a clever disguise for her growing belly, but also one of the sexiest things I had ever seen her in. The blush color of her dress almost blended in with her creamy skin, and the bust was barely clinging on to the curves of her breasts. Her hair was down in waves, sleekly parted in the center. I wanted nothing more than to touch her, feel her surround me. I watched as she talked to the guy at the bar. He said something and she laughed, putting her hand on his arm. I felt jealousy bubble through my blood. I downed my third glass of champagne and strode over with determination to stop whatever was transpiring here. "Brock," I said loudly as I patted the guy on the back and prayed that was his name. It had been a while since we had done business together. He turned and looked at me, registering my face before a smile crossed his. "Daniel, how the hell are you?" he asked. I could feel Hart's eyes on me, staring daggers. "I see you've met Addison," I said, feeling weird about calling her that. "They're doing incredible things over at Leading to Learn." "So she's been telling me," he said, smiling down at her. I noticed his eyes skim her cleavage, and I wanted to knock him out right there. "Is that so?" I asked, looking at her. "I'm surprised to see you here, Miss Hartley." "Yes, well, Leading to Learn has some items up for bid as part of tonight's silent auction," replied Addison coolly. "It really is a great organization," said Brock, praise dripping from his tongue. I didn't buy it for a second. He was probably just trying to get close to her. "That's why I am their newest donor," I said, cockily. "Is that so?" asked Brock, raising an eyebrow. "I was actually just about to write a check." He pulled out a checkbook from the inside of his tuxedo jacket. I tried my best not to roll my eyes. "Addison, would you be so kind as to accompany me to a cocktail table so we can do this right away?" Brody asked, offering his arm. "I'd love to," she said, taking it, but not before shooting me a look. I stayed nearby and watched as he wrote out a check, but the whole time he was trying to make conversation with her. Her eyes were searching for mine. The guy didn't stand a chance, but right now, I wasn't sure if I did either. Hart slipped the check into her small beaded clutch, and I watched as she politely excused herself. She began making her way toward me, her face tied up in an expression that wasn't welcoming. She grabbed my arm and pulled me away from the crowd of people. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she asked, shoving a finger into my chest. "What do you mean?" I shrugged innocently. "You know exactly what I mean. That guy is a prick. He was perfectly fine," she argued. She was right. There wasn't anything wrong with him, other than he couldn't keep his eyes off of the parts of her that I desperately wanted. The champagne was clearly going to my head. "How much did he give you?" I asked. "Excuse me?" she asked sharply. "The check. How much was it for?" "None of your business." "Probably not as much as mine." "You are a pompous asshole," she said, before turning to go. She couldn't be more right. "Hart, wait!" I reached for her hand. She looked down as I intertwined my fingers in hers. I didn't realize how much I missed this until now. "Let go of me," she said. "I just wanted to help." "I don't need your help, Daniel. I'm perfectly capable of doing my job. I'm perfectly capable of doing everything without you." She tugged her hand away, but didn't walk away. She just stood there with her arms crossed in a beautiful party dress, staring into the crowd of people.
Chapter 29. Addison. I tried to calm down and not show Daniel that I was visibly shaking as I stared out at the crowd of Manhattan's elite, all in their $1,000 cocktail dresses and custom tuxedos. Seeing them sipping on champagne and tossing money around like it was nothing only made me more aware of how much I wanted to disappear in that moment. I didn't belong here. I tried getting out of it, but Brian insisted I come and try to schmooze the wealthy while they were a little tipsy and giving money away. Of course, I should have known there was a chance I would see Daniel, but I had no idea he would have the balls to pull off what he just did. In front of a potential donor, no less. Maybe a part of me did know I would run into him, which was why I spent a little more money than I would have liked to on this dress at the consignment store and maybe added a little more rose blush to my cheeks. Now here he was in front of me, and I had no idea what to do. It wasn't like I had any friends here to lean on. "Heart," he said softly. I blinked back hot tears before shooting him a look. "What?" I asked sharply. "Can we just please talk?" he asked. "This is hardly the place." He looked around the banquet room for a moment and then signaled for me to follow him. I hesitated before reluctantly giving in. Would I ever be able to say no to this man? He pushed open a pair of double doors that led out into an empty hallway. He fidgeted with his tux jacket, buttoning it up and then unbuttoning it. I was growing impatient. "Well, you have me here, so talk," I said, crossing my arms. He let out a deep breath through his nose. "Well, it's kind of hard when you're being so..." "So what?" "Hostile." "How else do you expect me to be, Daniel?" I snapped, giving him a pointed look. "Look, I know I didn't react very well when you came to my office." "You didn't react at all." "I just wasn't expecting you, and you know how the deal with London has been." He shrugged. "I don't care if you're making a goddamn deal with the King of England. I put a picture of our baby on your desk, and you hardly looked at it," I stated, my voice rising. "I know." "What is it with you? I feel like my mind is running marathons just trying to keep up with you and your feelings that seem to change on a daily basis." "And what about you? You seem awfully flirtatious with that jerk back there," he pointed out. "Are you serious?" I spat. "It's business." "Well, I didn't like it." "Too bad." He let out a loud sigh before his shoulders fell. "This is just a lot for me," he said, looking down at his black shiny shoes. "And you don't think this is a lot for me? I'm growing a baby inside of me and trying to figure out how I'm going to do it all. I don't know if you're in this or not. You want to tell your friends, but then you still want to keep me a secret. Which is it?" He stayed silent. "Man the fuck up and decide, because I don't need to be raising 2 children. "Man the fuck up?" he asked, looking at me seething. He took a step toward me. "Yeah," I said, hating how my voice wavered. He took another step toward me. I took a step backward until my back was pressed against the wall. I swallowed hard as I felt my legs turn into jello as he closed the distance between us. He put his hands on either side of my head. My eyes fluttered closed, as if that was going to stop what was going to come next. I felt his lips lower to my ear. "This is me manning up." His whisper ran through me like ice-cold water, sending a shiver through my entire body. And then his mouth was on my neck, and his hands were on my breasts, massaging against the tulle of my dress. I let out a little moan as I leaned my head against the wall and let him touch me in the way I desperately wanted. His hands made their way to the sides of my head, and his fingers became lost in my hair as he pressed his body against me. My arms wrapped around his upper back, and my fingers pressed into him as his mouth devoured mine. His tongue moved quickly and with purpose. I felt him growing hard against me, which only made me kiss him harder. A door opened some distance away, and I quickly pushed him away. I smoothed my dress as I watched a server roll a cart into the hallway, completely unaware we were there. "Come with me," whispered Daniel, grabbing my hand. He strode quickly down the hall, and I tried to keep up. He pushed open the doors to the hotel lobby and hurried toward the elevators. He hit the button a few times until the doors opened and he pulled me inside. He tapped his foot impatiently as he watched the floors tick by. A few moments later, the doors opened and he led me to a door, quickly pulled out a key card and held it against the lock. It lit up green and clicked open, and Daniel pulled me inside. The door had barely closed behind us before his mouth was on mine. I stumbled slightly as he pulled me into the room. He reached to the back of my dress, finding the zipper and pulling it down quickly. The dress fell to my ankles, and I stepped out of it as we made our way to the bed. Daniel turned so my back was toward the bed, and I fell onto it, wearing nothing but my heels and a blush-colored thong. He stood above me, drinking me in with his eyes that looked like stormy seas. He slid off his jacket and began unbuttoning his white shirt. God damn, he looked good in a tux. I couldn't help myself. I sat up on the bed and reached for the waistband of his pants, pulling him toward me. Quickly, I unbuttoned them and shoved them down, revealing his large erection. I looked up at him as I swirled my tongue over the tip, watching as his eyes closed and his breath quickened. Opening my mouth, I ran my wet lips down his shaft slowly until I could feel him in the back of my throat. He groaned softly as I moved my mouth up and down his length. I had missed the way he tasted and the power I felt when I was in control of him. His hands found my head and his fingers got lost in my hair as my mouth moved faster, my tongue gliding along his base. "Heart," he whispered desperately. I pulled my mouth off him and looked up at him with a coy smile. I scooched back on the bed and pushed the lace thong from my hips and down my legs. Then I propped myself up on my elbows, spreading my legs slightly. I watched as Daniel's lips parted slightly as his gaze fell between my legs. I felt myself get wet under his gaze. He inhaled a sharp breath before climbing onto the bed and hovered over me. He positioned himself against me, and I held my breath as he dipped into me slowly. I grabbed the bed sheets and held them tightly as he filled me inch by inch. Daniel's eyes moved from mine to where we met, watching as he slowly pulled out and pushed back into me with ease. He was getting off from watching, and I was getting off from watching him. He lowered his mouth to my breasts, and I could feel his breath against my nipples, causing them to harden. When he parted his lips against my nipples and his tongue flicked against them, I moaned and grabbed at his lower back. Now he started moving faster, consuming all of me, filling my walls with his girth as my fingertips dug into him. I spread my legs even further so they sprawled out on either side of me. I lifted my hips slightly as pleasure built in my chest. It felt like I was going to scream as I tightened around him. His fingers found my clit and began massaging me as our breathing grew heavy and in sync. He pounded into me, and his fingers moved faster. I bit my bottom lip to stop from crying out as euphoric pleasure consumed me. He thrust into me once more, hard and deep. I felt him convulse inside of me as he let out a loud moan before collapsing around me. We lay there for several minutes, breathless and not saying a word. What the hell had just happened? One second we were arguing, and the next we were completely losing ourselves to each other in a hotel suite. I'd completely lost my head and my heart. I peeled Daniel's arm off of me and stood carefully from the bed, my body still processing the pleasure it had just experienced. I walked to the bathroom to use the toilet and cleaned myself up. When I came back to the room, Daniel was in bed looking at me with a smile on his face. "Don't look at me like that," I said, holding back a smile. "That was just, wow," he murmured, running a hand through his hair. "We really should get back," I said. "Are you serious?" He sat up and eyed me questioningly. "I am actually working tonight, Daniel." I slid on my dress and heard him climb off the bed. His hand found the zipper of my dress and zipped it up. "Thank you," I murmured. He kissed my neck before putting on his tux. I could have stayed in that room all night, but I really did have to work. I didn't need Brian asking questions about how I didn't raise any money or socialize with any new associates. However, I hoped we would find ourselves here later tonight. Maybe we would actually talk. We rode the elevator back down to the lobby and walked back into the hall. The music was now booming, and there were questionable dance moves happening on the makeshift dance floor. I giggled at an older man doing the robot before giving Daniel's arm a squeeze and heading to the silent auction table. The next hour, I tried my best to focus on talking business, but seeing Daniel across the room was a major distraction, knowing what we just did upstairs. Once the final bids were in for the silent auction, there was little left for me to do, so I went in search of Daniel. I spotted him near the bar, talking with another man. As I approached, I heard Daniel talking, and what he said made me stop in my tracks. I'm not really into the whole marriage and white picket fence thing. Kids and a wife. They just tie you down. I have a major business to run. He laughed as the other man slapped him on the back in agreement. My stomach did a flip as I slowly backed away. I couldn't believe what I had just heard come out of his mouth. I was a complete fool for falling into bed with him and letting my emotions run rampant, thinking that this time it would be different. I turned and strode quickly out of the banquet room. It felt like the walls were beginning to close in on me. I was either going to puke or cry and had to get out of there. I ran through the lobby and out the hotel entrance. My mind gave a whisper of goodbye to the man I thought I was just starting to figure out.
Chapter 30. Daniel. I feel you, man, said Chuck, as he gave my back another good slap. I have never understood these guys who end up with one woman. What's the fun in that? I asked. Right? No fucking thanks. And then after the woman reels you in, they want a ring. They drop those little hints and take you through Tiffany's innocently. Chuck held his hand out and wiggled his fingers and batted his eyelashes. All part of their master plan, I agreed. Then they get that. Then they want the big white wedding and yada yada yada. It's always take, take, take. I nodded and took a sip of champagne, hoping no one would hear me to pretend to agree with this guy. He was a complete prick, but I needed to appeal to his good side for an upcoming business deal. The way he talked about women, it was no wonder he couldn't lock one down. It wasn't because he didn't want to, it was because no one wanted him. His ego would never let him admit the harsh truth, though. A wedding in the Hamptons, probably. Exactly. And then they want babies. God, those things are so loud. Not to mention needy. That whole daddy daycare thing, leave that to the women. Oof, he just keeps getting worse. If it got me a business deal, I'd play along. I wouldn't even know what to do with a baby. I shrugged, half playing along and half pondering my situation with heart. I really wouldn't know, but the day I would need to was approaching faster than I liked. I know what you do. You hand it back to its mother. I forced a laugh before lifting my glass. Cheers to the bachelor life, I said. Now hold on there, said Chuck, putting his hand up and raising a skeptical eyebrow. I looked at him curiously. You talk a big talk, but I heard you're off the market with that Shipley girl. Oh, that, I waved him off. I'm just telling the poor girl what she wants to hear. Ah, said Chuck, impressed. Well played for a swell lay. Exactly. Well, cheers to that. Chuck raised his glass and clinked it to mine before he downed it. It's nice to meet another businessman with their eye on the prize. We should sit down for a meeting sometime, I offered. I had cast my line, and now I just needed to reel him in. I'll have my assistant call yours. He bit. Uh-oh, he said suddenly, looking behind me. Your fiancée is headed this way. Man, does she look like a real dime. You're a lucky man. We'll talk soon, I said, shaking his hand firmly. Count on it. I turned and spotted Kira walking toward me with determination and a martini in her freshly manicured hand. She wore a black silk dress that plunged at the neckline, revealing her sun-kissed tan that was probably sprayed on. Her teeth peeked out from her red lipstick in a seductive smile. "Daniel," she purred, draping her arms around my neck. "I thought I would run into you here." "Kira," I nodded as I looked around the room for Hart. The last thing I needed her to see was Kira all over me, giving off a very wrong impression. But I didn't see her. I figured I would get this over with quickly and then go find her. "Not up for a bid tonight?" asked Kira with a smirk. "Sorry to disappoint," I said. "I had my checkbook and everything," she pouted. "There's plenty to bid on tonight. You could put it to use." "Oh, you know I don't really care about all this charity bullshit," she said, lowering her voice so no one would hear. Then she leaned in close and whispered, "You know, charity or not, if you liked what you saw, I wouldn't charge you." Tempting, but I'm here on business tonight. She pulled back and rolled her eyes. "When did you become so serious?" "Probably around the same time you got married for the second time. Or was it the third?" She gave me a playful shove. "You're the worst." I put my hands on her upper arms and gave her a gentle squeeze. It probably seemed like a kind gesture, but it was really to hold her back from hanging all over me. "I really am here on business, but it was great to see you, Kira." She pulled herself from my grip and stood on her tiptoes. She was anything if not persistent. She wrapped her hands around my neck before giving me a kiss on the cheek. "Call me when you want to have some fun," she said, before slinking off. I watched her go and then scanned the room for Hart and the pink dress I had helped take off just over an hour ago. I was ready for round 2 now that my business was done. I wandered around the room, giving smiles to some acquaintances, while I looked for her. She wasn't at the bar, which was a given. She wasn't at the buffet table. She wasn't at the silent auction table where they were now compiling all the bids. I didn't know where she was. I slipped my phone out of my jacket pocket and texted her. "Where are you?" I waited for a few minutes, drumming my fingers against my phone. She didn't reply. I tried calling her, but it went to voicemail. I furrowed my brow. That was strange. I didn't think she would leave without saying goodbye. After our time up in my suite tonight, I thought maybe we had sorted everything out. I knew we hadn't gotten a lot of talking done, which we probably should have, but she was just as eager as I was on that bed. I thought she would stay the night with me tonight after she was done working. An hour later, the charity event was starting to wind down. I texted Hart again, but received no reply. Disappointed, I said my goodbyes and went upstairs to my suite. I thought maybe she would come join me, but when midnight came around, I realized she wasn't coming. The only explanation I had was that maybe she had gotten sick. I knew she would still get bouts of morning sickness, even at night, which was weird. Why did they even call it morning sickness? I took a hot shower and climbed into the plush bed that still smelled like her. I breathed her in as I closed my eyes and fell asleep. The next few days, I tried calling Hart again, but all I got was her voicemail. I left her a few messages, but then gave up wasting my breath. I didn't understand why she had disappeared at the charity event and why I was now getting the silent treatment. Repeatedly, I replayed the conversation we had in the hallway. She had been so angry. She hardly ever cussed, but harsh words flowed off her tongue easily then. All the things she had said were true. I didn't know what I was doing, and I knew that it was taking a toll on her. I wished I would have told her how I was feeling rather than taking her to bed. Well, I didn't regret that part completely. I just knew we had things to fix. And now it felt like I tried to slap a Band-Aid on it with sex. I just couldn't help myself around her. I knew the feeling was mutual, or we wouldn't have wound up having wildly angry, passionate sex that night. Whatever flip switched, clearly my texts and phone calls weren't working. I picked up the phone at my desk and dialed Margaret at the front desk. "Yes, Mr. Jacobs?" she answered. "I need you to put an order in at the florist's on 5th Avenue. I want 3 dozen red roses, and they have to be delivered today." "But it's already 4 o'clock. "Pay double, triple, I don't care. It has to be today." "Okay. Where should they be sent?" "Miss Hartley's home address." "Yes, sir." I ended the call and wondered if it would be enough to fix whatever I had done. It wasn't. 3 days had gone by and I didn't hear from Hart. I was starting to go crazy. It had been a week since the charity event and nothing. I didn't realize how much I needed her until now. I was completely infatuated with her, perhaps even falling for her, which was something I did not do. That night in my apartment, I poured a generous serving of whiskey on ice. Images of Hart and our first night together flashed through my mind, as they usually did in this space. I took a sip and gripped the counter's edge as I studied myself in the mirror. The word asshole was all that came to mind when I saw my face. Had I really lost her again? I thought back to what she said in the hallway, trying desperately to retrace my footsteps and see where I had stumbled. She said she didn't know if I was in this or not. Being without her for the past week made me realize I was. I was all in, and I decided to finally show her that. I took my drink over to the couch and sat down, sinking into the plush sage green cushions. Getting my laptop from the concrete coffee table, I started Googling the best baby stores in Manhattan. I scrolled through website after website, reading reviews for cribs and safety ratings for car seats. I was completely lost in all things baby. No wonder Hart had been so overwhelmed. She already had so much to learn about being pregnant and so many adjustments to make to her life. And then you throw shopping for everything on top of all that. It was no wonder she was pissed at me. After 2 hours of browsing, I purchased a crib from Bergdorf Goodman and a car seat from Nordstrom. I ordered some wooden toys from a little boutique on Warren Street, the one where all the celebrities go. I even ordered a few newborn onesies in neutral colors. I had everything gift-wrapped and sent to her apartment in Brooklyn. I wanted our baby to have the best of the best, and I wanted Hart to know that I was trying. I wondered when Hart would find out if we were having a boy or a girl, or if she knew already. Then I wondered if she would tell me. I never thought about what I would want because I was never with someone where starting a family was on the table. Hell, it wasn't even on the menu. Kira and I had been together a while, but she wasn't exactly maternal. I saw her hold her baby niece once. It was so unnatural. She held the poor thing out like it was a dog who had just left a doo-doo on her expensive fur rug. Come to think of it, when a baby would cry, she seemed to instinctively twitch, as if she were malfunctioning. Somehow, I knew Hart would make a good mother. I sighed as I leaned back into the couch and thought about everything she was going through. I should have asked her more questions. I should have offered to go with her to her doctor appointments. Now that I thought about it, I should have done a lot of things, including picking up that ultrasound off my desk and looking at our baby together. I knew buying things wasn't going to fix everything, but I hoped it was enough to show her that I was really in this. I might not know how to be a father, but I was going to give it all I had. I wanted to, and I wanted to do it with Hart.
Chapter 31. Addison. Monica pushed her way inside my apartment, avoiding the large boxes wrapped in bows and the bags stuffed with tissue paper. Did you have the baby shower without me?" she asked, scratching her head as she took in the mess that was my apartment. "Of course not," I replied as I plopped down on my couch. It was the only thing that wasn't covered in all the deliveries that had been showing up for the past few days. My apartment could hardly hold the minimal amount of furniture I owned, let alone all of these boxes and gifts. I looked around and sighed. Monica stared at me with so many questions dancing around her eyes. "They're from Daniel." I shrugged. She walked over to one of the huge white boxes that was tied with black ribbon. She ran her fingers over it and looked at the tag. "Bergdorf Goodman?" Her eyes grew wide. "Ridiculous, I know." "This baby is going to have nicer things than me." I let out a soft laugh. It was true. 1/4 of this stuff was probably enough to pay my rent for the month. Monica came and sat on the couch next to me. "So, the handsome CEO sent you all this stuff for the baby you're having together, and you look like you've just tasted a lemon. What is up with you?" she asked, crossing her arms and leaning against the arm of the couch. "He's not the man of my dreams." "Uh-oh. What now? I can't keep up with you two." "Well, I went to that charity event the other night. The charity auction one?" "Yes, I went shopping with you for the dress. I bet you were a knockout." "Well, Daniel was there." "Of course he was, and he probably couldn't keep his hands or eyes off of you." "He was totally inappropriate when I was trying to do business. It was like he was jealous or something." "No duh," Monica rolled her eyes. "Well, we got into an argument over that, and then it led to an even more heated argument about the baby and us." "And then it led to?" "Mind-blowingly good makeup sex," I said, covering my face with my hands. "Of course it did. You guys are like a walking, talking romance novel." "Yeah, except I don't get the happy ending." "What are you talking about? The guy is clearly into you and you're having a baby together. And that baby is going to be born into the poshest life. It's like a modern-day Cinderella story, just with morning sickness and cravings for jalapenos." "I don't care about all of that." I shook my head. "Not when the man I was starting to see a future with turned out to be a big fat liar." "What are you talking about?" she asked, scooching closer. "After we, I paused. "Had sex?" finished Monica. "Yes, well, we came back down to the silent auction, and I overheard him saying some ugly things." "Like what?" "About how he wasn't into marriage or the white picket fence thing, and about how he didn't want to be tied down." "What the actual hell?" screeched Monica. "I know." "Then what's all this for?" she asked, waving her hand around the room. "I've been ignoring him, but he doesn't know why. He doesn't know I heard what he said. I ran out of there as fast as I could." "Sheesh, I'm so sorry, Heart. What a mess." "I know." She stood up from the couch and slapped her thighs. "Well, what can I do to help? Should we start unboxing all of this?" "I can't keep it," I said, shaking my head. "Like hell you can't. It's not like you're going to use store credit at Bloomingdale's or Bergdorf Goodman on yourself. You're going to need all of this for your baby. I say keep it." She had a point. "Okay," I said hesitantly. "But I'm not ready to open anything. It feels too soon, too real." Monica nodded. "Right. Well,